Gracias. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Tara, and welcome to UAPCon 2, UAP Consciousness and Human Experience, what researchers, journalists, and experiencers reveal. In the first UAPCon, we asked a lot of questions about what comes next. And in the very short time since then, we actually found out quite a bit. Two United States presidents have acknowledged the reality of non-human life. Sitting members of Congress are openly discussing interdimensional beings, and public interest has surged. Now, as a collective, humanity is experiencing both awe at the reality of non-human life and also fear. As a psychologist, I see this not as a crisis, but as a crucible. The truths now coming to light present humanity with a defining choice to consciously expand and awaken as we integrate this new reality, or to contract in fear, fracture into division, and remain in the darkness of our old worldview. This summit is not just about unraveling a mystery, but navigating the significant threshold humanity will soon cross as a collective. At UAPCon 1, we ask questions about the future, but today at UAPCon 2, we gather not for questions, but for answers, the building blocks of our new ontology. Our sponsor, UApedia, has provided us all with the opportunity to hear today from the world's most knowledgeable minds and what they've concluded after decades of study, not just about the craft, but about the very nature of consciousness and what this all means for our evolutionary journey. Our day today is structured to guide us through this inquiry. We begin with the legendary reporter, Linda Moulton Howe, in discussing how we got here, charting the decades of work she's done that has brought us to this moment. From that evidence, we turn to the heart of the matter, the experiencer dimension. For experiencers, the phenomenon isn't just some sci-fi idea, but a direct personal interaction. We'll then deconstruct the stories we tell about it by exploring the challenges of reporting the unexplained. At the core of our day, constitutional attorney Danny Sheehan will guide us through consciousness and disclosure before we map the synchronicities that defy our current models in patterns at the edge. Finally, we'll bring it all together. The architect of political disclosure, Stephen Bassett, will join us to chart what to expect from a post-disclosure world, integrating this new reality into our collective future. Taken together, this summit will reveal how the unexplained, it's not a bug in the system, it's a feature. It's in these identified phenomena that we find the deepest clues to the nature of reality and to the truth of who we are. And there's no one better than Alan Steinfeld to lead us in this collective exploration. He's the curator of the show New Realities, the author of the best-selling book, which I have right here, Making Contact, and an MC at the largest UFO gathering in the world, which we love, Contact in the Desert. He doesn't just report on the shift, he embodies the very bridge between our world and the one being born today. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to my dear friend and our moderator for UAPCon 2, Alan Steinfeld.
Thank you, Tara. It's really exciting to be here on this occasion because I feel we're at a turning point. I mean, people always say that about this phenomenon, but there's something happening with the momentum we've built, and that's happening in Congress. That's happening with people like Danny Sheehan and Steve Bassett. And of course, Linda's been at the forefront for a long time. So I'm really happy to be here and help facilitate a dialogue and maybe taking everyone who's watching around the world to another level. And of course, we want everyone's input because this is a live broadcast. And if you're watching on some YouTube channel or on Twitter X, put a comment in or a question and we see if we can get to this. Well, let me just introduce who you are, Dr. Tower, because I admire your courage for being such a voice in this world, and because you come from an academic clinical background as a psychologist, a treatment innovator, a mental health specialist. You're the co-founder of a great startup which will deal with mental health. And besides that, you're a laboratory manager at Harvard University and former faculty member at Cornell. So you have Cornell Medical College. So you have real credentials to bring this awareness to a more mainstream understanding. Also, your research as a psychologist has been cited in over 2,000 papers, and you're also recognized as a leader in the UAP community, and you have a fantastic paper you've written on ontological shock from that psychological perspective, some of which we'll be dealing with today. So I think let's have a little discussion before we bring Linda on. What do we hope to accomplish, in your opinion, today at this 6-hour forum that we're doing?
My hope is that we move beyond just the mere understanding that ETs exist, non-human intelligence exists, and we start to think about what this means for humanity and how to do this, how to make this shift in a way that is psychologically healthy, heart-centered, and community-oriented, because it really is quite a shock. It's an ontological shock to understand that our reality is not what we thought it is. Again, sitting members of Congress are saying that interdimensional beings are real. What does this mean? What does this mean for our understanding of religion, spirituality, angels, ETs? It's much broader than just little green men coming in UFOs, right? This is a huge reality shaping topic.
Right, because it affects who we are. People identify their self-ego with what they're aware of. If suddenly we are bringing a new awareness to people, it means they have to recalculate who they are in terms of their reality. And I think that's what's so important about the discussion today on consciousness. How do we adjust our understanding of ourselves in relationship to a bigger world? Something many people, I mean, probably most people watching have suspected it, but we want to take it home. Like, what does it really mean for human culture and society to be a part of a bigger new reality? That's the exciting part for me. How does our perception of ourselves and what we know and what's possible changes? Because when we open up to this new world, things people have put on the back shelf as impossible suddenly becomes tangible. This is my hope for people watching today. What becomes more real for you because of the discussions you'll hear today? And put that in the comments section. So I'm happy to have this amazing person to lead off our show. Anything else you want to say before we introduce our special guest?
No, just that I'm very excited to hear from Linda and to have our fireside chat together after.
Right. And I have to say, Linda Moulton Howe, I call her a national treasure, but since this is a global broadcast, she is a treasure for the world. And no one in this field has put more of herself, her awareness, her intelligence into this subject than Linda Moulton Howe, first as a reporter, as a journalist, and then as an incredible researcher, investigator, and some experiences that she's had all along the way that validates some of this for her. But we really want to talk about her investigative journalistic know-how. She's an Emmy award-winning filmmaker. She's known for her work in science, the environment, and of course, this unexplained phenomena. She's the founder of Earth Files, which I recommend going to. Thousands of great reports on Earth Files that will fill in anyone's gaps about what's going on here. She uses Earth Files as a platform for reporting on her YouTube channel, UFOs, crop circles, animal mutilations, other subjects, focusing on firsthand accounts and challenging the official narrative. This is why Linda is so important. All the time, she is there saying, what are they telling us? What do we know and what don't we know? So she's consistently explored the mysteries and often ignored how mainstream institutions dismiss this subject. Welcome, Linda. I'm so happy. We are both happy you're here.
Well, thank you, Alan, and everyone. It is great to know that this is the second digital conference of the UAP on 2 live online presented by UApedia, and that it's a trusted knowledge hub about unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UFOs, building a place where people can come digitally for exploring truth and facts. And that is a major change for everything that's happened since the 1940s in New Mexico, where I am based, when even a craft from outer space was investigated, and humans still have not been told the truth of what was found.
Right.
The co-founders of UApedia our longtime publisher, Eduardo Mace, and investigator Tim Spenny. Tim says he wants to see UAPedia evolve from gathering fragmented data from government records, sensor data, and eyewitnesses, and that he wants to create from all the fragmented data a large, centralized, independent knowledge hub, quote, to become the Earth's first encyclopedia repository of factual data collected by artificial intelligence about UAPs, UFOs, and not controlled, not edited by government and military forces. UAPdia's
yes.
goal is to freely preserve truth and inspire inquiry across generations, close quote. And it's in that spirit of trying to preserve truth in research that I would like to share now what a US Air Force intelligence officer told me about one of his elderly colleagues, a colonel, who allegedly spent time with an extraterrestrial biological entity retrieved in the 1940s from a crash that was a silver disc, may have been the one near Roswell, but it was a crashed silver disc in New Mexico. The colonel said that the being explained telepathically, mind to mind, his mind and the being's mind, that this is not even the only universe. The colonel said, quote, imagine a large island of white sand, and that each sand grain is a different universe separated from the others by an electromagnetic membrane. And surrounding the huge white island is a cold, dark sea, close quote. I ask, what is the cold, dark sea? And he answered, quote, you don't want to know. It would change you forever, close quote. And I argued that I wanted to know the truth no matter what it is, but the colonel refused to talk further. His silence, like that of the larger government he worked for, has evolved in a policy of UFO and ET technology secrets hidden by the overriding authority and power of national security. And one of those national security offices was SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, also known as Star Wars program. It was launched in the early 1980s by President Ronald Reagan's administration. And that colonel told me, quote, Linda, we knew who the real targets of the SDI were. And it was not a bunch of ICBM warheads. It was the UFOs. Alien spacecraft with alien entities asserting how invisible and invulnerable they are, soaring around the edges of our atmosphere, close quote. The colonel said, the UFOs swooped down at will to destroy our communications with electromagnetic pulse bursts. He said the UFOs buzzed our spacecraft, colonized our moon's surface, bloodlessly mutilated cattle and other animals around the world in their biological experiments, and even abducted human beings for alien medical tests and hybridization of a new species. But what was worse, the colonel said that we humans had to let the aliens do their experimentations because we had no weapon to defend ourselves from them, close quote. I asked the colonel if he thought the United States was in a secret war with one extraterrestrial group while allied with another ET group. The colonel said he no longer had insider information, but assumed that not much had changed since his Pentagon days working for General Arthur Trudeau. The general considered that the extraterrestrial biological entities, also known as EBINs, are a potential threat to national and world security. I told the colonel that I thought the whole truth of the situation was so complex that it could not be easily categorized. He responded mysteriously to me, quote, Linda, there is a new world coming if we can take it, close quote. Some people do contend that the big picture involves the manipulation of past and present timelines by other life forms trying to survive a dead-end future. The origins of those other life forms might be from Earth's future timeline, or even from an unimaginable place outside this visible universe. But whatever their origins, one of their goals might be to influence human genetic development and to access information from human genes, minds, and souls, close quote. And I would like to ask Dr. Tara, Alan, and Tim, how do you think that we got here now, wanting to use UApedia to help humans interact in this 21st century on Earth with non-human ETs?
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. I think we're here because of a lot of work you've done for half a century and a lot of people like you committed to the truth, committed to who are human beings really? What is the context of our presence within the universe, the galaxy? And also what I think is happening is there's an undercurrent of people coming up through the military and the government that are morally engaged people. Someone like David Grush, who I personally think was a breakthrough in disclosure. So I think we're here now at a turning point in history. What do you think, Tara?
I would have to agree. And from the psychologist standpoint, it's for me about how to hold not just new information, but new potentials, because we don't exactly know what is fact and what is not fact. We have reports, we have little bits of information that has been declassified. And so we're left here trying to kind of triangulate the information. And UApedia is doing, as Linda said, a wonderful job in being that trusted knowledge source, but we still don't know for sure what's fact and what's fiction. And so we were tasked with the task of holding all of these various potentials. And it's a lot to cognitively manage. It's a lot to emotionally manage, and to sift through all of it has been a lot. And so Linda, with your reporting on the facts, it just helps us to anchor in what potentials could really be true.
I have one of the constant, I think, better understandings is how much the government came down on everything that they knew was happening on that July 8th, 1947 crash site in or near Roswell, New Mexico. And I say that because I have seen some real documents, and I'm holding one in my hand that I have not been given permission to use, but I'm going to share the content anyway. And that the date of this, December 10th, 1948, the Roswell crash, the one that went around the world, the one that anchors this subject in that Roswell field, was July 8th, 1947. So it was a half year later. This is what was already happening in our government. This is from a legitimate government document. Quote, top secret, all caps. Next line, intelligence division study, known as DI, USAF, USAF, US Air Force, ONI. It is given a file number and then another title. Analysis of flying object incidents in the United States, dated December 10th, 1948. The world already knew about the July 8th, 1947 actual physical crash that was very quickly covered up. This particular document, which goes all the way back to December 10th, 1948, only less than a half a year after the Roswell crash, says, quote, all extra copies of this document were ordered to be destroyed. By being kept for record purposes only, not to be disseminated without permission. Section 2, 734.1, there is a signature that I can read, but of withholding, and that this is worth everyone considering. This kind of shut down everything in a half year, not talk with the public at all. How much did our government already know by July 8th of 1947, in a time of the transitions coming in and out of World War II? I'm going to give you one more quote that encapsulates why these pages were created so quickly and what was actually happening in World War II, according to a man who worked with our government, and his name was William Mills Tompkins. And he wrote 2 absolutely vital books about his work in World War II, because he had a talent as a teenager of looking at any machine, any gun, any craft, anything, ocean or air, and he could sketch it down to a 1/4 inch accuracy. And he helped the government. And it was William Mills Tompkins, only a half year before he died at age 94, about 4 years ago. He had done a 5-hour recorded interview with me. And in that interview, at one point he said, "Linda, I want you to hear what I know is the truth about World War II and why the explosion of denial about the presence of extraterrestrial biological entities on this planet, on our moon, and even on Ganymede, the large moon of Jupiter." And these are the words that he said. "Linda, World War II was an extraterrestrial war fought through human bodies." Later on, both after that interview that I did with him, God rest his soul wherever he is, and before I had done other interviews with people who had known him and knew where he had worked, they have said, "That is absolutely the truth. Linda, he's telling you the truth." But we have been so conditioned by so many policies of denial that it is hard to get the truth out in the current day's world. And that's why I congratulate all of you for trying to come to a hub, digital hub, where everybody could bring their incidents, their truths, and maybe we could begin to finally crunch out all of the policies of denial that since a half year after Roswell, they were being written about in great details, but with notes attached about "do not share, this will be destroyed," that I shared with you this morning.
Well, Linda, that will blow anyone away. The fact that that seems to be the case about World War II, and these beings are using us as pawns in their bigger drama. That's sort of half, or a little more than half, the issue here. The other half is, what will it take for people to realize the truth not only has been hidden from them, but it's here. The phenomenon is here. It's in our face. I mean, there's more sightings than ever around the world. It's sort of what happened to you when you first investigated the cattle mutilations. The sheriff said to you, "This is not being done by people on Earth." And there was this, you described as this lightning bolt of awareness, which just opened up your mind. That's going to have to happen to everyone on this planet at some point, to realize the truth, even if the government comes forward, because they've been known to lie. Are they lying about ETs now? So something has to shift within the human being to have that lightning awareness. What do you think that would be, Linda?
I think one of the strongest new kind of alliances that has come to me, because they're corroborating what I have been reporting, including William Mills Tompkins, as people who have been in deep aerospace, deep JSOC, deep CIA, deep NSA, DIA. And what I have been receiving are insights into why certain policies were deflected. And a lot of it has to do with the ancient context that extraterrestrials competing with each other have been coming and settling in this planet off and on for a very long time. And that some geneticists think that 45,000 years ago, there was a deliberate genetic experiment on the Earth to create a new kind of humanoid, which would be Homo sapien and not Neanderthal. And that genetic manipulation seems to be a very important part of why other intelligences from someplace else interact with this planet. Whitley Strieber, who I think everybody knows him as the first really public human abductee, he and I have talked about this issue of why the bloodless, trackless animal mutilations. And he has done a lot of research having to do with chemistries and laboratories. And without trying to explain the details, because he still works on that himself, but it appears that the bloodless nature of those excisions that I'm the first who started documenting with a pathologist in Denver in collaboration with me, right at the beginning, he was astonished, the pathologist in Denver, Dr. Altschuler, that the hemoglobin was cooked, the collagen was cooked in animal after animal after animal, but there was no technology at the time, which would be in the 60s, 1960s, 1970s. I started working full time on the film A Strange Harvest and my book An Alien Harvest at about that time, going out to fields with my camera crew from 1979 on. So I have been able to sort of be there to capture a lot of the evolution. And when Dr. Altschuler showed me the photographs and the micrographs that he had taken that were confirming, this is absolute physical evidence, that the collagen and the hemoglobin were cooked and the other tissue was untouched, that this was an instrument that was able to produce high heat at a point in tissue. And the most astounding story, when I was working with Dr. Altschuler, having to do with all of them, hundreds of cases, was one day I got a call from the sheriff up in northern New Mexico, who had done so much work. And he said, I'm going to go out and talk to a vet on a case that I've just seen. There's no blood, there's nothing, but the animal is dead. And he told me the veterinarian got down on his knees with a flashlight because it was late in the day. The animal was so fresh. And shown his flashlight and said, Sheriff, I'm going to cut into this chest. And I want you to document that I am the one that is cutting into the chest. And the vet did it in front of the sheriff. And then he picked up a flashlight. The sheriff had a flashlight. It wasn't, the sun was not down, but it was getting twilight. And they shone down where the veterinarian had done the cut. And there was no blood, no fluid at all. It was dry. And the vet pulled open the dry tissues, and there was no heart. And in an animal, it was a 1,500-pound steer, and they're the size of a volleyball, approximately, would have been the size of a normal heart inside of this animal. And the vet looked up at the sheriff and said, you have watched me make this cut. It wasn't here. and the heart is missing. And there's no blood in the aorta or other veins that he investigated. And the sheriff told me of all the cases, that was the one that convinced him that we were dealing with technologies that we humans did not have. And therefore, he was one of the first sheriffs who went out with a photographer. And every night they would get white lights in the sky. Many of those photographs have been in my books and my work.
Well,
and I'm compressing decades down to why our government knew right from the very beginning that the bloodless, trackless animal mutilations, later on reports of human abductions, were related to the same phenomena that in the 1940s, starting in New Mexico, if there were craft, that we got a lot of technology we didn't understand from crashes in New Mexico and beyond.
well,
Jump
Linda.
down to 2026, and
Mhm.
all of these decades, more than half a century for me, century for some, we still, because of so much denial over decade after decade after decade of the truth, that there could be nothing better than what the UAPedia is going to try to do, which is bring your truth and your data and your experiences to a location that will treat it with respect and will get it to the scientists and the medical people who still need to understand themselves. What is the relationship between other intelligences and our planet? And if you needed any proof that you can do this for a half century, go out into pastures. I've been all over the world, and I'm still here. And I'm still reporting, and I'm praying that you guys and I and others will be allowed to live when the truth becomes the priority.
Well, this is becoming a priority because of all the investigation you and a lot of people like you have done. So let's connect the human abduction program, if you can, to the animal mutilations, because it seems, looking at both of those, that perhaps the soft tissue of these animals, like the heart and other parts of it, the uterus, all that is being used to incubate some of these hybrid offsprings where they're taking genetic samples from humans and mixing it with the ET genetics to create this other race. Is that a fair hypothesis, or is that too on the known facts?
The way I would describe it is, if you took my eye view, take me up a mile and show me a square mile of all of the places I have been, all of the interviews, all of the medical, that, and Whitley and I have talked about this. Whitley feels that there is some sort of possible medicinal help that the Greys and perhaps another group, that they need something if they are going to have bases on this planet. And they're mostly underground, deep underground. For people to try to grasp this, since we live on the surface, imagine if your home base was 10 to 20 miles deep under the surface, all over the earth, well protected. And the reason I bring it up is that's why there could be animal mutilations around the world for 100 years with Homo sapiens surface life, not even considering the possibility that there are layers and layers and layers of other communities. But it isn't, to me, terrifying. It is part of growing up in one universe of many universes, and we're supposed to have 3 trillion stars in this one universe alone, and that the odds of there not being life and consciousness in this gigantic vast cosmos becomes absurd when you go into those realities. And the fact that the strongest source that I have had in the last 5 years is someone who worked in aerospace for a very long time and has talked to me about how he knows for a fact that there are other planets in our neighborhood of our particular solar system, and that we have had interchanging discussions, communications with some of them, and that's how we have been developing toward moving. And this is now a fact. It was in the New York Times a couple of days ago, that there are planets out there in systems that we are working our way toward getting there in days or weeks, maybe starting with months backwards, but we are going to be going to other planets fast with deep quantum tunneling methods. And that we have learned from the ETs. Whitley would tell you, Dr. John Mack and I had long discussions about this. God bless him wherever he is. He was so brave to take the respectability that he had at Harvard. And I can still remember one lunch that I think it went on for 3 hours with Dr. Mack, in which we got into precisely these subjects that we're talking about right now.
Well, let's get into that a little bit.
That's where I hope we're all next headed, and you guys being a hub, a language hub.
Well, let's talk. Thank you, Linda, because John Mack was so instrumental in validating the experiencers phenomena. So let's talk about that, because you've talked a lot about abductees, experiencers, contactees. And what can we say to those people? You think some people say it was good, some people say it's bad, but all of us, in a sense, will be experiencers in a disclosure world. We'll be able to take this phenomena in and relate to it as if it's a part of our reality. So what do you say to experiencers when you talk to them and you find out their intricate, biographical details? How do you talk to them? What do you say? What would John Mack say about taking that experience to the public and having it as a validation that this is a real phenomena? So, go ahead.
A couple of months ago, because I've been getting a lot of calls, I set a clock and I did some monitoring. And in approximately a 16-hour period in this office in my audio store downstairs, I received 44 phone calls in approximately an 8-hour period. And every single one of them on that particular day, doesn't mean that happens all the time, but on this day, to answer your question, every one of them was somebody in the United States, one from Costa Rica, one from Brazil, one from Australia, the rest from the United States, wanting to tell me their abduction interactions.
Right.
And I remember thinking, it's been half a century. 1979 is when I started with my TV crew, going out to bloodless, trackless animal mutilations, then learning that the ranchers had abductions, and then having people in military start coming, and it all started like a wave. That was at least 70 years ago. Now, that this day would happen in this home and office in Albuquerque, New Mexico, in 2026, that I would end up having 44 calls and have been calling back, which is they get, please leave your phone number. And some of them have been so interesting because I can tell I am the first person that they have ever tried to talk about something in their life that has so upended their ability to function that that's why they have reached out. On the other hand, there are more cases of people who get in touch with me and they're describing not necessarily grays like Whitley. It could be a Nordic blonde, white skin, blue-eyed. It could be a tall white, that they really are tall. They really are flower white. they are supposed to be spiritual and want something for us in our evolution, which the government may or may not understand. But a lot of the abductees become confused on that. What do you want from me? And often the non-humans don't answer. But I have done 4 books, 2 of them over 100 pages with illustrations throughout, 4 documentaries just on the whole issue of UFOs, ETs, and abductees. And that some of the most powerful of all of them are interactions with military people on military bases, largely underground. So we're talking about different facets that the non-humans have of relating to humans on this planet. And I think now it's clear at least 2/3 might be deep underground. And it's the deep underground of our planet that answers the question, why doesn't everybody see? And then there are the issues of people who have had what they think was a really profound spiritual relationship, or at
Exactly.
least communication with the non-human, in which they seem to be stressing that something like the light, the physical light of the universe, and like the protonoia from 2000 years ago, that famous Greek book, central to the light phenomena, the thought is thought that dwells in the light.
Right.
The ETs that are trying to help us seem to be functioning in this universe on that level.
Mhm.
Others seem to be more biologically focused, and you can equate this that humans would be the same. We would have a whole variety of different tests. Over all of it, I think about, he was a sheriff. He was in south of Denver in another city. And he heard that I was talking with the sheriff up in northern Colorado. And instead of me trying to seek out, he called me. And he said, I understand that you have been talking with the sheriff up north, and everybody likes to keep names off in the world that I work in. We know who we're talking with, but we don't use them on phones.
Right.
And he said, I would like you to at least know that where I am in pastures about 2 hours south of the other sheriff, he said, we had a lot of reports from ranchers saying that they were seeing pulsing lights down in the field, something different. We didn't know what it was. And he said, I called up our local pilots and airport that we use to fly in the day. And I said, can we organize a flight at night? I would like to go. I want to bring a fellow law enforcement with me. Can we go up after dark so that we're not visible to anybody when we take off?
Mhm.
And they arranged it. And what he told me that day was, Linda, I was looking out the left rear window. The pilot, the colleague I brought in, and a support person for the pilot here on my right. So there's 4 of us. And it was very dark. And we're flying in the vicinity of where there had been a recent animal mutilation. And he said, I'm looking down because there are lights in the darkness. And all of a sudden, a circle, solid black, begins moving right toward where my window and door is on this Piper Cub sized plane. And it kept coming, and I yelled, and the pilot was also going like this to the man next to him. And he said this huge round craft came right up under, and they would be in the middle, and they could see that they could not see lights through an entire silhouette that was circular underneath their plane. And he said, have you ever had anybody report anything like that? I said, never. I've never heard. And he said, well, I have not been scared very much in my life, and I was scared. But Linda, they didn't do whatever they are. They didn't do anything. The instruments stayed. We kept flying. We were all shocked by what appeared because you could see the silhouette against the background. What did they want? Why were they here? We can't be afraid anymore. We've got to find out what this is. And that case has always been holding in my mind as one of the reasons why all of us on this planet, all of us, every single human, 8 billion, we deserve to be told the whole truth that governments know. And it will include, I'm certain, past, present, and future, long timelines that beings have been coming and going on this planet, basing inside of the moon, basing inside of our planet. Mm-hmm. But for us to not be told the truth as a species that is now 8 billion and growing seems to me to be some sort of an assault on the divine field.
Yeah.
And that those words, may the light that may the thought that dwells in the light be the interface that we will finally have between the intelligences and Earth.
Well, that's the point I think we should get to, or not should, but are getting to, whether they're good or bad, positive, negative. Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe it's the expansion of human consciousness, which is really what this whole day is about, that we have to look at ourselves and meet these beings somehow on an even playing field, knowing they're not greater than us. They may have more technology, more intelligence, but the light that's in us is equal to whatever life force is out there. So,
and the universe is built on light and photons,
right,
in many ways. It is the dark sea, the dark, cold sea that has been mentioned more than once to me by people in intelligence and government. What is it? But it cannot be greater than the light.
And it can't be greater than us. When I teach remote viewing, everyone realizes there's an immortal, non-local essence to who they are. That consciousness is beyond the body. And this is something I think my favorite line from John Mack was, and I use this on every show I talk about. He says, UFOs are like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That's us, the consciously impaired humans that have been dumbed down for whatever reason. But if we can raise people's consciousness by having this conversation today, then there won't be anything to be afraid of. Maybe we'll actually see them and the light of that we are in a positive frame where we're at an evolutionary crossroads where we're having this conversation because the government can no longer control the narrative. It's up to the experiencers and to everyone present here today to bring the truth out despite what denials governments are holding.
But I'd like to contribute here something really important for everybody to think about. When we want everything to be peaceful, we want everything to be evolutionary and supportive of humanity. Mm-hmm. Lou Elizondo and I were talking a few months ago about the fact that in his own house and yard, his wife and daughter, and I think he as well, saw the green orbs that have been reported throughout the UFO history for literally right almost from the beginning, probably going back to Himalayas in South America. There have been the spheres of light throughout human history, and that's probably one and the same. And Lou said that the orbs could come. He knew, because I had been reporting about orbs and colors, and do the color changes mean anything? And he said to me, we think the green are hostile. Well, if you went back 1, 2, 5, 7, 9 years, of my discussions with a lot of people in the abduction syndrome who have seen orbs in their house, you will hear that whatever was going on, they're there, they're alive, but something would happen between them and a green sphere that made them very upset or let's say alarmed by the green. But there were half a dozen other types. These are the kinds of subtleties and details that if your program and other programs, if we could get past not knowing the facts, if we could drown in all of the facts and volumes underneath the Pentagon and all of the places in the East Coast where there's vast volumes, then we might begin to see patterns in which this type seems to be helping. This type has concern. This type seems to be aggressive.
I think the pattern we see more is that the phenomenon is reflective of who we are. So if someone is in the military and wishing to defend or shoot down something, that's going to harness a negative response. It's what Ram Dass used to say, when a pickpocket meets a saint, all they see are their pockets. So whatever you're putting out there is coming back to you in the form of these light beings. That's my understanding. So we're all light beings. We're really all orbs of light. And that's what I think these things are showing up. So if you're negative about something, then you might get that reflection.
But it shouldn't be false innocence.
What does that mean?
I know people who have been hurt.
Okay.
I know medical doctors who have discovered missing fetuses.
Yeah.
There is a section, a layer in all of this that is quite alarming. It really is, and it doesn't go away. But what I have seen since 1979, and the very first time I went into a field with an animal that was so pristine, you can't even say it's gory because the cuts are precise. There's no blood, no tissue. And what is the next thing that happens in case after case after case with me and others? Why? Who would do this? Why? And if you jump to where we are at 2026, with remote viewers working for the NSA, CIA, DIA at the end of at least the 1990s, maybe a little bit before, in the work that they did that was never supposed to reach the public, but some of them have talked to a few of us. There's been, in my case, and I know it was with Jim Marrs. Jim and I were great friends. We compared all kinds of things. I miss him dearly. He was so correct on so many things. And one of the subjects that we talked about the most as a writer and a reporter, Jim would say, you know, that rancher that I sent you the photos on, he would send me photos where Jim was, where there was a rancher who had infrared, and they were getting a shape in photos that no one could see at the same time they were having animal mutilations. And that's why we were having these discussions. Well, what could be happening that the classic mutilation is an ear, eye, tongue, jaw flesh, genitals, and rectal cord out. Now, jump to Whitley Strieber in his last book. He's done a lot of research and he's hypothesizing that there is some sort of genetic program, whether it is to repair, add, take away. What is its goal? It might explain the 50 to 70 years of the same kinds of activities not stopping, which might be how the government finally can open this up without people being afraid. Because if we have medical and genetic explanations as a possibility, then the next phase of our relationship with ETs would be learning their technologies, which are advanced beyond ours in physics, while we might be helping them to survive. It may be one of those kinds of stories eventually.
Well, I think that is a good way to put out possibilities because, yeah, there's been a lot of negative effects and also some positive, you know that. So I don't know what it is in the person or those beings that decide that. Perhaps the mutilation program is connected to the hybrid
Yeah.
creation of these beings. I mean, we don't know at this point, but we can keep um, making some sense of this somehow, even though all the pieces of the puzzle are not here. So in wrapping up, Linda, what do you
And
want
truth.
to?
We need truth. Truth to
Yeah.
bias us, investigators, truth to bias the government, and so that we could start moving to be a planet that is telling the whole truth. So all humans learn at the same time. That's my prayer.
Okay, but what, yes, and that's what we need is truth. But what, after 47 years of being on the ground, making it your life, what can you leave people with now as a closing remark that maybe to give them hope, but to give the human species a chance that we can actually enter a bigger field of consciousness? That's my question to you.
I said it earlier from the protonoia because I think they are the truest and most important words that a human mind could keep as almost defense offense. That the thought that dwells in the light protects us forever.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Alan, and everybody.
You know, your passion and your intelligence and your openness, you've often said this is like a jigsaw puzzle, multi-layered jigsaw puzzle with like a house of mirrors with a quicksand moving floor where there's always a new piece. So we're so happy you're still on the job doing this, putting together the pieces, because what you've added to this community with your knowledge and your archives on Earth Files is a resource anyone can start to investigate and learn more about something that,
Thousands. We have
yeah,
thousands of reports.
yes, yes. And it's so important. And thank you, Linda. Any, well, we can still find you on Earth Files on YouTube. Anything else that you want to add before you sign off?
I just keep praying that the old enemies of the earth that are underground and have been in friction with surface countries in the Middle East, that it stop, that all of the violence stop. And I know it sounds like simple words, but if the entire planet would get to a point of more education about what we are in relationship to this universe, and that truth could begin to affect national and international policies, hopefully with more compassion for Homo sapien, not less. But getting past everything having to have violence as
Right.
the answer, that is what's going to defeat us, not wanting to learn about other extraterrestrial biological entities that were even here during World War II.
Yeah, we have to clean up our own act. We have to clean up who we are as human beings. And I think if we do, we'll be a better interactive species. You know, Stanton Friedman's favorite line was, "Who wants to be friends with a bunch of monkeys whose favorite pastime is tribal warfare?" And that's what we've been at. So let's clean up who we are on a higher level. Let's petition for disclosure. Let's know the truth, and let's not stop working, Linda, because there's a lot more that's here to know.
Change
So
it not as a planet of lies, but a planet of truth, always.
yes, thank you. You might want to stick around. The next segment is we're going to talk to experiencers, and maybe you have a comment to add about that. So Linda Moulton Howe, Earth Files investigator, reporter for Humankind. Thank you so much for being here today and being such a warrior for truth. And
Thank
one, we just bring in Holly Wood, and who's on the next upcoming panel. She's an experiencer, Linda, and there she is. Oh, that's Meredith. Sorry, Meredith is the next. Meredith and Richard and Holly. So anything you guys have to say as experiencers, Meredith, to Linda, before we just say goodbye to Linda for a moment? Do you have something to say?
Yeah. Greatly appreciate all the work that researchers and whistleblowers do. I think, you're putting yourself on the line to put yourself out there and dig and get this information out there. So for the experiencers who are kind of going through it, we appreciate the research you do.
Thank you.
Right.
God
Thank you. And
bless.
Yeah. Richard,
Yeah.
anything?
I was just going to say, catching the summing up there at the end, it was beautifully put. Thank you very much. I'm in full agreement with you. We should be working as a collective on this spaceship that we call Earth,
Right.
and working as a crew, united rather than divided. And so I think if we did that together, we could actually achieve a lot more and maybe grow a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Hang in there if you have comments later. I'm going to talk to these experiencers and add this level of conversation to the whole day discussion. Thank you so much, Linda, for being here. So I'll start with you, Meredith, okay? Is that good? Okay, I'll just
I'm
do
going to share my... Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just do a quick introduction to let people know you're a writer, professor, registered nurse who's focused on UAP and anomalous experiences and consciousness. And your Substack, The Maze of Metanoia, uses unusual experiences like UAP encounters and threshold states to explore transformation and challenges of living with experience outside our cultural frameworks. I think that's so important, because how do you integrate this into a culture that makes it unacceptable? So you're also writing your first book and a narrative fiction about a lifelong impact of carrying extraordinary experiences in silence. So what I also like about your Substack is that you go into the consciousness level, how these what I read in one of it, it's these experiences are symbolic in a sense of deeper layers of existence that we already exist on. So, okay, Meredith, please share with us your insights for about 10 minutes, and then we'll bring Richard in and do a panel discussion about all this. Thank you.
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Please.
All right. So my name's Meredith Spearman. I write Maze to Metanoia on Substack. I am also a nurse and an experiencer. So thank you for letting me present Carrying the Impossible on Initiation, Silence, and What Disclosure Owes the Witnesses. So I have had a contact experience. I've had it since I was 8 years old. And for the first 30 years of my life, that sentence never made it out of my mouth in a room like this. I grew up in a house where I was not safe. I had learned to take up very little space. The window in my bedroom was the only place in that house that asked nothing from me. One night I did something I had never done before. I called out, and not to anyone in particular, to whatever was out there. I felt invisible in the pain, and I called out to be seen within it. Something crossed the sky and stopped, flat in a way that defied physics, moving with what I can only describe as intention. And when it was directly above me, the boundary between the thing I was looking at and the child doing the looking dissolved. I was looking up into the light. I was also at the same moment looking down from inside it. Both were equally and completely true. Whatever had come had not come to show itself to me from a distance. It had come to meet me in a place where the subject and the object no longer sat on opposite sides of the encounter. The contact was mutual in a way I still do not have adequate language for. Whatever came through that night was careful with me, but I wasn't the first person in my family this happened to. The phenomenon runs through family lines, and so does the silence around it. What I inherited wasn't just the experience, it was the architecture of not speaking about it, the learned understanding passed down without words that there was no room for this. So for 30 years, I carried it alone, and then I made a different choice. I started writing, I started saying it out loud, and not because the professional risk disappeared, but because, like Ellie Arroway in the movie Contact, sitting before a congressional committee with no evidence, facing every rational pressure to walk away from what she knew, I couldn't. because I can't. The experience changed me. To disown it would be to disown myself. And I'm not alone in this. The person across the dinner table from you may be carrying the same thing. Experiencers are everywhere, and they are one of the most underserved populations in any conversation about this phenomena. So, what does the experience actually do? Because I think this is where the field really gets stuck. So, we keep asking, what are these things? And that's a really valuable question, but I think it's not the only one. The question this panel here is trying to explore is, what do these contact experiences do to the person having them? So, when you look across encounter types, whether we're talking about UAP contact, near death experiences, spontaneous mystical states, the outputs tend to be strikingly consistent. The anthropologist Arnold van Gennep spent his career mapping the structure of threshold crossings across cultures, and what he found was a four-stage pattern that the experiencer literature keeps confirming regardless of encounter type: dissolution of prior self concept, forced epistemological revision, expanded relational awareness, and permanent ontological shift. This is not the structure of a hallucination, it's the structure of initiation. The Western alchemical tradition, from medieval Europe through the Renaissance and into Carl Jung, had a phrase for what this kind of experience does: solve et coagula, dissolve and coagulate. Break the old form down before the new one can take shape. What looks like disruption is the first stage of transformation, but only if there is a container strong enough to hold the dissolution. So, before we get to what those containers used to look like historically, I want to mention one thing that the literature keeps pointing towards that changes what we mean by container entirely. Kierkegaard wrote that life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. That is the most accurate description I have of what the 30 years after my encounter felt like. I was living something I could not yet read. And what I've come to understand, reading other experiencer literature across traditions and across centuries of testimony, is that what I experienced at the window was not the phenomena showing itself to me from a distance. It was reciprocity, not exchange, but a recognition. We send signals into the dark, and the dark sends us back to ourselves. The strangeness of the other is the instrument by which something intimate about you becomes visible. And this is not my interpretation alone. Multiple researchers working independently across different cultures and populations arrived to similar conclusions. The encounters appear calibrated to what the experiencer can hold within consciousness. Jenny Randles, who spent decades in the field, put it this way: the consciousness of the witness is the focal point of the UFO encounter, not the craft, but the receiver. So, what did initiation containers look like? Outside Athens on the coast of the Saronic Gulf, there was a town called Eleusis, and for nearly 2,000 years, it was the site of the most significant initiatory tradition the Western world has ever produced. Plato was initiated here, Cicero, Marcus Aurelius. The initiates descended into the darkness. They took the kykeon, a ritual drink now believed to contain naturally occurring psychedelic compounds. They encountered something that reorganized their relationship to consciousness and to death. And surrounding all of it was preparation, ritual, and the mystigogoi, guides who were not chosen because of their credentials, but because they had also crossed that threshold. The mysteries were designed to show the limits of reason, to take the philosophical mind to the edge of what it could hold and let the encounter do the rest. Cicero wrote that it gave him not only a reason to live with joy, but to die with better hope. We've kept that philosophy, but we've discarded the chamber. But Eleusis wasn't an anomaly. It was one instance of a pattern that appears anywhere serious traditions live near those thresholds. The anthropologist Mircea Eliade documented across Siberian, Central Asian, and indigenous American traditions that future shamans rarely choose the path. The path chooses them, often through illness or crisis, or an encounter that arrives without invitation and cannot be unexperienced. What distinguishes the shaman from the person who simply breaks under the same experience is not the experience itself, it's what surrounds them: the community, the elders, the container that allows the crisis to become transformation rather than collapse. Without the container, the same experience produces a broken person, but with it, it produces someone who can walk between worlds on behalf of others. The philosopher Charles Taylor calls the modern Western self buffered, sealed against the encounter, its inner life private property. Anything that arrives from the outside is automatically suspect. But the porous self, on the other hand, is open to presences that exceed the individual. It is a precondition for the kind of contact these experiences require. The West didn't lose these encounters, it lost the architecture for receiving them. And I want to use an analogy here because I think it makes the argument more precise than language alone. A cylinder viewed from directly above looks like a circle. From the side, it's a rectangle. Both observers are completely right. Neither is hallucinating, neither is limited by poor perception. They're seeing genuinely different, accurate dimensions of the same object. Now, this might sound a lot like the blind man and the elephant, and it isn't. And I think that distinction matters here because in that story, every groping in the dark, building a false picture from the incomplete contact. The moral is about humility. A lesson, but that's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing is that neither observer is wrong. The problem isn't the quality of the observation. The problem is whether your database only contains circle reports. Because if all you ever have is circles, no matter how many circles you accumulate, no matter how rigorously you study them, you will never reconstruct the cylinder. You cannot add your way to the side view. You have to change the position of the observer. And that is the epistemological problem in the field. The map is incomplete, and not because observers are wrong, but because we've been taking reports from too narrow a range of positions. Who speaks shapes what we can see. But this problem has already been solved in a very different domain. So for most of human history, medicine dismissed pain. There aren't scans for suffering. Women's pain was dismissed at higher rates than men's. An entire century of structural disbelief. I personally have seen these dismissals in medical charts, and I know what that mechanism looks like from the inside. And it's the same mechanism that's operating in the UFO field. The same populations told their testimonies less credible, and the same structural dismissal. But then medicine made a choice. Pain became the fifth vital sign. We trained clinicians to believe their patients, not because we could prove the pain from the outside the body, but because we understood that the prior question, is this person experiencing something real, could be answered without settling the harder question of what was causing it. The silence does not reflect the rarity of these experiences, it reflects the effectiveness of the architecture surrounding them. An analogy asks you to notice a resemblance, but a precedent tells you it's already been done. The pain argument is not an analogy, it is a precedent. So here is what applying that precedent actually looks like. Two questions we routinely collapse into one. The ontological question of what is the status of this experience in external verifiable reality? And the empathy question, did this person experience this? Does it deserve witness regardless of what I can confirm? The second can be answered without settling the first. And here's what we already know about this. Nobody has ever produced proof of love. No instrument can measure it. There's no controlled study. And yet we don't tell somebody who's lost the love of their life that before they are permitted to mourn, they need a corroborating account. The most significant experiences in human life are not provable, and we have never once required that they be until this category of experience. The demand for proof isn't epistemology. It's a loyalty oath to a version of reality that was always incomplete. Failing to answer the empathy question is the violence of demanding that experience justify itself before it receives recognition. And that demand is not neutral. It is a cost the experiencer community pays entirely alone. And I know what that cost pays. So I want to take a minute just to speak directly to the experiencers for a moment, because I know what it's like to start that sentence and stop. I see you guys creating safe spaces. I see the support groups, the Substacks, the late night phone calls. I see you making your art, your paintings. I see you trying to put language around something language wasn't built for. Keep doing it. Keep making the rooms. Keep speaking your truth. But use discernment. Not every voice in this space deserves your trust, but do not let the noise make you small. You are not a data point. You are not a case study. You are not a liability in someone else's credibility calculation. You are the primary witness to one of the most significant phenomena in human history. The field needs your voices at the table. Whistleblowers came forward and took professional risk. Scientists published in hostile environments. And the experiencer community has been doing the same thing with less protection and less recognition for decades. Who speaks shapes what we can see. And the map is incomplete without you. So disclosure without the experiencer problem addressed is disclosure that abandons its own witnesses. The experiences are not rare. The rooms to hold them are. So build the room. Thank you.
Wow. That is it's actually very touching. I mean, you've hit some beautiful points. Thank you, Meredith. That was Meredith Spearman. And I think all of it is very important, and we're going to discuss it after everyone does a presentation. Thank you so much for hitting some key points, Meredith, for this community of people. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah. So I'm going to introduce Holly Wood here. Thank you for making it, Holly. I know you had it was a bit much getting on the call, but we're so thankful you're here. You're known as that UAP girl. You're in Britain as a UAP researcher and writer in Northern England, and you create spaces for witnesses, sort of what Meredith was saying, to share their experiences and what it's like to really encounter this phenomenon. You focus on conscious psychology and spirituality, and you're known for working with human-initiated contact events. Maybe you could talk about that. And you encourage audiences to view consciousness as central to understanding UFO phenomena. I think that's why we're all here, but I think we may have lost Hollywood for a moment. She's having difficulty getting on and off the call. So that's her introduction. And there you are, Holly. Are you with us? Okay. Can you speak? But you have to unmute something on your end. No, nothing yet. Why don't you figure, I'm not hearing you over here, but why don't you figure that out? Why don't you work in the green room, and I'll introduce Richard, or do you have it now, Holly?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. I'll introduce Richard after. Okay. It's all yours, Holly. Go ahead.
Wow.
I know.
What a trip that has been. But hello, thank you so much for having me. I think the phenomenon's been quite at work for the past 15 minutes. I've had every technical challenge you could get, but perseverance, we are here. So yes, my name's Holly, and I'm so grateful to be here for this wonderful event. And I'll dive straight into it, albeit a little frazzled. So what if the phenomenon isn't just something we are observing, but something that really is responding to us? Most conversations about UAP begin from a distance. They ask what we are, where they come from, and we ask whether they're real. But for some of us, it becomes personal. It stops being about observation and becomes about experience. And that really does matter. Because at the centre of all of this is people, and people absolutely matter. Not as an afterthought, not as something that can be explained away, but as a critical part of understanding what is actually going on. But the moment you have a direct experience, the framework shifts. You are no longer looking at something, you are inside it. But for me, this didn't start as an idea, it started as an experience. I was 8 years old, sat in the eye of the ancient white horse, which was carved into the chalk hills of in Wiltshire. And I remember looking up and seeing 3 orange orbs. At that age, though, you don't really have a language for it. You definitely don't have context, but you don't have a need to explain it. You simply just experience it. But what stayed with me wasn't just what I saw, it was how it felt. Now, it didn't feel distant, it didn't feel random, it felt present and it felt aware. This moment didn't stay just in my childhood, it has followed me throughout my life to this day, and I still experience interaction. But it's not an easy path, because being an experiencer isn't just about a moment you can point to, it's something you carry, and it shapes how you move through the world. You notice things differently, you question more deeply, and you start to see how limited some of our current explanations can be. And at times, that can feel very isolating because you're holding on to something that feels completely real to you, but doesn't necessarily fit into the world around. So you learn to filter what you say, and you learn who you can speak to and who you can't. But sometimes you just don't speak at all. But alongside that, there's also expansion and a sense that reality might be bigger than we've been actually taught. That consciousness might not be confined in the way we assume, but that, well, for me, can be both unsettling but deeply meaningful. And this is where the experiencer dimension really matters, because experiencers, we're not looking for attention, we're looking for understanding, trying to make sense of something that doesn't yet perhaps have a clear framework. So when we talk about meaning and conclusions in the experiencer dimension, this is what I've come to understand. First, these experiences are real in their impact. Regardless of explanation, they affect people psychologically, emotionally, and sometimes very spiritually in really lasting ways. Psychologically, they challenge perception, identity, and how we define reality. Emotionally, it can bring awe and curiosity, but also confusion and, certainly in my case, isolation. And spiritually, it raises questions about meaning and connection and whether there is something more to our existence. And at the centre of all of this is consciousness, because I don't think consciousness is just something we have. I think it is something that we are part of. Now, like I have many times, if you look across experiencer accounts, you do see something consistent. It involves perception, it involves awareness, because encounters are not always purely physical. Sometimes they involve a sense of communication that also doesn't follow normal language. So we have to ask, are we observing something external, or are we interacting with something itself through consciousness itself? Now, I certainly don't sit here with all my technical problems today having the answers, but I do think we have to take that question very seriously. Because if consciousness is involved, as I very much suspect it is, then this is not just a technological mystery, it's a relational one. It suggests that the experiencer is not just a witness, but part of the event. And this is where, for me, the gap becomes very clear. Because right now, I feel there was very little support for people going through this. People are left to process these experiences with the phenomena often on their own, caught between curiosity and the fear of being dismissed, the stigma, no clear frameworks, very inconsistent language, and very little safe spaces. Experiences do deserve safe spaces because no one should really have to process something this profound alone. But this isn't just anecdotal. If you look at the work from the Unhidden Foundation, which their review on the potential health effects associated with UAP exposure, you start to see something really, really important. There are reported physiological responses, neurological patterns, and psychological impacts linked to these encounters. Not definite answers, but enough to show that something real is being experienced. And what stands out the most, there is still no clear system for how people, like myself, many experiences, are supported. And that really matters. Because when people can't speak about what they've experienced, they often internalize it. They question themselves, they doubt themselves, and carry something that feels very real with few places and spaces to take it to. But for me, that has become a real responsibility because I kept seeing people were having such profound experiences with the phenomena and not knowing where to go. So instead of waiting for the world to catch up, I built a space for it called Project Nano. And what that does, it exists to do three things: to discover, to discuss, discover so people can access information and importantly, realize they're not alone. Discuss so experiences can be explored openly and understood collectively. And disclose because without openness, this conversation stays very fragmented. And for me, that's where the opportunity is. Because if we can create spaces where experiences, people feel free to speak, we don't just support them, we start to build a much needed understanding. The more we create space for these conversations, the closer I believe we get to understanding them. And when you bring all of this together, the experiencer dimension, the psychological impact, the heavy emotional weight, even the spiritual questions, and the role of consciousness, you start to see something more complete. And as the great and wonderful Jacques Vallée has said, the UFO phenomenon cannot be compartmentalized. It touches every part of human knowledge, and that includes us. Because it's absolutely not just a scientific question. It's a human one. So we can't keep just looking up at the sky. We really have to be willing to look at ourselves. Thank you.
Fantastic. That is another amazing, amazing analysis. I'm really excited about the upcoming discussion that we're going to have when Richard finishes his presentation. But I think you hit a lot of key points within the experiencer community, and it's valuable what you've said. So I'm just going to introduce Richard Monk. Thanks for being here. Richard actually is part of the UAPedia staff. And Richard, that was pretty impressive so far, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and I'm intrigued. I was deliberately holding off listening to both of your experience stories until I got together with you today. So yeah, would you like me to?
I'll introduce you. You can talk about your experiences, and then we will have a discussion among all of us to see what direction forward we can go in. So Richard Monk from the UK is a writer, researcher, and focuses on UAP and high strangeness for UApedia.ai. You're a director of photography at Dartmoor episodes of Legendary Seekers and conduct field experiments with the Center of Fortean, as in Charles Fort, Zoology. And your memoir, The Cartography of High Strangeness, I didn't know about that, explores a lifelong anomalous experiences and considers the phenomena as an ongoing curriculum, drawing insights from Harper, Keel, Vallée, Wago, and Kripal. Those are some of my favorites too. So Richard, share with us your experiences and fill in the conversation, then we'll all talk about it. So thank you.
Certainly, yeah. Thanks very much for having me on. I'm not usually used to speaking to an audience like this, so it's a great opportunity. I used to think some of the stranger elements of my life were just strange, but never really seemingly interlinked. And then I read a fantastic book called Fourth Wall Phantoms by Joshua Cutchin. And as I'm reading through this book, I was presented with not one, but three different explanations for some of the weird things that have happened in my life. The first I was presented with whilst reading this book was an account about Terence McKenna seeing a UFO in the Amazon basin. What he saw was an interesting UFO, but it seemed like a relic from the 1950s. I'm sitting in bed reading this book and my jaw dropped. Terence McKenna, UFO, looks like a saucer from the 1950s. As I say, my mouth dropped and it took me back to my childhood. I'll be honest, I've thought about this many times before, but actually being presented with a piece of work by Terence McKenna, having a similar experience to what I had, was enough to get pique my interest, shall we say. Terence McKenna's encounter occurred on the Amazon basin. Mine was not on the Amazon basin. It was as far from the Amazon basin as you can probably get. 1980, I was nine and a half years old. I lived in the northeast of England. I lived in a town called Washington, and I went to a school. It was a Victorian school called Fatfield. And it was just a regular spring morning, early spring in 1980. I'm out in the playground playing around. And for some reason, I look up into the sky. And as I'm looking into the sky, it's a nice blue sky, clouds, and I'm looking at this cloud. And beneath this cloud, so if you can imagine looking up, seeing a cloud, looking at the bottom of it and moving to the left-hand side of the cloud effectively. And there behind this cloud, slightly obscured because the cloud was in the way, was a flying saucer. I can't call it a UFO. I've never been able to kind of identify it as a UFO, only because I could see exactly what it was. And that's what really confused me. This is 1980. If you ask me what my favorite movie was in 1980, it was bound to be Star Wars. Maybe I would have thrown in some Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, or Buck Rogers. I wasn't really one for watching 1950s sci-fi movies. But what I was presented with in full glorious battleship grey was a flying saucer. It looked, as I discovered much later on in life, rather like a Damsky's flying saucer. It was bell-shaped, it had a dome on the top, it had portholes, looked like portholes. It was slightly tilted back from me, so I couldn't quite see the full effect of the bottom, but I could make out there was 3 classic domes. Look at any sci-fi movie from the 50s, that's what you're going to see. And that's what confused me. I wasn't expecting to see that. I certainly wasn't expecting to see a relic from the 1950s, not on a school day looking into the sky. There was a girl standing close next to me. I turned round to her, stopped looking at the sky. I don't know how long I was looking at it for, but it was there and I'm watching it. But then I slowly turned away from it to this girl right next to me and said, "I've just seen a flying saucer." Her words back to me verbatim were, "No, you haven't." I looked back up to where I expected it to be, and it was gone. The cloud was still there, but the flying saucer wasn't. Now that confused me. It being 1980, you don't go running to school teachers and say, "Look, I've just seen a flying saucer." To the best of my knowledge, nobody else saw it, especially that girl standing next to me. What do you do with that information when you're a child? I sat on that for a very, very long time until one day I read Passport to Magonia by Jack Valet. And there's an account in there. There's actually more than one account, actually. But there's an account in there where there's somebody seeing a flying saucer or some craft, and the person next to them doesn't. So that was kind of helpful to a certain extent, but also being aware of this through reading this book, Fourth Wall Phantoms by Joshua Cutchin, kind of really rammed it home to me. I never thought at any moment what I saw was unique, because obviously other people are seeing flying saucers. I just never got my head round it as to why it was there. And quite honestly, I have always wondered, did I imagine it, or was it really there? And then later on in life, having read numerous books on this subject, mostly the nuts and bolts aspect of things, but again, being introduced to stuff like Passport to Begonia by Jacques Vallée or Operation Trojan Horse by John Keel, you're presented with this notion that it could actually be both. What I'm seeing is something I could be potentially manifesting. I wouldn't have understood that at the age of 9.5, but I'm slowly starting to understand it now. Don't ask me for any answers, but I'm truly understanding that there is a lot more to understand about this. And that was it. That was my UFO encounter. And if that's all there ever was, that would have been amazing. But I'm carrying on reading this book. And the next thing I encounter as part of my strange life, or what I've always thought were just kind of strange little aspects of it, but strange nonetheless, but never really interlinked, was the discovery that those people who often have childhood imaginary friends go on to have UFO encounters, UAP encounters in later life. And again, my mouth drops open, my jaws further open. And that really that really threw me. Only because I had a childhood imaginary friend when I was little. From the age of, let's say from whatever I was to the age of 4, I had an imaginary friend. His name was Nicholas. Nicholas followed me everywhere, apparently. It's a good job having parents. You can ask them these questions and interrogate them for such information. Very handy. So, according to my parents, Nicholas came everywhere. So much so that if we went to a cinema, my mother would insist I would not mention Nicholas because she refused to pay extra money for a child who, as far as she was concerned, was imaginary. He used to always have a place set at dinner, which I've subsequently discovered is quite a common theme with people who actually have childhood imaginary friends. There aren't that many people I've interrogated or questioned about this, only 5, myself included. But funnily enough, all 5 of us have had UFO encounters. And funnily enough, most of the 5 would have always ensured that their parents laid a place at the table for their imaginary friend. One of the most amusing aspects of this this childhood imaginary friend, Nicholas, and it was a tale often told to me by my parents as I was growing up, however, comes in handy at this point in my life, is the fact that Nicholas was sitting with me on a bus one day when I was about 3. It was a long seat at the front of the bus. Nicholas is sitting next to me, obviously unbeknownst to anybody else. A lady comes on the bus and sits down next to me. That poor lady, I really do feel sorry for her. Sorry if I could tell you that now. I bawled that bus down. I cried, I screamed, I was doing all sorts, the way a 4-year-old or 3-year-old could only do. That poor woman apparently jumped up off her seat and ran to the back of the bus, thinking she'd sat on me. Turns out I was crying because she'd sat on Nicholas. So albeit that Nicholas is an imaginary friend, he took up a real space in my life. And he was there. And what does that have to do with the phenomenon? What does that actually have to do with anything, really? And I'm still trying to work this out. But I'm on a path of investigation. There are those that believe childhood imaginary friends are a daimon. They're the higher soul, the one that guides us. The science behind that could say it's the non-dominant brain, the side of the brain, which deals in symbols, interacting with the verbal side of the brain. It takes the romance out of it slightly, but mystics and scientists have been coming at this from different points of view. And looking at the same answer. So whether you've got a lab coat or a gown, they are looking at this phenomenon in its own particular way, and they're looking for the same answers. So who knows what this is and how it may link in. But the interesting part for me was always that those people who had these imaginary friends do have UFO encounters in further life. Not everybody apparently who has a UFO encounter has an imaginary friend, but it's something worth bearing in mind. So if any of you did have a childhood imaginary friend at an early age, have you had a UFO encounter? Let me know. So that was an interesting aside, and I'm currently looking into the aspects of the daimon and seeing where that sort of fits in with the higher elements of the phenomenon. But the third bit, and the most interesting bit, apart from these two really interesting, fascinating bits, was the next bit in Joshua Cutchin's book about near-death experiences, NDEs. And again, my mouth is further open. It's so wide open at this point, I could not believe it. Near-death experiences. I've never really studied them, even though I had one of my own. And I'll come on to that in a moment. It's not something I've really explored because my own experience, I came away from it at the time with a certain amount of, should we say, disappointment or embarrassment behind it. I'll explain why. It was many years ago. How do I put this in case my mother's watching? I was voyaging where Timothy Leary liked to voyage, and it would be what we call a heroic event. I was with some friends. We were all fairly well-seasoned psychonauts, and this occasion happened. I'll spare you the details, but hours passed, and then some more hours passed, probably some more hours passed. And then before bed kicks in and before you could finally get to sleep in those states, it's always nice to put on a movie, chill out, try and get yourself back into some sort of semblance of reality before trying to trying to get to sleep. Often my favorite movie of choice would be Woodstock. I've traveled there so many times into those various states. But on this particular occasion, I chose to watch Gentlemen Broncos. It's a slightly obscure film. It's definitely worth watching if you've never seen it. It's directed by Jared Hess, and it's the second movie he made after Napoleon Dynamite. That aside, very funny movie. I'm settling down to watch this, curled up on the couch with a blanket, cup of coffee in front of me, and a Jaffa cake. Now, Jaffa cakes, for those of you who don't live in the UK, are essentially, there's an argument, are they a cake or are they a biscuit or cookie? Essentially, they're a sponge with some jam in the middle and there's chocolate on the top. That's effectively what they are. Britain's most best-selling biscuit, effectively. And they're not normally known for their spiritual powers. However, on this particular occasion, I think maybe the combination of all three may have had something to do with it. I'm sitting there watching this amusing film. It is very funny. I cannot overemphasize how funny it was. So funny, in fact, I'm laughing, and I went quiet. Next thing I know, one of my friends is sitting on top of my back. My back hurts like heck. It really does. My cup of coffee is strewn across the room. I don't know what even happened to the Jaffa cake. What has happened? I said, looking around on my friend who's on my back. Why does this hurt so much? You went blue. You were quiet. We looked over. You had literally turned blue. Oh, I said. Disappointing. What had happened? Now, in the time that I'd stopped laughing and turned blue and then came back again, something else had happened. Now, when you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't know. And I think that's generally a good rule in life. And at the time, I didn't know. But what I do now know is somewhat different. What I experienced, and when I say I, there wasn't an I, there wasn't Richard Monk, I didn't exist. But what was left was this sensation of nothingness, just pure nothingness. But when I say nothing, it didn't feel like a void. All it was a comforting, loving embrace. It was so beautiful, yet so nothing. It didn't really make sense at the time. And I came back out of this. I don't know how long I was in there for, because it felt eternal, and I could have been in there moments, but it felt so much more. And what I meant when I mentioned this earlier was what I felt a slight disappointment was, everyone talks about a big white light and maybe going down a tunnel and you get to another end and there you see your granny and your favorite dog. None of that happened for me. I just had nothing, but it was a loving nothing, but it was still a nothing. And I didn't really have an understanding of that. And then again, presented with this information in this book, I thought, oh gosh, I'm going to have to read some more extra books on the subject of near-death experiences. Because what I'd actually experienced, according to this book and according to subsequent reading, was the pleroma. This all-encompassing being, this all-encompassing void of nothingness. And it, lo and behold, described exactly what I've experienced. So this book, it's a fantastic book. Once again, I do recommend Joshua Cutchin's Fourth Wall Phantoms, but it's a very helpful book. He's full of notes and bibliographies. So I'm there at the back of the book, scribbling around, looking for books on near-death experiences. So it took me down various avenues, such as Eric Wargo's Time Loops, which was one in particular interesting one to explore. And in that, that notion that in my near-death experience, I could have actually reached out and been that person who instigated my own UFO encounter and been in part being my own childhood imaginary friend. I can't prove that, but it's an interesting exploration to do so. So that's kind of what I've experienced in the briefest of nutshells. And I think I'll just kind of nicely wrap it up there. So that's kind of me to a point. Anyway, that's a condensed version of me. Anyway,
I think all of it has to be considered: the imaginary friend, the psychedelics, the near death. These are aspects that are now being integrated into our culture very slowly. We're at the edge of defining new realities, which is what we're really all talking about. So to get back to the actual contact phenomena, I'll start with you, Holly. There seems to be something I would call epidemic going on, and we are on the outside of a cultural acceptance, but something has to shift in order to include our population into the interface of this larger reality. I mean, how do us propose we start to make an impact? Is it what Meredith said, just having discussions, or do you have a plan, Hollywood, for this?
Hopefully my technology is still working and we're here. We are for now, fingers crossed. I think really strongly, Alan, that and I know Meredith and I share this, that having dialogue in the right places and spaces with everyday folk is really important. Janet and John, who live at number 72 on Drury Lane, that might not even comprehend that we are not alone, may not have even stood forward to accept the reality of this entire thing. So I think it's really important that we
we lost her. She got zapped by the beings, I guess, but she'll be back. So Meredith, why don't you pick up on that and just say, yeah, I think she's saying they might not be ready for the average Q public, but we, from what you've discussed, oh wait, Holly, you want to finish
it's
that?
The phenomena is strongly at work with me today. I cannot look at technology without it going kaput. I just feel it's really, really important that we have real strong conversations. And those of us that are experiencers and those of us that have dealt with the phenomenon, we're able to take these big topics and we're able to bring them into the everyday zeitgeist and have conversations with people and make it more accessible. You know, we watch Star Trek, we watch Star Wars, we watch all of these things. I believe for the past, however long, a lot of the kind of stuff that's been in the media has been part of a slow acclimation process anyway. But I do feel that we as experiencers and those of us versed in this topic can really handhold people as they come to the proposition that we're not alone. And yes, it is a little unsettling. Yes, it can be worrying, but it also allows us to think bigger about our actual place in this cosmos. And how wonderful is that we could be part of something much bigger than ourselves. And I just think dialogue is where we start that, and taking the stigma away from little green men and flying saucers and you're a bit kooky. No, we're not. We're ordinary people that have had an extraordinary experience. So the reduction in stigma starts with conversation and making that accessible. And we're kind of on that journey. So that's my response.
That's excellent. I think it's very important people hear this. And I'm going to go to Meredith, where it's like you're talking about initiations, Meredith, on a personal, but are we in a planetary humankind initiation? You get Representative Luna talking about interdimensional beings. You get Tim Burchett saying, well, this is going to alarm the public. But it seems to me, from what you've said about the personal initiations, we're in a global initiation of the human species, would you say?
If you talk to a lot of experiencers, a lot of people had this kind of initial experience or kind of like an awakening to their experience, either in the years like 2018 or 2021. So we see a lot of people very recently are starting to kind of say, hey, yeah, no, I had some weird stuff happen to me as a kid. And it is strange that those things are kind of happening in sequence now, that we're seeing more people kind of collectively come to those realizations. I will say, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what the answer is. And I think if anybody tells you they know, I think you should be suspicious. But I think coming to the phenomena with that kind of like Bayesian reasoning, saying, what's my confidence score on this? Like, I personally do not think this is nuts and bolts at all. I think that's a tiny component of it. But I'm not going to say it's impossible and that I'm confused, right? But I think this idea that multiple people are having these experiences and that there's some sort of coordinated effort behind that, I don't think that that's impossible. I think that we're seeing a lot of experience. I would say follow the pattern. What does it mean?
I think it means that we are in a global initiation. I mean, and that may take 200 years. We may be at the leading edge or somewhere in there, but something's changing for humanity. Richard, I believe those are not imaginary friends. I used to see beings at the window. So how do we start to believe in our own solid experience and not buy the collective narrative that, oh, you're crazy, you're making this up? I mean, is there a way we can change it for ourselves? I think you talked about that too, Meredith. But what do you say about, for you, Richard? I believe you. I believe all that's true. And how do you convince yourself and others that it is?
It's a difficult one, to be perfectly honest. And for years, I've sat on it because I never really had a frame of reference in which I could explain my own encounter. Like, why am I seeing a 50 saucer in my own 9.5-year-old mind? And I never fully understood that. And like I say, when you get introduced to the works of, say, Valet or Keel, etc., where they do explore the notion that actually the phenomenon requires somebody to observe it, the observer and the phenomenon are part and parcel of the same thing. You know, it's a subtle impact, because I whilst looking at these things that I would consider random until fairly recently, you look at the common thread. It's subtle. It's not the landing on the White House lawn. It's the personal transformation of the self. And it's one thing I didn't touch on my NDE. When I was sort of coming out of that, I had this amazing sensation that I've needed to change my dietary habits. So, and I became vegan. I'm not going to sort of get evangelical on that, but equally, it was a big change for me, and it's been a change that stayed with me ever since. And prior to that, I would never have considered it, but it didn't feel like a. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. It didn't feel like what? Sorry.
It didn't feel like that when you say read the Flip by Jeffrey Kripal. Some people have these massive changes, and I felt what I've experienced has always been that little bit more subtle. It's been guiding. If it's going to guide me, it's been letting me make my own choices, or at least steering me slowly in directions I should be going into to explore.
Well, that's the comment I was going to make. It seems like there is an upgrade. I mean, Linda talked about some, unfortunate experiences, but I do think in general, this is an upgrade of the individual and the collective. Do you think so, Meredith, from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the actual data, people who've had these experiences vastly say that it was positive, that they've gone through transformation and growth. Even people who had these completely uninvited experiences, or they were scary at first, they'll still in mass report that it was positive in the end, that they had some sort of growth through it. And so when you look at those patterns, it does look like an initiatory process, that you're kind of going into the darkness, you're going into something new, but you're coming out with a new knowledge or a new understanding of your reality. So I would definitely say I do think that there is something positive here. I see that in most experiencers, and I think we just really need to look at the phenomenological data, that lived experience that the experiencers are having, instead of relying solely on objective data.
Well, there's a comment in the chat by, I think, Marika, who say, we, the people, are initiating disclosure in the sense that we can't wait for the government to say, guess what, we have company. It's coming forward, not being ashamed of, I'm an experiencer, and I wouldn't talk about it for a while, even though I was into Star Trek and wanted to be an astronaut and everything like that. But now, with enough discussion, I think you said, with enough, it's okay to talk about, to share it. More people are having these experiences with. I'm not particularly a plant medicine person, but they do open people up, like the mysteries of Eleusis, to these other realities. And there's an influx of, I've called my show New Realities. There's an influx of new realities that we are just going to have to contend with as a human race. And this is sort of on the forefront. So I think we are, I keep saying we're hitting a threshold point, but what is going to take us over that threshold, Richard, if you could imagine? Is it a world event? Is it a planetary awakening? What will...
A world event, would people actually fully believe it? This is the problem in this day and age. But I do think those of us, not necessarily me personally, but those experiences, though, that have had this ontological shock early on are going to be better placed to help those the, the majority later on down the line. Once disclosure happens, we've had these experiences, we've learned from them, we've grown from them, and we've got maybe something to offer. So, having this opportunity to kind of talk about this, if it gives another person a voice to come forward and say, I've had my own encounters, and then the more people that come forward, because it's not unique, it happens to people on a regular basis. And yeah, let's not hide behind it. Let's talk about it and say, hey, we're not alone.
Yeah, Jeffrey Kripal talking about ontological shock, and maybe Tara will jump in here because she wrote a paper on it. He says, if there's no such ontological shock, there can be no real reckoning with the experience. That's Jeffrey Kripal. So maybe I think the world is in for a rude awakening at some point in the near future. From you just listen to what some of the members of Congress are saying, it's like, we're not ready for it. But guess what? We have to be ready for this, because it's like Linda was saying, it's too late for lies. We need to be told the truth and validate our experience and realize that humanity can wake up into this other level of possibility that we've been kept from. I think that's what's so important about the way you're writing about it, Meredith, is from this initiated point of awakening a greater consciousness. Would you say?
Yes. Yeah. The contact experience is in itself painful because you are isolated. It is a one-on-one experience. You are the sole person going down into the darkness and coming back up. It is a journey. It follows the hero's journey, right? Like, you're coming back with this knowledge and you're trying to share that knowledge with other people. And it mirrors kind of like Plato's allegory of the cave, right? You go out, you see the sun, and you're trying to come back in and you're trying to tell people, hey, there's more to this than we think. And more often than not, people have a lot of backlash to that. But I do think that, experiencers will be at the forefront of this when it does come to be a very public issue.
Right. I mean, Edgar Mitchell said it's the experiencer, the contact experience, that's going to help us understand what consciousness really is. So we keep talking about this thing called consciousness, Richard, but how do we define it? How do we define the consciousness of the normal human and the abnormal or the ultra normal or the ultra supernatural experience? I mean, how would you go about doing that, Richard?
Nice, easy question there. Thank you, Alan. It's one philosophers have been trying to answer for a very long time, and I'm certainly desperately trying to figure that one out myself. What is consciousness? I think the universe is a conscious entity, and I think we've lost that. Mystics have been talking about this for thousands of years. One of the things I discovered when I started exploring the idea of consciousness and the UFO phenomenon was how much of it mirrors sort of magical and mystical practices which have gone on thousands of years before. And I sincerely do think we've lost something along the way. We've lost our ability. I think we all have a natural ability where we can kind of tap into sort of psi powers or whatever they may well be, but we just don't give it the time or the dedication because we find ourselves inhabiting a planet where most of us have to go to work on a daily basis, and we don't get the time to necessarily work on the internal self. And that internal self allows us to connect to that higher consciousness. Whatever that higher consciousness is, or whatever label you want to put on that.
Well, we're being awakened, the root of reckoning with this higher consciousness, and I do think it will be a planetary experience at some point. We need to, like Meredith said, we need to keep talking about it and sharing. And one question, Meredith, from the chat, I think you've seen it, how can people who've had experiences and are able to share this reach and help people who are uncomfortable, afraid to do this, and who doubt their experience? What do we tell those people who doubt?
So I doubted my experience at first. That initial experience where kind of that object subject barrier dissolved happened at 8 years old. And I believed the experience initially, but then, you know, very quickly when I got to kind of be 10, 12, I had a huge backlash to it because I knew that it wasn't something I could talk about publicly. And so I leaned very heavily into like atheism and science. And I didn't want something I couldn't control, right? If I say the world's black and white, then that seems predictable and controllable to me. And so I can see why people doubt their experiences because I doubted mine as well. But I
Right.
think that first step is if you have even just one person in your life that you can talk to. I know for me, my dad was the first person that I could tell my full contact experience to, with all the high strangeness and all the real weirdness in it. And just kind of breaking that seal and having that one person I could tell that full story to
Right.
gave me the courage to then start talking about it more publicly.
Right. And you know, after Whitley wrote his book on communion, he had 200,000 letters from around the world saying, yes, I've had that experience. So we do need to talk about, we do need these forums that will assure people they're not crazy. You know, people used to ask John Mack and say, tell me I'm crazy that they had these experiences. And he'd say something like, I have good news and bad news. The good news is you're not crazy. The bad news is those experiences seem like it's happening to a lot of people. So, but the overall theme here is that we as human beings are evolving to an expanded state of consciousness that seems to be at odds with the going narrative. I mean, but that's falling away. Richard, you're working with UAPedia. What do you think our move can be with this organization to start to open that door a little wider for people? I mean, UAPedia is doing, but what else that comes to mind?
What else is UAP? What else can UAPedia do?
What else can all of us do? Yeah, and yeah.
Well, all of us collectively. I think we like keep pushing these things out. You know, Meredith, you've got a great platform that, you know, you've got a place where people can come and explain their own experiences. One of the things I would guide people to, because I'm a reader, you know, and it's one of those things I would book recommend to anybody. Well, that's my own personal take. You've got to take your own strengths and find a way in which you can kind of use that, you know, as a platform to get your information across. So whether it be a platform on YouTube or, as I say, me giving somebody, read this book, this will kind of give you some information. It won't necessarily give you answers, but it'll give you an opportunity to kind of explore some ideas that you may have previously never thought about before. And then it's a case of we've got to work together. It's the, and I'm going to sound like an old hippie here, but it's true. We have to work together. It's the us and them issue. I think we've got to get beyond. I think we're a unified whole, but we spend too much time worrying about the other rather than embracing the other, shall we say? And I think seriously, if we as a planet got ourselves together a bit, and this sounds a bit far out for some folks, but you know, as a collective planet, we could do a lot more. And I think we have to find a new way. This what we've had before worked to a point. I'm not going to sort of be an apologist for it in any way, shape, or form, but it needs to kind of end because it's old ideas, it's old ways of thinking. We need to embrace new ways of being on this planet, and I think that will enable us to kind of then take it further. You know, it's a bit Star Trek. I do appreciate, but Star Trek was always about that. Humanity can do better, effectively.
Well, yeah, that was John Mack's last book, Passport to the Cosmos, where he talked about the indigenous ways of thinking. And we are I feel we're totally being initiated into another way of thinking, which is more indigenous, which is less logical, materialistic based. The materialistic worldview just doesn't work anymore if you're talking to people who had near-death experiences and out-of-body travel and visits from people who have passed on. You know, there's another reality that is peeking its head into our ordinary field that must be acknowledged. Also, I think gathering at places, gathering here, but there's a big conference I love going to called Contact in the Desert. And You gather with like-minded people and you feel you're in a community of people where you can share these and not get laughed at, not get ridiculed. And that is a growing population. Also, I got a message from the guy who runs it, Captain Ron. He says, if anybody wants a discount for Contact in the Desert, use the promo code Captain, CAPTAIN 10, Captain 10, and you'll get a discount, because we want as many people to gather in these places so then we can gain information, gain knowledge, and maybe initiate other people into possibilities. I think one thing that was brought up in this discussion is about, we don't have to understand it to acknowledge that it's real. How would you go into further detail about that, Meredith? About understanding
Yeah,
versus... Yeah.
I think so often people think if someone comes to you with their contact experience that you have to believe the like objective ontological reasoning behind it. But we know that a lot of contact experiencers have that trickster element, right? They may tell you information that isn't correct. And I think taking these experiences at face value as absolute fact is a mistake. I think there's a lot of symbolism there. There's a lot of deeper meaning in these experiences. And so I think if somebody comes to you with a story, I think a lot of times people go, okay, well, I don't believe the objective fact of that, so I'm not even going to entertain listening. And I think that the empathy forward answer to that is to say, I don't know what you experienced and I can't prove it, but I know that you experienced something, because all we ever have is our experience. All we ever have is our perception. And even if someone has a hallucination, that's upsetting, right? That could be very upsetting. And so just acknowledging the fact that people are experiencing things, regardless of its ontological, factual kind of background, I think is the human response to that.
Yeah, no, that's really good. I think you cannot argue with experience, because unless you've had an experience, you can know it's true if you had the same experience. If you don't, then we have to value people, who people are. You know, there was that James Fox movie called I Know What I Saw, and that kind of talks to all that. So to wrap up, Richard, this area of discussion, how would you like to conclude about the value of what you just did today? Share these maybe impossible things, but also put value on your own worldview and what you know is true for you. How would you wrap that up?
Well, one of the things that was just mentioned previously was the belief factor, and it's, for me, it was not so much what I saw, but the actual realization that others had had very similar experiences. And that was a really big part for me. It was, I wasn't alone. Like I never felt I was alone seeing a UFO, but I've always felt it was a very strange thing to actually see. I've kind of lost the train of what was your question there, Alan, but
I'll just wrap up how to qualify and quantify the personal experience in a world that is slowly awakening to what we actually really know. So how would you start to make a dent in the old worldview, I guess, is the question.
Tread lightly, effectively. Leave a nice imprint on the earth, but don't leave a dirty footprint behind. And very much of that, just go carefully, be nice, and that's kind of where you should leave it out, really. Be nice, smile at people. It confuses them sometimes, but it also gets a good response. There we go. And
what about
you,
Meredith? What would you conclude here?
I mean, I just want to echo what Richard said. I think we have to have deep empathy for each other. And I think a lot of times people think of the ontological test with UFOs. They have to prove what this is. But I think there's a deeper test there of an empathy test. Can we believe one another? Can we extend our empathy to other people whose stories seem outside of our understanding of reality? And so I think when we can get there, because I think we've been failing that test pretty horribly, I think that will kind of usher in change on a wider scale.
Right. One more question I like to ask everyone I interview about this subject. What does the post-disclosure world look like when this is all out and acknowledged and saying, yes, there's another level of reality? Okay, I'll start with you, Meredith. What does that post-disclosure world look like?
That's a complicated question. I think for a lot of experiencers, disclosure timelines and disclosure discussions for them tend to kind of be this side thing because for them, they're like,
Right.
I know it's real, right? It's been communicating with me for my whole life. And I think for the greater public, what that kind of looks like is kind of coming around to understanding that the world is bigger and more different than they had understood. I think, we talk a lot about ontological shock in the community, but I think people are kind of coming around to the possibility that this could be real. And so I think it's more just pushing people in the right direction. We'll get there.
Yeah. And Rich, I think personally a post-disclosure world is one where there is a lot more empathy, a lot more understanding, a lot more freedom, and a deeper level of soul connection to the cosmos. What about you, Richard? What's the
I agree with you on that one. I also think there'll be like a more of a deeper connection with each other as well. We will stop hiding so much behind certain masks and feel a bit freer as people to actually express ourselves and be better people and be better as a result of everything. I look forward to a post-disclosure world, but I was reading an interesting article by Ray Palmer from 1966, and it starts with the heading, "Is disclosure imminent?" brackets, of course not, and that was written in 1966. So I'm not going to hold my breath, but I think personal disclosure is really important, and the more that it happens to individuals, the more slowly people will see it. It'd be nice to have it on the White House lawn, but it'll still be happening to individuals regardless.
I do think we're getting closer to the goalposts. Speaking of Woodstock, Grant Cameron said this is the Woodstock festival for the human race. This is coming out and meeting the others, but I think we're getting closer. Thank you both for being here. Meredith, what's your Substack again so people can find you?
Maze to metanoia.
Great. And metanoia means what? Can you just give a quick explanation? Isn't that
Yeah, so metanoia is kind of this like earned knowledge. It's like true knowledge. So getting to metanoia is kind of that initiatory process. You really need to go into the darkness to come back up to feel that you know true knowledge.
Right. Well, this is where we're at. We're in the darkness, the human race, and we're definitely going to learn. Daryl Anka Bashar says it doesn't get any denser than where we've been as a human race. So, so there's only metanoia possible, I think. So thank you, Richard. How can we find you, Richard Monk?
You can find me, again, inspired by Meredith, thank you very much, on Substack. I've got my own Substack page now, Cartography of High Strangeness, general musings and mutterings from me. But you're more than welcome to come and have a read.
Thank you. Thank you both. Great work. Thanks for the courage of speaking out and actually shifting people's minds about what's possible. So we're going to take a little, not commercial, but the UAPedia crew is going to come in and tell you why we're watching, what this is all about. There's Tim Spenny himself, the co-founder of this, co-founder along with Eduardo Mace, who's behind the scenes coordinating all this activity. I'm Alan Steinfeld. Tim, go for it.
Thank you so much, Alan. I'm going to do a quick presentation here just for a moment and share my screen and talk just a little bit about what we're doing at UAPedia. So first and foremost, welcome to UAPCon 2. I'm Tim Spenny, the co-founder of UAPedia, and I'm a proud sponsor of this event. I really want to thank our speakers. They're volunteering their time today to ensure that this event is free to the public. Of course, special thanks to Dr. Tara and Alan. What if information regarding unidentified anomalous phenomenon wasn't scattered across sources and buried together in one place, creating a history, a testimony, combining research, witness accounts, documents, interviews. Welcome to UAPedia, a living knowledge platform for one of the most important mysteries of our time, a place where the phenomenon is explored from every angle. You can visit our featured articles and highlights section for quick links to some of our most popular content. You can view our editorials written by our co-founder, Edward Mace, and myself that explore topics, concepts around the phenomenon. UAPedia's perspectives are written by our guild members, Richard Monk, Daniel Bronco, Alan Steinfeld, and Dr. Tara. Also have a dedication space for experiencers and abductees, where we have over 20 articles. And we give a special extra thanks to our experiencer panel. They were amazing. UAPedia is a trusted knowledge hub for UAP content and is built for people who want to go deeper and gain an understanding and be discerning. Since our launch in November 2025, UAPedia articles have been read over 250,000 times, and we are one of the largest repositories of UAP in the world, with content being added every day. This is content from the people in UAP, the cases that captivate us, from the whistleblowers who risk it all, and the documents expose the facts. We have reviews of movies and documentaries that we love, and across claims, materials, and accounts. UAPedia brings together the pieces of a much larger and complex puzzle and uses a taxonomy to dissect the claims that are being made, the accounts that we hear, and the data that we gather. We put this through our taxonomy to understand if these are verified, probable, disputed, legend, misidentification, or outright hoax. To enjoy and follow our content, look for us on uapedia.ai, our website, on X, uapedia_, YouTube, UAPCon, and be sure to listen to the archives of Alan Steinfeld on Spotify, which I'll be talking about a little bit later in the conference, and look for the UFO disclosure game on Kickstarter that's coming soon. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Tim. Now I know why I'm here, because this is integrity in this field that can be all over the place, which is okay. I'm not judging anyone, but to have verifiable knowledge in the UAP field, it gives a lot of people confidence that this is a reality, that it's been documented, and that it's important, key to who we are as a evolving species. That's how I feel about it. That's why I feel it's so important here. And
thank you so much, Alan.
And do you have anything to say? Because the next segment we're doing is on journalists. So I'm just going to pull you in here for a second and say, as a journalist and one of the key writers on UAPedia, how would you want to frame this next segment with Reed Summers and Darcy Ware? What would you want to say to frame that? Hey, Darcy.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank Reed and Darcy for being a part of this. These two gentlemen here have had a huge impact on me personally and my the journey through discovering the phenomenon and my understanding of the phenomenon. So I'm very pleased and excited to have them be a part of this. And it's great to have everybody here. And I can't wait to hear what you guys are going to present and talk about. So thank you so much, Alan.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Tim. And journalism is key to understanding this phenomenon on a global level, but for each person who's having an experience, they need to find the resource of how to validate what's happening to them. So I appreciate Darcy and Reed. Reed, I had known your father briefly. I've seen him speak, and thank you for continuing this epic movement in a sort of a new direction. But I'll start with Darcy. I'll do an introduction, and then I'll go to you, Reed, and then we'll do a little gathering discussion. But the media and research and journalism is so important. Like we saw in the New York Times article on December 16th, 2017. It's like, what? Really? This is real? And that was a wake-up call for the rest of the world what Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean and Helena Cooper put together on that date. So we need to keep feeding the minds of those that are welcoming new knowledge. We need to feed them because they are hungry for this kind of security and venturing into the unknown, which is where we're at, I think, as a planetary civilization. So, Darcy, you've been an independent filmmaker, great independent filmmaker and research, exploring the hidden histories and unexplained phenomena. Your occult journey productions cover UAP, cryptids, which is a whole other field related, parapsychology, the secret government topic, right? Feature films like The Secret Space Program, Transmedium, and The Unwanted Sasquatch. You know, when I read this, it's like people don't really know how exciting the world is because they've been kept in this really narrow framework of possibilities. And journalists and explorers and filmmakers are opening our minds. So one more thing, you use witness accounts, expert interviews, and historical research to challenge the mainstream view. So thanks for being here, Darcy. And go ahead, give us a little presentation where you're coming from, and then we'll have a discussion with you.
All right. Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate being here today among other great speakers. And, you know, I was asked by Tim and UAPCon people to put together a little bit of a presentation or explanation of consciousness and, you know, how that might be related to the UFO and UAP phenomenon. So for me, I am a very material sort of science kind of guy. I want to see the facts when I'm researching things. As a documentarian, I want to see the documents. I want to see photos, videos that go with testimony or reports and documented testimony from police and Air Force and Navy and all that type of stuff is interesting to me. The speakers who were just up before us, Richard Monk, you know, they mention ontological shock. And I think ontological shock is something that's really been spoken about more and more often in the public, thanks to David Grush when he came to, News Nation and gave his testimony about, the fact that there's special access programs being hidden from the public regarding reverse engineering of UFO technology by the American military and their military industrial complex partners, Lockheed's of the world, Northrop Grumman's, that type of thing. Ontological shock is a shock, right? And when people are exposed to something that was previously unknown to them, they sometimes demonstrate fear as a response. And I think part of disclosure and part of my work is to sort of unpack different elements and different themes of ufology, the phenomenon, and the history of this stuff. So it's less of a shock, it's less of a fear response. The fear of the unknown becomes less of a fear if you see the facts, if you understand what may confront you in this phenomenon, right? And I think that the phenomenon is not something we should necessarily fear, but we should be in awe of, and we should wonder and seek to know more about with as much factual information as possible. There's two things that are at play with researching this phenomenon. There are facts. There's disinformation and misinformation out there because of not only the media complex that controls our planet, that has been trying to keep this a sideshow or something to laugh at for decades now, But now that they've jumped in somewhat to the conversation, and this is going more mainstream, there are also hucksters, and there are people that will lead you astray with their own brand of facts and information because they know you are going through that ontological shock. You know, you are experiencing something, and many people have, and you want to know more. So sometimes they're bringing you under their umbrella and they're seeking that attention, and there's financial motives, all kinds of things behind that. I worry about that. But I know that humans have a great power within themselves to change reality as we know it. And, you know, that can be spoken about in two ways. The observer effect, which is a physics, metaphysics, demonstrated scientifically proven way that humans can observe the world, they can observe things happening, and they can change it with their own intention. And so I hope that we, as a positive group, can observe what's going on not only with the phenomenon, but with our world and with our community, and try and push it towards a positive, outcome. Um, the observer effect, you know, to break it down very simply, scientists going back to the 1800s, 1900s, over and over again, have been demonstrating that when you observe atoms, particles going through the double slit test, for example, light can can change its patterns based on the observation of a human being present. And just seeing that from such a microscopic level will show you that we can also change the world in a grander way, in my opinion. Um, so let's look at group psychology or group sociology and how we can affect with our group intentions the world. There's something called an egregore, and people can look that up. Comes from a Latin root word, and an egregore is essentially um, people that can create something that is not there yet, right? There's two ways that we can influence and create something with an egregore. A group of people come together and they start to say, hey, there's something here, right? There's something that I observed and these other people observed, let's say the UFO phenomenon, and we need the public, we need mass media, we need politicians, we need the Air Force, which we see right now, all these different layers confirming there is a there, right? The positive egregore side is where a group of people come together and they use their intention to prove and to demonstrate that this phenomenon is real. A negative egregore, which is humans manifesting something in reality, is where I think people come together with a bit of a delusion that something is there because other people are hopping on, and it becomes, if we're all actors in the play of life, it becomes a bit of a play, it becomes a bit of a live action role playing where people start to delusionally look at something and they start to try and prove it without any facts. I think we do need concrete scientific evidence to come to sort of be in play when we're looking at this phenomenon going forward, because unfortunately, egregores are a real thing, human intention is a real thing, and people can prove something is there that's real, but they can also prove something is not there, that is not real. And I worry that, if you look at my work in the past, this is an act of empathy. This is an act of trying to prove to the rest of the world we should take certain things seriously. And I have tried to do that as much as possible with some of my work of the past, producing documentaries over and over on this stuff. And this is my website, and one of my more recent films is called The Psychic Phenomenon, where I got to speak with many of these individuals you see up here. Paul Smith, who was part of the DIA, CIA remote viewing program started by Russell Targ, who's also there on the poster. Tracy Dolan, who's a remote viewer herself and did the Ramtha Mystery Schools training and all kinds of interesting things. Dr. Jack Kasher, who chased up NASA for a number of years, trying to demonstrate to the public that they were covering up UFO activity in space. Jeffrey Tarrant, who was actually part of Kai Dickens' telepathy tapes research, and he puts EEG machines on supposed psychic people's heads and demonstrates that there is certain brain activity taking place on people that demonstrate high psychic abilities. Dr. Edgar Mitchell, some of his testimony interview footage was licensed to me for this documentary from the Noetics Institute, which is a pioneer institute in researching psychic abilities. There's a lot of people here. Area 52's now famous, Chris Ramsey and Thomas Jane. Psychics and the Phenomenon, also called The Psychic Phenomenon. I will stop sharing so we don't go into infinity there. I think that there's something there for psychic abilities too. And like I said, I think that there's always got to be hard science, applied science to tackling these questions. I think that humankind are mechanical beings. And I think that the answer for any psychic phenomenon is a metaphysical sort of answer, but also a physical answer. So we go back to Descartes' I think, therefore I am. Your brain is doing the thinking. Your brain is that mechanical part of our fleshy android being that allows us to have certain psychic abilities or not. And then I think that we're also that metaphysical thing, a field that observes other fields and through our intention can change fields or manipulate fields. And that's what we're doing all around the planet right now, whether that's intervening in the Middle East in a political way and many people's fields, using that intention in a certain way, or this group of fine people here that are trying to have a discussion about a phenomenon that exists that may not be fully mainstream yet, is starting to have those mainstream touches of conversation. And it should be taken seriously because, it's been demonstrated over and over through observation, there's something here.
No, absolutely. Great work, Darcy, what you're doing, because as you bring the awareness to people within cinema, more people will get the idea like, wow, maybe there is something to it. Just the way the telepathy tapes turned on a whole population, the fact that, and I've just met some of these autistic kids, they are fantastic human beings and they hold secrets to what consciousness is because they're so multidimensional. It also gives us an awareness that maybe telepathy is the language of the universe, which I think it is, because these beings are not, I always say if you're a more evolved being, you're going to talk to another species in the more evolved language, just like we don't bark at our dogs if we're talking to them. Not to say that dogs aren't evolved, but I think we are upgrading humanity through all these ways. You're sharing all the experiences coming forward. So thanks. Hang out for a little bit. I'm going to introduce Reed, and then we'll have the, hey, Reed, any comments first before I introduce on anything Darcy had to say that you'd like to just jump in on?
No, I appreciate, Darcy, your work, your films, and I think awareness raising is the first step in a causal chain that will lead to really what we will end up getting to, which is the question of action and a collective response to our interface with a non-human reality. So it begins with awareness. If you're not aware that something is extant or exists, you cannot become educated about it. If you cannot generate education, how can you formulate a coherent course of action? So really important work.
Well, thank you. Okay, we'll be back with you in a second. I'll introduce Reed. But Reed, I like what you just said. The human response to this non-human interaction is really what we're looking for and try to bring out in ourselves. How do we face something we have no idea is even possible? I mean, yes. How do we, go ahead.
This is the process in which we stand. We are in a cognitive sense-making process. We are trying to recalibrate our notions of self, environment, collective existence, and path forward individually, especially if you're an experiencer, or a member of the community of interest, if you're just interested in this, or if you are a decision maker. And there are decision makers at many different levels who are trying to make sense of how to respond to this non-human reality, which is making itself known through all sorts of streams of data and evidence.
Well, this is fantastic. So I'm looking forward to hear what else you have to say. Reed Summers is a researcher, strategist, media host whose work examines UAP, non-human intelligence, and human consciousness, a host of Emergent, and the director of strategy at the Human Institute. And you view UAP as both intelligence and a security issue and a catalyst for change in human perception and awareness. Your perspective uniquely combines practical analysis with philosophical inquiry into consciousness and the role of humanity in the cosmos. This is exactly why I love talking to people like you. So go ahead, Reed. Go.
I humbly accept some of the attributes of that biography, and I am only trying to do my part in contributing, really in a service-based role, to what I see humanity going through as it begins to again generate awareness and then stumble into this new environment where education must take place, actions must be formulated. If we cannot make sense of ourselves and place ourselves in this emerging interaction, then we are inherently incoherent. We are paralyzed. And I think there is a paralysis both in the UAP community, but also in the nascent public community that is making contact with this reality every day via news releases, films, statements by sitting presidents, and so forth. So the public is about to crash into this new reality, and they need the tools with which they can make sense of it and not have sense making imposed upon them. And that's why, like, my work is really about teaching people how to think, not what to think, to claim their own agency and to some degree their own sovereignty as a prime actor in this unfolding engagement that is taking place. Because I feel that the individual human being is the center of the story, the cyclone. We are the point of contact in which the HI, human intelligence, is interacting with NHI. So for those not aware of myself, my family has had a long history with the phenomenon. My father, Marshall Summers, feels that he made a form of unanticipated and very potent contact back in the late 90s and undertook a whole journey of figuring out how to make sense of that, how to accept that, how to vet the nature of the contact, how to trust it, should he trust it. And I think for me, seeing that, it opened my lens on the process that we're all going through, which is if we are all acknowledging contact is underway, how do we assess the intentions of the phenomenon, its patterns of interaction with us, and how do we claim and preserve our own agency and sovereignty in the process, which I think is really important. Just briefly, my work more recently, I left science broadcasting to focus on this to the fullest extent possible. And I launched a podcast, Emergent. I'm launching a number of platforms and initiatives to tackle this in many different ways. The first is to gather and assess the evidence we already have, because I feel there is an evidential record running over 80 years long, and we're not using it. We are not using what we already have to make an intelligent statement or assessment of the probabilities over the possibilities. And if we can't do that, then what good is more data? And so UFOevidence.com is the platform I'll be launching actually in a few weeks' time. Parallel to that, I'm working with a large community of technologists and scientists to examine how we can begin to detect UAP and gather multi-sensor, multi-collocated detections of anomalous phenomenon in a mesh distributed network, both nationwide, but ultimately globally. And I played the lead role in hosting the UAP Summit, which has been viewed by over 100,000 people and really demonstrated we have the technology to detect UAP as citizens. We have the expertise. The question is whether we converge it in the form of an international civilian coalition that can, again, claim agency in this process of gathering data, making assessments, and corroborating official, quote, disclosures that may be coming down and the narratives that might take shape from that. Also looking at examining the fuller record of experiencer reports. I do take issue with some of the statements made a little earlier in the program about most experiencer reports being demonstrably positive. I don't think we know that. In fact, I know we don't know that. In the history of other phenomenological and relational events, such as, for example, in the history of how sexual abuse came out in society, which took a long time and a lot of concerted efforts, we did not understand the true parameters of the experience between individuals because the negative was harder to share. It was more stigmatized. There was not the space or even the language with which to describe it. And so we do not know the full extent of the experience that's taken place. And I think we need to. And we need to walk into that open-eyed and not rest on quick and easy assumptions regarding what is and what isn't true about the phenomenon, because I don't think we know yet collectively. Ultimately, for myself, where I'm seeking to go with this is beyond awareness and education into helping to activate and to calibrate our human response. And I see that as an individual project and as an international project. How should religious institutions, political institutions, translateral, international institutions begin to formulate a response that is coherent, not inherently divisive, and that does not present vulnerabilities, exploitable vulnerabilities, whether to nation states, corporate interests, or even non-human interests. And I do hold that after everything I've looked at, there is some sort of interest or stake in the outcome for humanity by whatever the intelligence is behind UAP. There is a non-human interest, and it is leveraging itself in the human space in ways we do not understand. And we have to begin to understand that sufficient to formulate an initial response to it. I don't think the project of understanding the consciousness of NHI is within reach right now. But I think understanding the parameters and the dynamics of the engagement, whether it's geographic, spatial, temporal, circumstantial, are well within our grasp. And ultimately, we have to go there. We have to ask the question, what do we do individually and collectively? And that's the work of the Human Institute that I'm focusing on most these days, with a number of very interesting and exciting research initiatives and publications. So just in brief summary, and I know we don't have that much time to go into all of it, but what I'm most passionate about is empowerment and agency and activating our individual civilian capabilities and dissolving this kind of false authority fallacy that we've been wrapped up in, demanding disclosure by the very entities that have been maintaining the secrecy, such that we would believe their disclosure. We would not believe their disclosure. So why are we banging on the door of the Pentagon anymore? Why aren't we out there detecting UAP, gathering experiencer reports, running machine learning analysis on that data? It's well within reach. And I think there are powerful interests that want to prevent that kind of public clarity from coming into being. So excited about all the different efforts in the community to crack that code. And I think we have the tools to do it.
Yeah, no, excellent. I love everything you're saying. You're absolutely right. It's about upgrading our level of perception as a culture to validate a phenomena that's outside the realm of cognition. You can't recognize something we haven't actually incorporated into our worldview. So that might be the first step, which is where I think journalism comes in. So what do you suggest read to the public who's been dumbed down, has no idea, has been taught to ridicule this with tinfoil hats? It's just embarrassing how demeaning they have made this phenomena for us, embarrassing to come out like this. But what do we do? And then I'll ask Darcy about that. What do you say we start with?
I think we should adopt the medical prerogative of do no harm initially, which is there's enough obfuscation as it stands, and stigmatization and infringement or fringing of this phenomenon. Let's not add to that. And that's why preparing ourselves to be credible educators in the public, I think, is really critical. I'm very passionate about citizen disclosure via citizen disclosures, people having the UFO conversation in the public, but in a certain way that honors the cognitive process of going from impossibility to possibility, possibility to probability, and then not leaping to a conclusion or a final belief system about NHI, what they are, why they're here, but anchoring into a set of probable scenarios that are backed up by the data, by what we can observe, and not removing ourselves from that critical step of assessing probabilities and thinking we can't understand anything about NHI when we absolutely can understand something. And there is this kind of throw it out and believe kind of impulse that I think is non-productive, and it's not going to help the public as they come into this space looking for credible information and analysis with which to make sense in an incremental fashion. I take kind of I kind of synergize various different methods here. One, first principles thinking, very important, right? Logical progression based upon what we do know up to the edge of what we can know, without saying we can know nothing, therefore what? Then you allow something to be installed into your sense making. And so I think there's great work there to be done.
I think, though, we need acceptance before understanding, because understanding means we have to get to a new place in our cognitive way of thinking. So acceptance for me, and what I want to, it's like there's something here. We don't know what it is. It might be beyond our capacity to understand, but let's first move that into the reality that something's here. So I'll get back to you about that, Reed. What do you say, Darcy, about, you've done a lot of far out films. How do you bring in to people an acceptability just by showing them the film, or is there some undercurrent that you want to bring out in these films?
Just watch the film. No. I think data-driven approach, right? Like, I think we need the public to be presented facts that prove what everybody else has been talking about, right? So if you have all these important people coming forward saying, this is real, I saw something, I met something, I felt something at the same time, all these things, we also need to collect data around these events and have that presented. I know that there is a bit of a catch-22 there, because the powers that be, who typically have been able to engage on this front more than a civilian has, and we're talking about the militaries, the intelligence complexes of the world, they hold the secrecy, they kind of hold the data that we're asking for. But sometimes we get some bits of data from all kinds of sources, leaks, or Freedom of Information Act requests, or voluntary personnel. John Callahan worked for the TSA, and he released documentation about this incredible incursion over Anchorage, Alaska, with JAL Airlines, and a massive UFO interacting. That the CIA tried to intercept that documentation, but he kept a copy and released it. And I think, back to something that Mr. Reed said here, Reed Summers, do no harm. That is important for sure. It's a bit of a tricky dance, though, because I feel like in the community, there are people who present false data, who drive stories that are misinformed, that have no facts, and can do harm to others because people become so invested in those truths, which are not truth, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen a
And
rash of that. Yeah, yeah.
and you have people like Linda Moulton Howe, who's gone and, as a journalist, documented the cattle mutilation phenomenon. And there's something real. There's a truth there that's been documented across the United States. And in certain parts, for her research, it was very isolated, but many farmers were being affected by this. And we had pictures and video and tons of testimony, and then you've got certain other people saying, don't listen to that person because they're driving some kind of narrative of fear or whatever. But it's like, what does that person have to gain in saying that about somebody else who's done real work, right?
So
we have to be careful with that, in my opinion.
So let me ask Reed then, what is the first line of, let's say, offense, first line to get people to consider the non-human presence? That's like, that alone, not about causing no harm, but that alone will cause some little shock that maybe you just got to get used to. But what's your first approach there?
Yeah, I mean, we may need some help from official institutions to break glass. The thing is who reaches inside and grabs the fire extinguisher? I would not trust those institutions and agencies and federal militarized IC community agencies to do that. I mean, we have to elevate above this this possibility parade that we are in, where everyone walks their parades around their novel theory around the block, and it's an epistemic loop. It's an eddy that you can't get out of. We have to get out into the mainstream of the human river, right? How do we break out? Data. Data drives disclosure. That's one of the ethos. That's an ethos that I've come upon recently. Data informs decisions, and data is within reach. We have vastly more data than we think. Some of it may be pre-data. It may be early indications that would then advise us as to how to strategically deploy anything from first responder engagement, sensor detection systems, experiencer reporting in specific places, clustering, hotspots of UAP activity. We can get so much smarter as civilian actors and advocates and activists to crack the code on this.
No, I agree. But there's already a lot of data out there. I mean, some of it is true, not true, but we need the cognitive upgrade or the cognitive alert in order to even embrace the data. How do we upgrade human cognition to say, wow, maybe there's something else? That's the part I'm interested in.
I mean, I think events will drive the cognitive breakthrough. I don't think we can set out to raise consciousness such that then people just suddenly wake up, look up, and see it. I think events are unfolding. I mean, let's just be straight up about it. There is a secret arms race for technologies of non-human origin. There is a reverse engineering program. Those technologies have been weaponized. The phenomenon is extremely active. I've talked to individuals from within the intelligence and defense communities who have told me shocking things, that UAP are intercepting most civilian aircraft over US civilian airspace on a daily basis. Is that true? We better go figure out if that's true or not. If that's true, and if we can demonstrate that technically, not just because someone said so from within a government, if we can technically verify that and validate that, that's an enormous, high impact piece of data, you could say. I also think there's this kind of silver bullet approach, which is we want the one big stroke event. We want the one landing. We want the one mass sighting or the one federal statement or admission that's going to do it all. If anything that breaks glass, the question is what happens next? That's the day after disclosure conversation. It's not enough that everyone wakes up and thinks it's possible. How do they down select from all possibilities to the most urgent and probable scenarios that demand our attention? And this is where I do think, and this is where the public's mind is at anyway, that structured craft with phenomenal technical capabilities, with biologics that are non-human, these are the parameters that will kick off the global conversation. To do no harm is, before we talk about other dimensions, angels and demons, all of these ontological expanded frames, By the way, I've had hundreds of UFO conversations. I never start there. I don't want to obfuscate the thinking of the person just stepping in. Look,
Right.
there's a universe of billions of galaxies. Galaxies harbor planets, star systems harbor planets, life-bearing planets. Life arose here, why not there, right? And so you just march people down that first principles thinking to the possibility that there are structured craft of non-human control. Now, most people can handle that. What really confuses things is when we blow them out ontologically into too much too soon, and we don't honor the process, which we can think it's whatever we want. We can carry our own belief structure about this. That's fine. In the end, what does the collective think and do? That is what will dominate the state of affairs on Earth. And so think in those terms. I know it's not as exciting. I know that we can't, that's why I don't get into the typology of extraterrestrial entities. I don't talk about the grays and the mantids and the tall whites. And you know why? You know why? It cannot be backed up with publicly available data, right? It does not advance this in the mind of someone just exposed to it. However, I do talk about the typology of engagement, that there are indications of indifference, observation, transaction, integration, and acquisition in the historical record. Now, people kind of sit back and think, wow, okay, so we're in some sort of ecosystem of life forms. We have this beautiful planet, which, by the way, the 20th century saw what? Nuclear weapons, environmental destruction, overpopulation, right? There was a demonstrable change in the Earth planetary system right when UAP began to appear in a larger volume than ever historically observed. You know, 1 + 1 = 2 here. It's not that complex. And so we did something on Earth that flashed the universe and attracted attention. Now, what is the attention and what is the intent? And I think we are in some sort of first negotiation between species regarding intent and presence within an environment that is of likely value for other forms of biological life. That is a very plausible scenario in my mind.
That makes so much sense. Reed, fantastic. Darcy, and I'll get back to you in a second, Reed. But Darcy, what is your next project? How are you, like, I wouldn't say attacking this situation, but how are you going after it with your big visionary ideas? What would you want to do?
Well, yeah, I'm working on a couple projects. I'd say there's definitely a future perspective here. I mean, especially with the advent of AI going very mainstream right now, I think we also need to observe the phenomenon from a perspective of, are they us? And how much does a human being change in 1,000 years? You know, what is human 3.0? We've got CRISPR technology, we've got artificial intelligence and cybernetics through not just like our cell phones, which is like the first step of cybernetics, but wearables like glasses and eventually, you know, things that move robotics on our behalf. That's all coming, right? And I wonder if eventually we get to a point where UAP are, you know, some version of humanity observing the timeline on, you know, in a time machine type thing. I think that there are traces and elements to that question being answered from people like Dr. Gary Nolan, who talks about, you know, a gray possibly being more of a surrogate or a biological android that's being you know, masquerading in our physical universe to conduct some kind of scientific experiment or visit the planet at a certain time. So all these things I'm open to, right? And I'm not closed to extraterrestrials or you know, the mantids and reptilians and stuff. Although I do agree with you know, Mr. Summers, that we don't have any proof, hardcore proof. We have testimony from experiencers. The typology gets kind of thrown out if we start to get forensic about what we have so far. And typology also gets thrown out when people start applying religious old world thinking to the phenomenon. We see it happening on Twitter and Facebook and all social media and mainstream media at an astounding rate right now. Politicians coming forward after they've been debriefed about the phenomenon or come out of a skiff saying, these are angels and demons, and that is the old world way of controlling the population and sociology of people was to look at the world in that certain way, right? It's being reduced to that again. So, there's all kinds of ways that I'm trying to attack this subject and understand it.
I know you will be out there with more work. Reed, any final words that you have to say? And talk a little bit about your organization, Urgent, I think.
Human Institute.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to do. It's a playground for purpose if you're open for it. If you want to get out of UFO news cycle, turn off UFOtainment, step out of the algorithm and really get about doing something. There's so many great projects and initiatives underway. I think we need to break out of the encirclement. I think the UFO conversation has been intentionally corralled by through a variety of means, really, and very intentionally. And I think we have just to look and to think to find out where the door is to get out of that corral. I've been doing that. I know others are. There's great ways to begin engaging in citizen detection, citizen decoding of intent, citizen science. Those are up ahead. There are, so many key ways to get involved. I think one thing is to make your assessment after 80 years of evidence, after all you've read and seen and studied. What are the basic parameters that you find to be most probable? Assess those and then pause. And if you're up for it, become an educator. Look left and right. Help others think through this for themselves. I think, ultimately, NHI just reveals a new project of HI. It's really about us now. It's about how we respond to that. And we are not as much of an enigma as they are. We do understand how we respond, right, to emergent events. We can look parallel across other domains of science and technology and social history to see what did we do when nuclear weapons began to proliferate? Oh, maybe we should control those earlier, exotech, right? We can look at other vectors of viral spread, bacterial spread, to see how did we come together to manage that presence. Ultimately, we will have to manage the presence of NHI. We're going to need a contact framework. We're going to need protocols for engagement, rules of engagement. The ethics of contact have to be articulated and designed as a collective step. And I know we might think, well, that will never be us. If not us, who then? The Department of War? Is that going to be, right, the lead agency for humanity? I don't think so. There's going to have to be a layer of civil society that arises. But for that to happen credibly is critical. And this is where, I mean, for myself, I've got many projects underway, but one is I've petitioned a top international relations school to allow me to pursue a master's degree in UAP as an emerging issue for global affairs. And
that is great.
Through that, I'm going to, this is my promise to everybody on the call right now, I'm going to make sure that they take us seriously. That's my commitment, is we are about to make contact with the mainstream. Let us not refringe ourselves. Let us face the mainstream of humanity, not denigrate them as brainwashed or as incapable of understanding. We are capable. We must believe ourselves to be capable. And there's going to be a convergence, not with us and NHI, but us together around the verified presence of NHI. And that is going to take people, all capabilities and qualities to step into the game. It's going to take, it's a we movement, not a me movement. So what is the we movement? What is the action that we could undertake?
Well, it's a unifying of humanity. Thank you, Reed. I really agree with everything you say. We can't develop a taxonomy before we know what's really here. And we can't tease people with different scenarios, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. We need to know what we're dealing with, and we need to expand our capacity for human understanding, human intelligence first. So I appreciate, I'm going to be in contact with your organization. Maybe we do another interview. I appreciate it. Stick around because Danny Sheehan is coming up next. I wonder if you have anything interesting to say. He's at the forefront I think we're going to go for a little break. I do appreciate everyone being here today. Thank you, everyone online. And Tim, are you coming in with another mention? There you are, Tim. What are we up to now?
Yeah, Alan, thank you so much. I'm just going to present something really quickly here.
I just want to ask you, wasn't that
Sure.
a fascinating conversation?
Absolutely fascinating. I mean, both Reed and Darcy are really at the forefront investigating this, and the work that they're doing is so important to everyone. So yeah, I thought it was great, fascinating, and of course, Danny Sheehan is up next, so I don't want to take up too much time here, but I do want to talk about something very important. And again, my name is Tim Spenny. I am the co-founder of UAPedia and sponsor of this event. I do want to, again, thank the speakers for their time. They are volunteering their time today to keep this conference free to the public. And certainly want to thank you, Alan, and also Dr. Tara, who will be coming on again to talk with Danny in this fireside chat. One announcement that I just want to make, and this is very important here, is that for more than 30 years, Alan Steinfeld has been the host of New Realities and the best-selling author of Making Contact. Alan has explored consciousness, metaphysics, spirituality, contact, and the UAP mystery through thousands of personal, deep conversations with researchers, experiencers, authors, and cultural pioneers. And now, for the first time, UAPedia is opening the vault conversations with the archives of Alan's. This brings rare and never before released recordings from Alan's extraordinary career that are on Spotify. There's 50 episodes currently published with more than 600 preserved in total. And these are not just interviews, they're time capsules, conversations with some of the most important voices in the history of UFOs and consciousness and human transformation. You'll hear rare interviews with the likes of Jacques Vallée, whose work changed the world to see the phenomenon as something far stranger than machines. Jesse Marcel Jr., carrying one of the personal connections to the Roswell story. Stanton Friedman, the legendary nuclear physicist who helped bring UFO research into the public conversation. Travis Walton, Dr. Hal Puthoff, Edgar Mitchell, Diana Pasulka, Jim Sparks, and Dr. Lynn Katai, who researched the Phoenix Lights. So this is an amazing body of work, and we're super proud to bring this to the public. So this is presented by UAPedia, the world's only encyclopedia dedicated to unidentified anomalous phenomena. This archive preserves one of the longest running interview platforms for a new generation of listeners. Before the algorithms, before the clips, before the podcast boom, Alan Steinfeld the important questions. Listen to the archives of Alan Steinfeld on Spotify, presented by UAPedia. And thank you to all the speakers. Danny Sheehan is up next, and stick around for the rest of the show.
Wow. Thanks, Tim. I'm a little, I wouldn't say embarrassed, but honored. And I have to say, I could not be here or do those interviews if it wasn't for standing on the shoulders of giants that have come before. People like Linda Moulton Howe, Whitley Strieber, John Mack. These are the giants that have allowed this conversation to be at this level. And, Whitley and Linda are still at it, and they hold such an important place in the minds of people looking for answers and understanding. So what I've done is a tribute to the great people that I've been able to talk to. So thanks, Tim.
Appreciate that, Alan. Yeah, our pleasure. We're so happy to bring this content to the public. It's really great content and a time capsule. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And another giant in the field, really a tremendous force and presence in the UAP, to understanding of disclosure, understanding of world paradigms, a new paradigm institute, the Citizens for Disclosure, is constitutional lawyer Danny Sheehan, who's an activist, an investigator, His involvement with known whistleblower and his legal advocacies for government regarding UAP is so instrumental in having this phenomena reach the public. He rose to prominence with his work with the Pentagon Papers and Watergate and the Karen Silkwood case and Standing Rock. He is the people's lawyer. He really is. He's now at the intersection of ethics and non-human intelligence and where we're going as a society. But I also want to say his recent work argues for a shift in human consciousness and a declassification of advanced technologies and an openness among the people of the world, that we are indeed engaging a phenomena that is going to change the nature of humanity like nothing we've ever seen. So thank you, Mr. Danny Sheehan, for being here today.
Terrific, Alan. Great. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to be here in this conversation.
What did you think of that last conversation? Did you get anything from Reed?
Oh well, Reed. I love Reed. Reed is a real grounding phenomenon here. Yeah. I remember when we were first our Sarah, you're right in the camera, love. Okay. Sorry. When we were convening the first kind of summit in Washington D.C. Because Lou Elizondo, who everybody knows here, contacted me and asked us to create a project to really assist in getting this information out. I had to deal with all of the reality of the complexities with regard to Lou Elizondo and, what was the relationship of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Project at the Pentagon, to any particular effort of like to the Stars Academy, all these things that were going on. We created the New Paradigm Institute, which is a project of our Romero Institute, which has been for years functioning in Washington, D.C., as the successor to the Christic Institute. And so it's important to start this conversation of pointing out that I reached out to Reed Summers and his dad out in Denver, who everybody who was all fabricating and speculating about what was going on and trying to come up with their explanation of the UFO phenomenon. I said, look, there's another voice here. There's another voice with Marshall Summers and Reed. They're saying, look, let's be practical here. Let's deal with this in a very totally realistic way. I said, look, this voice has to be inserted into this kind of speculative process that's going on here. And so we gathered together, and I'm delighted that Reed has risen up to be a major voice in this conversation, because it has almost kind of a unique aspect to it, as you can tell from talking with Reed. We're dealing here with a great mind, a great heart, and a great successor to his dad, helping to share this information. So I'm always privileged to be involved with any conversation that he's involved in. And our New Paradigm Institute has kind of a peculiar responsibility here, because we're trying to deal with the insertion of as much credible information as we can possibly get into the population, so that the population can in fact interact with the constitutional governing structures that we have in place, not to become totally dependent upon all sitting passively waiting for the national security state. As Reed has pointed out, that's been the agency that has been concealing and dissembling about this very issue for 80 years. We're not depending upon them, but what we're saying is, in order to engage the decision makers at the governmental level and to decide what new people we want in those bodies, what kind of new people do we want to elect to these positions as our 435 members of the House of Representatives, our 100 United States senators, who do we want there to be governing in a constitutional system that we have to help oversee this relationship that we're going to have with the extraterrestrial non-human intelligence, a very practical undertaking that we've got. And so to insert this, into the public consciousness, our job is trying to figure out how to explain to people that we're asserting as sort of an article of faith, that the New Paradigm Institute is saying is that we believe that the definitive confirmation of the reality of the UFO phenomenon, and the concomitant definitive confirmation of the existence of another extraterrestrial non-human species, one or more, coming and going to our planet, is
Mhm.
is going to have an impact on elevating the consciousness of our human family.
Yes, go
That's
ahead.
that's
Go.
the bottom line. That's the bottom line. And so the question that arises is, why do we believe that this is true? Why will just coming to realize that we're part of a larger universe with more diverse life forms in the universe necessarily raise our consciousness? Well, and that's the question that I've been asked to sort of address here in the short time that I have to participate in this at the beginning. Now, this is the core question: is why do we believe that the task that we're about of trying to insert this information into the major public and get them, or all of us, to elect the proper people to have in our House of Representatives and in our United States Senate, and to be in the office of the presidency, to put together a response in our executive department branches to this phenomenon, and to this reality. Now, a lot of other people aren't involved in that. A lot of other people are involved in speculating about what it is. Other people are, as our institute is, trying to reach out and have some kind of direct established communication with the extraterrestrial beings themselves and with the UFO craft. Another thing that Reed has referenced, these direct experiences, these so-called CE5 engagements, that we believe that that's an essential part, but we cannot become dependent upon the government structures, because we know that the government structures tend to become co-opted and dominated by a wealthy, powerful minority and elite, usually in the corporate and financial world. Okay, so we can't depend upon them because they're going to try to distort and manipulate this information to their own unique benefit. We know that to be true, but we can't ignore that dimension. We do have to understand that our citizens getting control of our actual representatives in Congress, and pulling that control out of the hands of this elite corporate financial minority, is going to be an essential aspect of what it is that we're doing here. Okay, so that we don't want people to misjudge what it is that we're doing, that somehow we're naive and we think that, oh, all we have to do is keep beating on the door of the national security state and they're going to go, oh yeah, I guess you're right, we better tell everybody. That our bottom line is we believe that the revelation of the information, both whatever we can get out of the government, whatever we can get Congress to extract from the executive branch, whatever additional information we can develop through our Congress, creating other agencies that can work directly with the Congress to get this information. All of that information has to come together so that we can have this, what we believe is going to be an elevation of our consciousness. And we very importantly believe that an elevation of our consciousness is going to lead to our human family mobilizing and organizing to try to implement a series of principles, policies, and programs through government structures that will become far less selfish and more sharing, far less fear grounded and based in faith in the goodness of all sentient human beings, and motivated by this experience that we call love of other sentient beings, that we have a faith that that is true. And so the question is, why do we believe that? Why do we believe that's going to happen? And I'll tell you what the answer is that our New Paradigm Institute is working with, and that is that with the absolute confirmation that there exists a larger civilization around our solar system, in our galaxy, of beings who are coming and going here to and from our planet. And they've been doing this for many decades. And that our United States government structures know about it. And they've known about it for 80 years, and that they've been secretly engaged in attempting to develop weapon systems by attacking some of the UFOs and taking them into custody and trying to reverse engineer their technology. This is an astonishingly important public policy problem that we have here. That we now know that they're moving to engage the military in setting up a special new Tiger team. We've just gotten the documents on this, a new space Tiger team that is going to be attempting to engage the UFOs in some super systematic, organized military fashion. This is a potential disaster in the making, and that we've got to get control over this as a citizenry. And what we believe is that once it's revealed that this is going on, that we have been betrayed basically by the elite that have been manipulating our intelligence community and our military people, that the average people, once they're absolutely convinced that this is true, are going to feel abandoned by the rich and powerful in the elite, even more so than we are now. But their fundamental sense of reality itself that has been conveyed to them in this constricted format by the elite and by the governing structures and intelligence communities that has been dominated by this corporate elite and financial elite, that what's going to happen is our people are going to abandon not only blind confidence in the any kind of benign motive that these people have to really be performing on behalf of our public interest rather than their own. All of that is going to be set aside. And with that, even the strictures of reality itself that have been sort of constricted and spoon fed to us by this elite is going to go asunder. And people are going to be faced with this kind of oceanic experience of the reality that is so much bigger than us, that the reason that I'm buoyed by a belief that while encountering that kind of an experience, our people are going to resort to their own conscience instead of being told by somebody in positions of authority and power, what reality is. And that's what consciousness is all about. The average person believes that what consciousness is it's their conscience, at the core of their own sense of their own being. And that they will resort to their conscience. Conscience, the Latin derivative of conscience, science, is to know. That's what sciento means. The Latin word of sciento is science, to know. And con means with. So our conscience is the means by which we know reality itself. Okay. And when in fact we can dispel the illusion that we have been being fed by the powerful and elite, that somehow we are the penultimate species in the whole universe, and that ours is to go out and conquest the universe and secure its resources for our own selfish value here. But instead, we're not at the apex of the pyramid of all sentient life, that we are somewhere on whatever the pyramid of and hierarchy might be of consciousness in the universe, that we're certainly not at its apex. But we needn't be fearful of the fact that there are other non-human species that actually are higher in their consciousness, higher in their technological development than we. That I believe that when we resort to our own conscience to try to figure out what reality is, in light of the fact that we know it's something vastly more expansive than we've been allowed to believe or led to believe, that we're going to resort to our own conscience to try to figure this out. And I think because as I think most of people know who are listening here, that I started this whole quest at Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C. I was there in charge with Father Bill Davis of formulating public policy in the face of this kind of ultimate spiritual insight that our human family has come to down over the millennia. And what I believe is that when a person is faced with the existential or ontological crisis of discovering that there's a huge dimension of reality that they've not been really allowed to have access to, that what we're going to start doing is resorting to our own conscience, our own way of knowing, to determine what reality is. And we're going to discover that the verities that have been communicated to us, not completely effectively, but at least in some good faith effort on the part of the spiritual community down through all of the decades, is in fact true. That, you know, we're going to discover that the avatars that date all the way back in our human history to Abraham in 2000 BC, Moses 1300 BC, Zoroaster or Zarathustra in 1200 BC, Elijah, Isaiah, the Buddha, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Jesus of Nazareth, Ptolemy, Saint Anthony, Pseudo Dionysius. There's a whole panoply. Meister Eckhart. There's a whole panoply of people. Sister Teresa of Avila. There are beings who have gained experience through an extraordinary heightening of their consciousness of a more expansive dimension of reality. And what they have already discovered and have been attempting to communicate to us, not as effectively as might be done, but have been attempting to communicate to us that there there is a reality that we can gain access to that reveals that consciousness, a state of consciousness, such as was being talked about actually by Meredith, a consciousness that we are in and of, and that we're not separate and apart from, but in fact manifests itself in a way that gives the appearance to us to differentiate things into forms. But the bottom line is, this is a religious experience, a spiritual experience, not necessarily conduited through any institution that tries to transform it into a religious set of doctrines. But it's a spiritual experience, a unistic, oceanic, metanoia type experience. And this is what people encounter when they see a UFO, or they actually encounter another non-human life form. In fact, they have this metanoia experience of it revealing that there is this completely different reality than they thought existed. But it's ultimately, again, as Meredith was pointing out, and Holly was pointing out too, ends up being ultimately a benign experience, a positive experience, a transcendent, illuminating experience. It is or even as Linda was referring, it's the thought that resides within the light. And that's why I believe that people who have had the experience of standing out in a field at night and focusing upon a star and just allowing the light of the star to pour forward onto us and into us, this transcendent experience that is brought to us, there is a thought that is embodied in the light itself that arises into us and gives us an ascendant view that we perceive as love and support. It's an uplifting and transcending experience that we have. And what we're trying to do at the New Paradigm Institute is to gather all of this information that we can about this extraterrestrial civilization, share it with our people, and assist in having it coincide with a series of specific concrete amendments that are made in the structures by means of which we govern ourselves on this planet. It's a very practical program. but it's actually rooted in a transcendent spiritual experience. Now, what we have to do is we have to be extraordinarily careful here not to transgress a very intelligent insight in our constitutional framework, not to allow the governing structures to dictate some particular unique religion or a spiritual belief system. We have to have this be scientific, and we have to have the understanding that people have to have absolute freedom to respond to this phenomenon in a positive, uplifting way. Now, some people in certain religious traditions are going to have a fear-filled, antagonistic, kind of terrified response to this, and try to designate extraterrestrial beings as demonic. And that's going to be a challenge that we have, that we're going to have to figure out how to come to grips with that, and provide adequate information to the people, fully taking into view the Reed's perspective, to not be Pollyanna-ish about this, and believe that every single other highly intelligent and highly technologically developed but non-human species in our galaxy is somehow intrinsically benign and completely caring about us. We don't want to be naive in that regard. But the New Paradigm Institute is the attempt on the part of our UFO community and family to engage the constitutional governing structures of our country and the international, global geopolitical structures in an effective way to amend these, to, number one, refrain from and put a stop to this financial and corporate elite attempting to engage the extraterrestrial civilization in a military way that is very much underway in secret right now. And that's what this whole Space Tiger team is all about, that has just recently been found out about, that John Greenwald from the Black Vault has secured a documentation now showing that behind our back, and behind the back of Congress, the military and the intelligence communities, through this office of the Arrow office of the, all domain anomaly resolution office, that's been set up, is the intelligence communities and the military are attempting behind our back to coordinate and mobilize and structure a military response governed by the Department of War, and be clear about what they perceive themselves to be. We have to stop this. We have to put a stop to this. We need to get Congress to stand up and confront them and to disassemble that mechanism that they're trying to put in place. And we need to open up a dialogue with the representatives of this non-human extraterrestrial civilization and establish a set of protocols pursuant to which we can develop a mutually beneficial relationship on the part of our human species as a whole with them as a whole. Okay, we need to figure out what juridical structures they have, whether these different species from different star systems have some sort of a coordinating body that they work through. These are all very practical questions that we have to deal with, but we cannot allow the Department of War and the warlike intelligence community of the United States military dominate and control this decision making. This is the role of the New Paradigm Institute, that we come out of this longer tradition of law and major legal cases, as you've pointed out, Alan, that we have uncovered, starting as early as the Pentagon Papers, exposing and securing through legal means the means of publishing 47 volumes of previously top secret documents, concealing the malignant forces behind the generation of the Vietnam War, and played some role in getting it stopped. The same thing is true with regard to the Iran-Contra case of criminal smuggling of weapons to right-wing fascist elements in South America and Central America. Our whole institute has got a history of doing this. So what we're trying to do is to bring these talents and experiences to bear so that we can stop this moving forward of this secret, clandestine military response to the extraterrestrial beings, and have this taken under the control of a civilian Congress, and make sure that the right people are elected into these positions of the House of Representatives and the Senate, so that we can gain control over the executive branch to stop it from doing these things. Okay, so this is what it is that we're in the process of doing right now at the New Paradigm Institute, and so we're asking everybody to go to newparadigminstitute.org, become members of the Citizens for Disclosure, to participate both in trying to extract all of the information that we can get out of the executive branch, and for that matter, out of the Congress, to be shared with our people, and to take the position that we can have the power and the authority to amend our institutions, both domestic and international, to cooperate in a positive and constructive way with the extraterrestrial beings. Okay, so that's what the New Paradigm Institute is all about. But we need to understand that the spiritual nature of the experience that people encounter with face-to-face encounters with these beings, and even being exposed to a craft that you know for sure is from an extraterrestrial civilization, the kind of transcendent experience that this brings to you eventually, is the same one that you can get from sitting out beneath the stars at night and just sitting in awe of this absolute wondrous experience that's going on our in our universe. Okay, so that's what the New Paradigm Institute is all about. That's why the relationship between consciousness and the discovery of the reality of UFOs, and the reality of this extraterrestrial civilization, I believe we all have faith that it generates a spontaneous response in the human being, pursuant to which we actually ascend in our consciousness to be able to take into account larger and larger scales of reality that defeat the effort on the part of the governing elite to suppress this information, and to them trying to garner complete monopoly control over this reality and keep us basically enslaved to this false reality, this false limited reality that they try to foist upon us. So the New Paradigm Institute has a unique place, just a place within the structures of all the UFO community, to attempt to engage in what some people might view to be a somewhat naive effort to engage our political structures, because people have lost faith in them. We're trying to restore the faith in legitimate constitutional government, in self-government, so that, as Reed has pointed out, we can, in fact, maintain agency as a human species in our engagement with this extraterrestrial civilization. Not just to be washed, is absorbed into it and become part of some sort of Borg collective consciousness of some sort, that we have to protect our own human agency, but we cannot trust the war-making powers and the rich and powerful corporate elites and financial elites in our world to make these decisions for us. Because look what they have brought to us. They've brought to us the condition that we find our planet in now.
But Danny, we put them in power to make decisions for us. So how do we undo the whole political system? They're in power. We voted, or maybe not voted, but to make decisions for us. How do we take back the power to the people and talk about the truth?
By people getting up off our collective duffs and stopping spending all of your time, wanting to have technology where you can talk to your television and change the channels so you can watch one of 500 movies, or football games, or cage fighting matches or something, instead of paying attention to what the public policies are of our country, to actually become active citizens, and not give up on saying, oh, just because they've been in control of the government for 250 years, it's hopeless and that we can't do anything about it. That's not true. that just realize how little time the average person, even the hundreds and hundreds of people that are listening to us say, how little time you actually spend dealing with public policy and governmental activities. We've got to become active citizens. And the job of the New Paradigm Institute is to both persuade people to mobilize together collectively relating to this specific issue of the UFO phenomenon and the extraterrestrial non-human intelligence that is behind the UFO phenomenon, to utilize this unique issue to assert ourselves and to gain control over the constitutional structures of our government, and then to try to establish the United States as a beacon of individual liberty and human rights and freedom of the press and freedom of speech, which are genuinely valuable aspects of our human family, and share them with the rest of the world, not use them as shibboleths to kind of dominate and try to control their resources. We've got to make this real. And then that's what the role of the New Paradigm Institute is.
It is real, but we've been purposely distracted with all these talking to your television sets and Instagram. That's in place to keep us from the truth, and we've been hypnotized by it, and we need some complete change in the way we go about functioning in our reality, and the illegalities of a military, people selling hardware to private industries, a legacy program,
Sure.
all that. And there doesn't seem to be the people's movement, but what force within the congressional, not to get too political, but what can we do to encourage the politicians to take a stand? I mean, Burleson's a great guy, but he's not really getting any answers. Yeah.
Well, what we have to do is we have to elect representatives. One of the things that the New Paradigm Institute is doing, for example, is that we're distributing pledge cards now as the primary process is underway for deciding who are going to be the candidates from various parties, not just the Republican and Democratic Party, but the Green Party, the Liberal Party, the other parties that exist, to make sure that every single candidate for each one of the 435 congressional districts and for all the 35 Senate seats that are up for election this time, every single one of those candidates from whichever party they're in whatever state or congressional district, sign the pledge card that they are going to pledge that if they're elected, they will in fact support full transparency and full disclosure of all of the UFO information. If they don't sign it or refuse to sign it, we're going to tell everybody these people do not support transparency. They don't support giving us the information that we need as citizens, and you ought to consider voting for anybody who will. And now that's a real threat. That is a concrete activity that the New Paradigm Institute is organizing, because we intend to replace a substantial number of these people in the House and Senate over the next few election cycles, because they're going to come to see that if the people that are in place refuse to do this and participating with the executive branch in concealing this or not doing their job. I mean, their job is to oversee and get control over the executive branch, not have the executive branch and the military controlling them. And so if they're going to maintain that posture, we have to replace them. And that's just the way this is. And we have to demonstrate to the extraterrestrial civilization that we're going to remove the people who are trying to make war against them.
Well, hopefully not just against them, but war against each other, humans.
War against each other, or against ourselves.
But anyway, just leave us, because you'll come back later when Steve Bassett's on to have a little dialogue with him. But leave us with the how we upgrade consciousness in the face of the unknown that is now confronting us in the form of this phenomena.
Look at this. All these folks that I had mentioned, the avatars down through time, have told us the secret. There is a process of actually sitting down, meditating, breathing in, breathing out, meditating. Just look up all the information that you can find about how you go through the process of meditating. And what you're going to discover is that if you really systematically get into this particular process, it's a biological process by means of which we can utilize the kind of biotechnology of our body to ascend into a level of consciousness that enables us to transcend the preconditioning of this bodily structure that we have, the astrological the pre-structuring, the genetic predispositions that are programmed into our bodies, the cultural the programming that we get to transcend all of that conditioning of our consciousness, to be able to ascend into a state of unconditioned consciousness by means of which we can perceive other realities. In fact, we can receive a download. This will put us into direct experiential communication with the unitive phenomenon that bonds the entire universe together into one unified harmonic whole. This is the secret that people have to understand. And it's all around us. All these little statues of people sitting there just meditating in every culture you go to. This is a secret, and it's at the root of the spiritual experience, and it is what we have in common with the extraterrestrial beings. And if we can get people say, what can I possibly do? Well, you tell them what to do. You say, here's what you can do, and the proof is in the pudding. The proof is there. If you sit and do it, all of a sudden you discover that this is true. But if you don't want to take the time, because you're getting, wasting your time getting and spending, or watching cage fighting or football games, and it's not that you can't do any of that other stuff, but you have to integrate into your life this type of practice. It's the root responsibility of a citizen to really get yourself unhooked from all the conditioning, all the brainwashing that's been going on, and get yourself into this transcendent state, and then take action based upon that. That's what they're
No, I agree. That is a great way, Danny, to understand the big phenomenon, the fact that when we get into that internal place, we know we're infinite, we know we're actually equal to whoever those beings are, and that we belong to more than the earth, that consciousness is a transcendent, non-local phenomena, which takes us beyond the planet, but also to appreciate the body and the planet that we're here, that's housing us. But so
there's no avoiding the spiritual message here. And that's why the other side is saying, oh, this is some kind of new religion. The UFO is some all kind of, this is a spiritual undertaking. Okay.
Yes.
And the one thing that I think distinguishes the New Paradigm Institute perhaps is that we're very forthright about that. I come out of Jesuit headquarters, that I've shucked off all those restrictions that the Catholic Church is engaged in, but understand that there's a core truth in all of these great spiritual traditions, and it's the secret resource that we have. And if the people that are in the intelligence communities and in the military want to cast that aside and say, oh, they don't believe in any of this, but they try to convince you that the extraterrestrials are demonic so that it can justify their taking military action against them, you have to push that away. You have to transcend that kind of brainwashing on their part.
Well, that's really where we're going to need you, Danny. No, thank you. Especially that last part. I mean, because you come from that kind of Jesuit background, we're going to need that argument to dispel this whole mythological projections of angels and demons and see, well, there's really something unknown here. And that's something that we can't put into a box, which is what Reed, Summers, and a lot of people were talking about. So we'll get back to hang in there. I'm glad you've been with us all day. That's really impressive, Danny. Thanks. And I wanted to come back.
This is a group. Listen, everybody keep listening to this group, because there's a collective knowledge here that is extraordinarily important.
Yeah, we have another segment of researchers that, so after that will be Steve Bass, and you'll come on with Steve and do a kind of wrap up of the whole day.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks so much, Danny. New Paradigm Institute, so important. Darren, you have anything to say to Danny? And Dan, anything? comments, Darren? Darren, go ahead. Anything, are you speaking? Or Mike, anything you want to say to Danny before he checks out off here? Can you hear me? I don't think they can hear
Sorry,
me.
yeah, I just jumped on. What was the question, Alan?
I'm saying, were you listening to what Danny was saying? Just if you have a response to some of the information and conversation. Danny was
Yeah, I
having.
mean, I completely, I'm on the same page as both of what you were talking about in terms of what this bodes not just for us as Americans, but as Earth citizens and as galactic citizens as well. And that we need to uproot the power systems, and that this invitation of the phenomenon is exactly that. And my perspective is that we sell short what the potential is here. And so I'm absolutely on the same page in terms of what we should be lobbying for and what we shouldn't settle for anything but.
Right. Anything from you, Mike? Anything you want to comment? I just like to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on?
Well, yeah, you're on. But
Okay,
you
I
want
didn't
to
realize
say
I was
anything?
on. I wasn't
anything
listening. Forgive me. I had to unmute, so forgive me.
No, it's okay. I'm just wondering if you had anything you want to just comment before Danny checks out of the scene here. But no, okay, we'll come back to that. But Danny, thank you so much. This segment's about researchers. Hang in there, Danny, and we'll come back to you. And so we've gone through experiences, we've gone through journalists, and now like the base level foundational work comes to people who have been researching. Along with, of course, experiencers, and we're getting their perspective. So this is like a 3-part sort of situation where we're getting people who've been in contact, people who are researching it, and people who are writing and relaying it to the public. But the research is sort of the foundation that connects a lot of it together. So I'll start with you, Darren, and thanks so much for being here. You're known as an exo-academian, is that true?
That's right.
You'll explain what that means. Researcher, podcaster, focused on UAP contact phenomena and human consciousness through projects like Point of Convergence, that sounds good, Liminal Frames, and the Essence of Being. You investigate encounters with non-human intelligence and anomalous experience to explore deeper modalities of reality and consciousness, which is what we've been talking about all day, reality and consciousness. So go ahead, why don't you talk for a bit, and then we'll bring Mike in, and then we'll have a discussion, okay?
Sure, just so I know, how long should I speak for? What kind of frame I got here?
10 minutes, is 10 minutes okay? Sure. Okay, great.
Sounds good. Yeah, so a few things to say. I would count myself as a combination researcher and experiencer. I find that is a really dynamic kind of a quest, actually. Many of the people that are researching this later on find out that they have some sort of synchronistic connection to it. And sometimes there's subconscious motivations going on that they only later become fully conscious of. But a few things I want to talk about, like I just mentioned when I was on with you and Danny, I really think the ultimate quest here is about the nature of reality. And the potential here is for us to transform our civilization, full stop. So I think we should not think about disclosure as only confirming that space aliens are real. It's much more than that. And I'm interested in the full picture, what this really unlocks. And you mentioned my podcast name, which is Point of Convergence. I called it that because I recognize that various anomalous phenomena are all pointing in the same direction in terms of the ultimate nature of reality. And that means things like near-death experience, out-of-body experiences, contact with the phenomenon, any kind of psi abilities as well, all point to what I would say, and is what most consequential about this material, is that actually it is the tell about ultimate reality. I think what we perceive is actually just a presentation layer, but there's leakage from this deeper structure, and that comes through in some of these experiences, and it also comes through in what we see with psi, where when you recognize everything is fundamentally connected in its truest form, then it should not be surprising at all that we have psi, where we have people being able to read each other's minds and send messages and move things with their mind with psychokinesis and whatnot. Now, in terms of exo-academia, the reason why I came up with that title is because this is, number one, something that I approach from an academic kind of perspective. Like I do take that approach, a multidisciplinary kind of approach to studying these related phenomena, because there's more than just one, but also because this is outside of academia. At least it has been outside of academia in terms of what is being willing to study. But of course, that is beginning to change. We're slowly but surely, even since I've been doing this, seeing more and more people beginning to study this. I recently just gave a talk at Rice University, and several of the PhD students in the audience are actually working on this as a topic for their PhD. So this is happening. Also, it is something that science will have to expand to fully understand. This is another key piece, is that I think some people, a bit naively, thought once this goes mainstream and we hand it off to our scientists, they will quickly tell us what this all means, where these beings are coming from, etc. I think it's much more complicated than that. I think that the humanities have as much to say about this as the hard sciences as well. So that's exoacademia, and that's point of convergence. One last piece about point of convergence. Also, not just the different anomalous phenomena are pointing to the same kind of nature of reality ultimately, but so too is our cutting edge science. So both in neuroscience and astronomy and quantum physics, we're seeing the same kind of direction over time, where the idea of tiny physical objects, tiny physical particles are actually giving way to an underlying kind of unit of field. And those particles only really show up as excitations of that field. So this also is part and parcel of what we've been told by ancient wisdom traditions as well, going back for thousands and thousands of years. So this convergence is around the anomalous phenomena, what's happening with science, and what's also happening in these non-dual ancient traditions as well. Now, something I want to say quickly here, let's see how much time I got here, is also around, I think, what we sometimes look past, which is the shocking nature, the revelation of the kinds of encounters people have. For instance, one of the first things we should recognize and remark about and take a moment to really grok is that when people do communicate with these beings, they are able to, and vice versa. Again, because of telepathic contact primarily, they don't have to learn English. We don't have to learn their language. It's mind to mind. It's the direct communication even prior to the symbols that we develop with language. So that's truly astounding. I think tells us something not just about our connection to them, perhaps something fundamental about the nature of reality, that we're all arising from this unit of field. They are and we are. And that tells us something really profound. I would also say that we should note that with them, they often are more open than we are, that we're quite closed. We are really buying into the illusion of separation, the illusion of scarcity. And that, I would argue, is fundamentally at the root of so many of our collective problems, interpersonal problems, as well as our collective civilization-wide problems. So the invitation here again is a new world. If we can tap into this deeper capacity we have as our birthright, then I think that really bodes a very, very different future, something we should, again, not sell short when we think about what is on the table here. I also want to quickly say that you cannot study this phenomenon and what's happened to people over time, different encounters, and not acknowledge the ontological shock. This is front and center. This is something almost everyone experiences who has this kind of encounter with the phenomenon. It undoes your understanding of yourself and of reality. That is fundamental to the enterprise. However, I think we have to be careful to not make the mistake of assuming because it's overwhelming and initially sometimes perceived as negative, that it is negative or that it's nefarious in nature. I think it's much more complex than that. I have limited time here to say a lot. So let me just say, I think there's a spectrum of consciousness development that different human beings are on. Different stages of consciousness in an emergent way come online over time. And I think that's true for them as well. And I think what's so fascinating about this, again, about the nature of reality and our ultimate potential that we're just beginning to tap into, is that we see that you can predictably see these different stages of consciousness come online over time. So this has been studied in spiral dynamics, which means that you can sort of take the center of gravity of where a certain culture is in terms of their stage of consciousness. And based on that, you'll be able to predict where they will go to next. So there's a progression that happens both for individuals and entire cultures as well. And what's fascinating about that is that what we see over time is the expansion of our spheres of care and concern. So we begin being very individual focused, then the family unit, then maybe the tribe, then maybe the nation state, maybe the belief system, like a religious kind of movement. But eventually this expands to this understanding of human rights that comes online later on as an emergent property of the understanding of nature. And then it moves on to animal rights. We're even considering now plant rights and the rights of the earth. So ultimately, this moves towards a cosmocentric perspective on reality and our relationship to everything else, which interestingly is also exactly what the more benevolent, more mature beings, again, because there's a spectrum, they're not all on that level, but the ones that are say this to us about our ultimate nature and the nature of reality. So this for me is the invitation here, that this fundamentally changes our understanding of reality. It certainly helps us understand them, and they are both in some ways space aliens, often much more than that though. I think we have to have a generous kind of ontology and allow for many different kinds of beings. Part of the legacy of reductionistic materialism is that it's thrown everything in one bucket and called it anomalous and said it can't count. I think we're just beginning to understand just how broad and deep the universe is, and beyond even the notion of physical universes, because my perspective is that this is basically a mentation process, ultimately, that we are all arising as temporary, illusory movements within ultimate mind. But that means it's still meaningful, though. It's experienceable, and that's what this opportunity is. And I think that our engagement with the phenomenon overarchingly is an invitation to this broader relationship with ourselves, with each other, with the planet, with the cosmos, and with reality. So I think I'll stop there.
Wow, great. No, this is really excellent. And would you then disagree with what Reed Summers said as far as so you're taking the big, broad-minded view that this is an upliftment of consciousness. It's a an upleveling of human reality, and he sort of said, beware, don't put into that category too soon because we don't know what's really out there. What are you saying in response to that, Darren?
Well, I would say that, number one, I think until you've had a non-dual awakening, not to make this an in or out class kind of thing, but until you've had one, it's really difficult to make sense of this. And there's a certain kind of awakening you have where you experience what I call gnosis, where it's direct information from the field as the field. And so this is not me or others reasoning about this. This is not cerebral kind of conceptual kind of information. It's direct from the field as an experience of that field. And so again, I would say that it's not just that we're taking their word for it, some of these beings. This is what the ancient non-dual traditions have been saying for forever. And this is also where our science is pointing. So I think the convergence is pretty compelling.
Right. No, I actually do agree with that. I mean, I like everything Reed said, but I think the gnosis, the awareness that consciousness is here expanding in the face of this sort of phenomena, and it's an upgrade in the long run, I think, is where.
Yeah, and let me just say quickly, like I said, I mean, didn't have a lot of time, so I did insert in there that I don't think they're all at this super elite stage of understanding, right? I think that what we're seeing is that from the oneness, we spill out into the myriad objects, including the different personas we have. That's the case for them too. And then we slowly, through the experience of life, begin to remember more expansively who we are until we eventually realize this kind of cosmocentric perspective. Now, not all of them necessarily are at that point, though. We should be aware of that. We definitely shouldn't just assume. I would say withhold judgment, look at the fruit. And we certainly shouldn't associate technological development necessarily with moral or ethical development.
Right. We've seen that. Okay, let me see what Mike has to say, and then we'll come back in. We'll have a little discussion and more to say about this type of phenomena here. So thanks, Darren. That I really informative and a great perspective. So Mike Clellan. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I interviewed you once about your book.
Oh, yeah. We go back way back. Yeah.
We do. That was a while ago, but you're also an illustrator, researcher, examining the connection between UAP, synchronicity, and consciousness, which is what this program really was founded on, the approach to consciousness. Your inaugural book, The Messengers, where you talk about the connection to owls and all that, what do we say? Views these events as transformative experiences, revealing psychological, spiritual, and archetypal aspects that challenge the conventional perspectives on reality itself. So why don't you take about 10 minutes and talk about that approach to reality. And we'll get back into a discussion about what that really means in terms of the phenomena and how the nature of reality obviously is shifting. So go ahead, Mike.
Good. I set a timer here. I'll clock this out. The easiest way to tell about my work and the way I like to do my work is I like to tell the stories that the direct stories that people experience. And I try not to overanalyze the stories themselves, because oftentimes the stories, you get a lot from those. So in my research, a lot of people reach out to me, and I get a lot of stories. And most of these stories involve owls and UFOs and how they are co-joined. And this, I will also say, reflects my own direct experiences. So this is going back about a decade ago. A fellow reaches out to me. His name is Mike, and he reaches out with a story. And he tells me he is driving home from work, and he crosses a bridge. This is in a busy urban area, and he's making a left turn as he's getting off the bridge. And as he does this, a huge owl flies right up towards him and right at his windshield. And this is full daylight in the middle of traffic. And he says it scared the crap out of him. So he finishes the turn and gets on the highway heading home. In less than a half a mile later, he looks to his left, and there's a giant copper-colored flying saucer that's kind of rising up out of, from the landscape, but it's close to the ground. It's about 100 feet. It's big. And he's in traffic, and he can't do much, and he's moving along, and this thing just rises up, and he ends up losing sight of it. He actually said that it didn't seem like anyone noticed this huge, giant thing on the side of the road. Now, he tells me the story, and then at the end he says, when I was driving, when I had that experience with that owl and then the UFO, I was listening to your talk, and by your talk, he was talking about my talk. He said, I was listening to a talk you gave about owls and UFOs. So here's a witness that sees an owl and a UFO while listening to me talk about owls and UFOs. And for me, I don't know, I can't separate the power of that. This feels like a form of direct communication, and that story hit me pretty hard. At this point, I've had many similar people come to me with stories very much like that. Now, as far as about myself, I have had a lifetime of odd experiences that would certainly point to what we would call UFO contact. I've had close-up UFO sightings. I've had missing time. I've had moments of powerful psychic knowing. I've had precognitive dreams. I've had orbs in my house. I've had unusual marks on my body. And I'll also add that I have had lots and lots and lots of experiences with owls. And that has been the forefront of my research, this stuff with owls. And for me, this has been a kind of gateway experience for me. Let me tell one more thing that happened to me. In 1993, I woke up in the middle of the night and I looked out the window, and there were 5 gray beings walking towards my house. And they were not far away. They were right up close to the window. And I heard a voice in my head that said, oh yes, they're here. Now is the time to put your head on the pillow and shut down. And that's exactly what I did. And I was 30 at the time. That was half my lifetime ago, over half my lifetime ago. I'm 63 now. And I denied that experience for decades, but I don't deny it anymore. And a lot has happened in my research and in my own direct experience that have forced me to take this seriously. Darren basically said, the ontological shock. There is the wow, do we have the ability to deny these things that we see as observably so, and at the same time we find a way to deny them. And I was swimming in that for a long time. I've crossed that line. I'm no longer in that place now. So for me and my work, I see these experiences as both emotional, terribly emotional, and terribly challenging. And it's this challenge, this emotional challenge, that I have tried to express in my research and in my books. So let me just also say, if you Google UFOs and owls, I am the first thing that comes up, and I'm about the next 25 things underneath that. And so if anyone anywhere in the world has an experience with a UFO and an owl, they're going to find me. And it's going to take about 2 mouse clicks, and they're going to get to my website. And at the top of my website, it says, I want to hear your owl stories. And consequently, I am flooded with stories, with remarkable stories. And these stories are so rich and so full of mythic power, of such symbolic power. It just, it keeps me going in this research, the power of these stories. Now, presently, I'm getting about 2 or 3 good stories a day, sometimes more, and sometimes 6 stories a day is not uncommon. And this has been going on for about 16 years. So do the math. That's a lot of stories. And I am showing up in these stories, like the experience that Mike had with the owl after coming off the bridge and then seeing the giant copper-colored UFO flying saucer, that he was listening to my voice while experiencing that. This happens a lot. And this tells me that I am somehow connected to this mystery, deeply connected to it. And this also tells me that I have a responsibility. Now, as far as the stories, there is a power and a value to these stories. And I really feel it's important to share them. And I don't want them hidden away. I want them to be alive and shared. Now, it's about myself. I am not a scientist. I am not an academic. I came into this research as an artist. I had spent my whole life doing creative work. And I now see this research work as a creative act. And I will also say I'm being selfish because I've had the direct experience, including a lot of experiences with owls. So not only am I digging into the research, it's for deeply personal reasons, because in essence, I'm researching myself. And I'm in a place now where I have nothing to prove. Like, I've already had my proof that this is a real experience. Like, and I'm not trying to convince anyone. And as far as all the talk about disclosure, it feels like, wow, I have had my own disclosure, and I don't need anyone else out there to confirm what I already know. So, like, that is someone else's job to take on that side of the argument. And let me also say that the UFO subject is enormous. It's this huge, giant wealth of information. And but I'm not looking at that. I feel like I am pulling on the tiniest little thread. And this small thread would be the owl issues that show up in the UFO lore. Now, let me tell you, it's not just UFOs. They also show up, and I'll do this quick here. They show up obviously in UFOs. That's the core of my research. They're showing up in people meditating, see owls. People taking psychedelics, see owls, most particularly mushrooms. I have minimal amounts of others, but wow, people taking mushrooms see owls. The third would be the shamanic awakening, or the initiation of the shamanic apprentice will see owls. An initiation process for a shaman. They see owls. And the final one would be owls and death. So people will see owls and death. And these are all would be considered powerfully transformative experiences. So I, like, about 16 years ago, 17 years ago, well, actually more like 19 years ago, I pulled on this little thread of like, gee, I wonder what this owl stuff is about. And it just felt like I was confronted with a bottomless pit of powerful stories. And I have remained dedicated to those stories. And I would say that the owl would be the totem of the high strangeness, of the really weird stuff, of the stuff that implies a deeper reality that is running parallel to our own reality. And it's been incredibly rewarding. And I've met some amazing people along the way, including many of the people who have been talking here this afternoon. So yeah, any question? That should do it, I guess.
Wow. Well, that's some powerful stuff there. My own owl story is I was sleeping out, camping out somewhere, and I had this dream about, I think, my relatives who were dead, and I woke up, it kind of freaked me out, and I went up to this top of this landing, and there was looked like the silhouette of a person with wings flying into the night sky. Oh, and it kind of freaked me out. But then I realized it must have been one of those big barn owls that was just flying away. But it looked like a human with wings, and it was just such a strange image. And so there's definitely value in what you're saying about owls and the intersection of these other realities, these totems, these symbols, these power animals into human consciousness. And Darren, how do you connect that to the phenomenon itself? And Mike has had a really specific awakening of a reality, but we're talking about the phenomena, which may include that and so much more. How do you fit that in there?
I love that, and absolutely, I'm big on the high strangeness. Mike and I have had conversations before, and definitely, these are not outliers. This is not noise. This is a feature, not a bug, when it comes to this topic in general. And I would also say really quickly, just to join the team here, I have had my own owl experiences. One time I was driving back to my cabin and was asking myself about some synchronicities I'd had, like a series of synchronicities. And it was at that moment where I was still trying to basically make sense of, this will change my understanding of reality if these synchronicities are what I am saying they are. Are they that? Asking myself this internally, and just then a big owl swooped up right over my windshield, almost smashed into my windshield. And I had read Mike's book, so again, the lineup of synchronicities becomes a synchronicity storm, as Mike knows that term. So let me say this though, my perspective from many experiences, what I call being outside the construct, where I'm untethered from space-time altogether in my experiences, is such that I lean towards an idealism kind of perspective on reality, that everything is arising as a kind of dreamscape out of original mind. And so when Mike is describing things that sound mythopoetic and dreamlike, again, this comes up in the experiencer testimony with abductees. These are not just cold, clinical, physical things. They are that, but they also have many, many dreamlike elements. I think ultimately this points to the fact that all manifest reality is dreamlike and is kind of dreamscape arising from original mind. And I would say that my experiences outside the construct have been such that the events of my life are reordered by meaning rather than chronology. And so I think when we come back into space-time, it's like these meaningful connections are spread out across space-time. And sometimes I'll realize something that happened 30 years ago is intimately connected to something that happened 3 weeks ago, right? And as Mike knows, you start questioning the ordering of time. Everything gets like turned upside down. So from my perspective, what this points to is that there's this deeper structure to reality, which is primarily meaning-based and association and semantics. And when you are really, but there's also a relational dynamic. So when you as a conscious agent are tapping into that meaning, it's almost like a feedback effect where the synchronicities amplify. Right. So it's sort of us, I think, even distributed across different levels of reality. It's not just us encountering other beings and other intelligences. I think it's us encountering other aspects of ourselves. And then you kind of get this feedback effect. So for me, I'm extremely comfortable with Mike's work. And I think it's really important work and very much at the same alley that I'm in terms of trying to understand what this all is.
But how do you integrate that with some of what Danny was saying and also some of what Reed Summers was saying, where if we're going to go forward with this phenomena, we need to present it in terms where a mainstream can integrate more information, and Mike doesn't agree. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm like I don't want to edit my story, right? If someone tells a story to if you want to get taken seriously by the mainstream, you're going to have to edit your story. Right. And then if you're not speaking your truth, I mean, yeah, it's like, I know just what it means to be the crazy uncle at the family reunion. And, but at the same time, I'm tired of this, like, baby steps. I
agree.
Yeah, let me jump in too. Let me just say something here. So number one, I think we really have to be cautious about not assuming many things might be one thing. That's one thing I want to say right now. Like there is this tendency within a physicalist kind of frame of reality to assume all this stuff is just weird and put it in one category. And that's a big problem. I studied under Ken Wilber. He called this flatland, right? This tendency to
Yes.
only
Yes.
count the surfaces, nothing deeper. All the subjective stuff gets dismissed as not real. I think again, this bodes questions around the nature of reality itself. And so, yes, I do think we should, lobby for disclosure. We should lobby for transparency around what is known, but we certainly shouldn't be so eager to land this within physical reality, so it'll be taken seriously by the authorities and then investigated, that we miss all the stuff hanging outside, all the baggage hanging outside the suitcase, which I think is actually even more consequential. So I'm not saying no to those people, but I completely agree with Mike that we better not censor the true reality here for the sake of just getting more mainstream acceptance.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
I'll-
that's very sobering. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not my job to break through to the mainstream. It's my job to tell my truth and as best I can. And I feel like I proceed forward with a good amount of like journalistic integrity. Like I don't like if someone reads my book, there's a logical progression. So, but at the same time, it's so much richer. So you must have this experience, both of you. There's like a mainstream researcher that's totally nuts and bolts, and you sit down with them at the convention, and you sort of sit in the corner, and you kind of turn to them, say, "Any weird experiences?" And they roll their eyes and say, "Oh, I got so many weird experiences." I'm like,
Right.
"I just watched your talk. You didn't talk about any of them. It was like all this stuff about the government documents and statistics and numbers and not and none and they so that anyone involved in this community is absolutely." Has to be aware of the strangeness that takes place, and I would say the symbolic strangeness and the archetypal strangeness, that it like there is a mythic meaning to the weird stuff, and sometimes you can't really perceive it on a conscious level. It almost feels like you're at the receiving end of a myth or a parable, and you have to kind of let your unconscious self or your subconscious self kind of come to terms with what that deeper meaning is. But so, and if someone is not aware of it, wow, they got blinders on, and they're willfully ignoring the strange stuff. And
it doesn't fit into,
one.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't fit into their reality, but I think this is an excellent discussion to kind of end these three segments. We have Steve Bassett and Danny Sheehan coming back, but to end this by saying this is not one thing, and the people relating to the phenomena are all sorts of people with all sorts of, and they're all experiences, they're all coming at it from their own particular conditioned frame of reality. So if you're a flatlander, I love that expression by Ken Wilber, all you're going to see is the nuts and bolts surface of things. And if you're
let me
like
just say really quickly too, like to Mike's point, like to Jacques Vallée's credit, he was one of the first researchers to say, wait a second, the high strangeness is a feature, not a bug. And these UFO researchers, these ufologists, so eager to have this accepted in the mainstream, are editing out the stories. They're editing out the weird stuff or just excluding those altogether because they are a priori assuming these must be technological vehicles from a spacefaring civilization. And so his point is that not at all, to the point where if he hears a story, an account, and it's too straight, right, and it's too sci-fi, he tends to not believe it, right? So this is the challenge, and that's why it's so important that Mike and others and myself and you, Alan, are speaking up, because people, I think, still feel the stigma. We've come a long way, but it's one thing to say there was a UFO outside my window, but when you have these like series of synchronicities that unmoor your understanding of who you are and what reality is, then that's another thing entirely. But that's central to the entire thing.
No, this goes along with what Whitley Strieber says about when his wife Anne died, kind of opened a doorway into that world. And so what we think we're looking at is UFOs or other beings or non-human intelligence, but it's moving into the bigger dream somehow, is what I think you're both saying here. And we're not used to talking about that in a flatland world we've been brought up to live in. And so the phenomena, maybe like what John Mack says, is here to wake us up into what consciousness really is. Edgar Mitchell said the same thing. And it seems like that might be closer to the truth. And we have to bring all those people in the flatland up to the fact that there's a depth below the surface of reality. And what you're saying, Darren, there's the nature of reality, whatever that means, is shifting as we engage the phenomena. Is that fair to say there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, what's so compelling is that when you look at, for instance, I studied the work of Nima Arkani Hamed, a physicist, and he's saying that the math itself, the numbers themselves are telling us that space-time is not foundational. End of story. Like, so we don't need to spend any more time trying to land this in space-time, because we know space-time is an epiphenomenon of a deeper structure, right? So the same thing, when we look at astronomy, it looks like the universe has a kind of holographic-like nature, which is kind of informational, again, speaking to it arising from a deeper structure, right? Neuroscience, the hard problem of consciousness. You spoke earlier about non-local consciousness, right? Psi tells us these things. So what I, again, find fascinating is even though there is stigma, it is slowly loosening over time, lessening. But what's interesting about all these outliers is they all point to the same kind of reality, which it basically hosts consciousness as fundamental.
Right. So, Mike, do you think the phenomena is in our face now in a bigger way because it's time to grow up? I mean, that's just a kind of rough paraphrase.
That's a good way to put it. I would say that we're now in a new era where we have the internet, and I would say the internet more than anything has made this information much more easily accessible. I mean, we've been able to get books by John Keel and Jacques Vallée for over 50 years. So the information's been out there. I think it's just information moves around in a different way now. And so, yeah. And then as far as Darren talking about the physicist, struggling with the nature of reality, the witness, the UFO witness, will tell things like this. I just wrote some things down here. It's very common to hear people describe being in the presence of the UFO or being or events in their life as being more real than real, like just not a normal reality, more real than real. Like this reality we are in is the movie screen, and it's two-dimensional, and there's a much richer reality that we simply can't perceive. And then they'll also say that time works very strangely. And then I've heard this, I've heard it a lot where people will say, I had a total, absolute knowing of everything in the universe. And these things are also reflected. Oh, you've had that. But I've heard that more. So all these, I just listed a few things. Those things are also shared in the near-death experience. People who have the near-death experience describe the same exalted alternate reality that the UFO contactee would describe.
Right. So does this all mean, Darren and Mike, that human civilization, human intelligence is moving more into this abstract realm where the dream is more of a reality, where I say apprehension versus comprehension is more the mode, and when you comprehend something, you collapse the wave function. It can only be what it is. But if you apprehend reality, you leave many possibilities that allow us to transcend time and space, which is an illusion. And so it seems like after this whole day of discussion, we are moving into this other level of reality that we're below the surface of the flatland, and seeing that we're more complex and evolved and greater than we've been told. And so is the nature of existence itself. Is that fair to say here?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think the invitation is towards, is the nature of reality and our relationship to that reality. And I would say that those are one and the same. There's one unit of field from which all the myriad forms arise. This is about the dance between the form and the formless. And when I sort of, yes, me too, when Mike said the thing about experiencing yourself as the universe, that's the experience I've had. And so, and there's no gap between now I'm Darren, there's a void, now I'm something else. There's just like an immediate expansion of how you understand yourself. And so I think in many ways, to Mike's point, that this is actually a constrained reality, right? And if anything, the brain is a reducing valve that's filtering out so much of reality. And what all of these things, near-death experience, out-of-body experience, contact with the beings, psi, all of that speaks to the deeper reality, which sometimes bleeds through. And I think one of the interesting things that we can look forward to is, yes, some people are still kind of sticks in the mud and are still kind of nuts and bolts. But as we have this societal conversation, more and more people feel comfortable coming forward. And to your point, Alan, about collapsing the waveform, I think that begins to change the structure of reality, because there is not a reality out there that's distinct from us. We are one and the same with that. And so as we change how we think about it, it manifests differently.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they say. If you go up to the mirror and the guy in the mirror is not smiling, you don't go up to the mirror and try to make that guy smile. The reflection is the world, is the mirror. And you know, the other thing about the brain stopping consciousness is, I think I heard this from Eben Alexander. He said everyone wants to know how much does that consciousness survive the death of the body. The real question is, how much does that vast consciousness survive the life of the body? How expanded can we be in this body? And I think the phenomena, whatever it is definitely keying us into an expansion of consciousness, whatever that means. And I don't know, it's so interesting that this is the cutting edge story of our time. Yeah, we can talk about war and all those other things, but this thing in our face, that's more and more in our face all the time, is the question. It's the most exciting thing I think we could think about, and it's the question of our time. And I really thank you both and everyone who's been here. So Mike, any closing words for you? And I heard you have another book out, and you should definitely talk.
I've written a bunch of books, and one of them is a novel. And in that novel, I felt that I could express the mystery in a way where I wasn't, I was freer to express the mystery in a creative way than I would have been in a journalistic way. So I have three books out that are, nonfiction, and one that is fiction, and they're all essentially telling the same story. And it would be, and then for me, the thing that's most powerful is the overlap between a disparate set of modalities. It's so the UFO experience seems to overlap with the near-death experience, which seems to overlap with the psychedelic experience, which seems to overlap with the ghosts and dreams. And so there's why, if it was just a metal spaceship flying here from some other star system, why would the experiencer then suddenly be flooded with synchronicities?
Yeah.
That's the synchronicity thing is, I would say 100%. Anyone who's talking about having had direct UFO contact experiences, if you ask them, have you ever had any experiences, they'll just roll their eyes it's beyond any simple explanation. The synchronicity storm that people have been at the receiving end.
That's such a good point. You're absolutely right, Mike. There's something definitely of strangeness. High strangeness was a term J. Allen Hynek put together to just kind of label these experiences. And he's really one that I think turned Jacques Vallée onto this multidimensional aspect to the experience, to these phenomena. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the physical aspect of it is there. There's a physical aspect to this mystery, and there very well might be a visiting craft from a distant star system. But somehow I would say that whoever the occupants on that craft might be, I would say would be very well versed in these mysteries that Darren and I and you have just been trying to articulate for the last half hour or so.
That makes the whole thing even more exciting than it has been before. But so Darren, how do you put, yes, of course it's not one thing. We're not one thing. And in a way we are one thing. I'm you, you're me, and everything is just, and there's a multiplicity of universes. So how do you sum it all up, Darren? How do you put it all, I wouldn't say into a box, but into some kind of takeaway that people can then learn from what the phenomena may be trying to tell us?
I would say one takeaway that I would offer is spend as much time being willing to unlearn as to learn. Because the problem is we're trying to fit this really complex something that transcends all these boundaries into what we assume is reality. And a lot of this comes down to hubris, just our assumption that we've got it mostly figured it out. There's a really funny time that happened just prior to the quantum revolution, where there were some scientists saying, We've got reality figured out. It's just like crossing T's and dotting I's at this point. Then we had the quantum revolution that changed our understanding entirely. Even now, you get some people saying there can't be space aliens here because, the speed of light is too slow. They couldn't get here. That's way too small in thinking. And to Mike's point there too, absolutely, they would be steeped in this. And I had a conversation with Bernardo Kastrup, who's an idealistic philosopher. And his point was that at a certain point of a civilization's history, they get better and better with external technology. But eventually, where the real cutting edge comes is when you learn how to work with internal technology, where consciousness is the field in which you're working. And if reality is that, then that will happen. And I think this actually helps us understand why it can be physical and transphysical and quasi-physical, because these are just different modes within consciousness. And to Mike's point about the more real than real aspect, those of us who've been outside this construct absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, say this is an epiphenomenon. This is a presentation layer, and we don't stop being that deeper layer. We are that all the time, and sometimes that bleeds through.
Yeah, no, that is so interesting. We are don't you think we're at the edge of something that is about to reveal itself in a bigger way? I mean, these discussions, it seems like that, right? What do you say about that?
Yeah. I think also the timing is really important, and I would say synchronistic. Right? We face so many collective challenges, like existential challenges, like a multiple crisis kind of level. Right? There's many things that could wipe us out, and so when you think back to what happened with different visitations to school children, like in Zimbabwe when that happened, different messages over time. To me, they seem to have arisen along with like the dawn of the atomic era at just the right time, so that we will perhaps investigate and begin to understand, crack through the shell of what we truly are, so that we don't end up going down this destructive path, assuming we're just this one really tiny thing. So I think the nature of the challenges we're facing and the arising of the awareness of the phenomenon, which is just deeper reality, that is synchronistic and meaningful in itself.
Yeah. Thank you both. This has really been exciting, eye-opening. Darren, I want to talk to Bernardo Castro. He's a brilliant guy. I'll get in touch with you and maybe do more interviews with both of you on my own new reality show. But thank you, guys. This is really fantastic. It's a good kind of a book ending of an event that involved journalists and experiencers, and Linda Moulton Howe's beautiful presentation and everything Danny said. So we have one more thing coming up. So stay tuned, everyone, if you're listening. Well, I'll be in touch, Mike, Darren, hang in there, keep watching. And thanks so much.
Right.
That was really
Thank
good.
Thanks. This has been great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both. Yes. So I think, are we doing a commercial or are we just going right into Steve Bassett? There's Tim again, my good friend Tim, anchoring the ship. Okay, Tim, what do you got?
Hi, Alan. How are you? It's been great so far. So just wanted to say again, I'm Tim Spinney, co-founder of UAPedia and sponsor of this event. Really want to take a moment to thank the speakers. They're all volunteering their time to keep this event free for everyone. And certainly want to thank Alan and Dr. Tara for hosting the event here. So I'm going to share just another quick commercial with you guys. Just give me 1 second here.
Well,
and yeah, so thanking the speakers here. It's been a tremendous event today. Also, we have Stephen Bassett coming up next with Danny joining him. But I also want to mention that UAPedia is proud to partner with the UFO Disclosure Game. This is a fast-moving trivia and strategy game for anyone fascinated by UFOs, UAP, secrecy, cover-ups, and the biggest mystery of our time. The UFO Disclosure Game is designed for 2 to 5 players, aged 14 and up. It's a perfect game, perfect for game night or anyone who's ready to test what they really know about UFO disclosure. Over 500 questions and 3 levels of difficulty, classified, secret, and top secret, and 7 categories: movies, abductions, celebrities, sightings, crafts, government, and books. The goal is simple: collect 100 points across 4 of the 7 categories and be the first player to yell out disclosure. So whether you're a skeptic, a believer, a researcher, experiencer, or just curious, the UFO Disclosure Game turns a UAP mystery into something that you can play, debate, and discover together. So look for our Kickstarter coming very soon, and be ready to test how much you really know about UAP. So thank you for this. Thank you so much for attending this event. Again, thank you to the speakers and to Alan and Tara. We have Stephen Bassett.
I just want to say you're going to have some disclosure games at Contact in the Desert for sale and to play. And that's Contact in the Desert, the UFO event, I think, in this country that's coming to Indian Wells May 20th to June 1st. I'll be speaking there, and along with lots of people, some of them you've seen here today, but Tim will be there and the whole UAPedia crew will be there with some of these games. Fantastic.
That's right. We'll have the games there. We'll probably be hosting some impromptu trivia games, and then we'll certainly have the ability for people to participate in our Kickstarter while we're there. Yep.
Yeah, it's really a lot of fun playing those games and testing your knowledge, and you're going to be up against experts at Contact in the Desert. If you want to go to Contact in the Desert, use the promo code Captain10. That'll give you a little discount. Also coming up is the Psy Games in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's going to be a fantastic gathering of like-minded people, and we've talked a lot about this higher mind telepathy opening up to advanced consciousnesses, and you're going to experience that at the Psy Games as well. So look for that. And our next to last speaker is Steve Bassett. Should we bring him up here? He's been waiting, and he's very patient. And thanks, Steve. You're looking good. And I'll just do a little introduction, even though everyone knows you, because Steve is probably one of the most passionate, hardworking people in this field. I mean, he's given his life dedication, his mission to bringing disclosure to the world by doing whatever he can behind the scenes in Washington and across the board, appearing around the country at talks and gatherings. He'll be at Contact in the Desert too. I would call him a political activist, a disclosure activist, with his focus on integrating UAP into public policy and expanding our cultural understanding of the phenomena that may be some of what you're talking about. He's the founder of the Paradigm Research Group and Washington's first UFO lobbyist, registered lobbyist, and he's pushed for official recognition of the non-human presence and explorer of the impact on the humanities worldview, what that will look like. He believes disclosure could reshape our understanding of reality and our collective awareness of the cosmos and who we are. I think that's fundamentally at the core of what disclosure is about. It's a reordering of our worldview. So Stephen, thanks for joining us. Go ahead, take it away. And we're going to bring Danny in about maybe 20 or 30 minutes in and have a discussion there. Thanks, Steve, for being here.
Okay, I've got a message for those that are viewing this and attending this, and anybody else that cares to listen. I've been in this field now 30 years, since January 26th of this year. And my job from the beginning was not to prove the presence of extraterrestrials or any of that. My job, I already knew that it was true, but rather to end a political impasse that was created by the government, and the truth embargo, as I came to call it. And the end of that truth embargo would be disclosure with a capital D, defined as a head of state of a nation, probably of some substance, confirming the non-human bodies, or however else they want to say it. We are not alone, whatever. That's disclosure, capital D. And it's been 30 years, and it still hasn't happened. But I have never seen a situation like this. It's literally unfolding in real time before us and could happen tomorrow. So very quickly, what's going on is that the issue has had several milestones, but it kind of broke through. Exactly when, I don't know. Might have been 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I don't know. And then things started picking up. One of the ways I do what I do is to chronicle the media and follow it and archive it. So I've archived about 18,000 articles on my website, Print Media Archive, mainstream articles, regular journalism, not paranormal journalism. No, not at all. In the last 10 years, in 9 years, nearly 10,000 articles. And now they're coming out so fast, I can't get them up. I'm 500 articles behind that I need to get up on the net as soon as possible on my website. They're pouring out, and the message you're getting is quite clear. The truth embargo is collapsing on multiple fronts. Things are happening that have never happened before. And if we want to pick one to make my point as simple as possible, is a rather odd circumstance in which a former president, Barack Obama, made a decision to go on to a press podcast and arrange to be asked the question, are aliens real? He then said, yes, they're real. In that instant, he had just broken a major protocol. Previous presidents are not supposed to step into huge issues that are on the plate of a current president. You just don't do that. And he did that. And what should have happened next is he should have backed out of it, meaning, well, it's a large galaxy, large universe. There's certainly other life out there, and they would be real. He didn't do that. He doubled down twice. He said they're real, but they're not under Area 51, which is interesting because, the aliens that exist are not under Area 51. He's now brought Area 51 into this, unless there's been a huge conspiracy to keep this from presidents, in which case he's now brought the disclosure. I'm sorry, the truth embargo into the issue. Bada boom, bada bam. And that's it. Didn't take it back until the next day. Then he walked it back saying, well, large galaxy, probably real out there somewhere, which was important because he had broken a serious protocol. But I think he knew exactly what he was doing, because the next day, 48 hours after his interview with Brian Taylor Cohen, one of the top podcasters, absolutely brilliant man, President Trump engaged the issue on Air Force One. And he answered a very interesting way. Former President Obama broke the law. He gave out classified information. It's interesting. There are no ETs and there's nothing to this. What's to classify? And then he finished up with, but maybe I'll save him. Something like that, very similar. By the time the plane had landed, he'd already given instructions to his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, that he's to go get files, go get UFO files, which is a pretty general statement. It doesn't really matter. It's about the performance, not so much the specifics. And that ended up including videos. And that just generated a massive amount of coverage, articles, just boom. So did Obama's statement. This is what I mean by the quickening, or what Art Belt might have meant by the quickening. Things are now picking up speed and it's out of control. Other members of Congress started chipping in. Yeah, we want those documents. We want those videos. And when they didn't come out right away, they started complaining about that. And articles were written about that. All right. And so then it was reiterated by the president. He actually went into it at length at a huge gathering regarding Counterpoint. Oh, God, forgive me. I've forgotten the name of that organization. Breaking Point? No. Anyway, point is, a huge crowd, huge audience that were just incredibly positive and pro the president, and he goes into this issue in front of them. So what's going on here? What's going on is that a decision has been made, and there's lots of evidence backing this up, I assure you, in many different ways, to go ahead and get this done. And by getting it done, I mean the president confirms it. And the way they're going about it, he's going to ask for the UFO files and videos. And they're going to come out. And if there's even one pretty much incontrovertible image or particularly video, then he's freed up basically to then confirm. Done. It's done. However he says it. And there's further points to be made here. If that stuff comes out and he doesn't do that, he's put it fully in play. By the way, it's the first time any president has asked for those files to come out. Carter didn't get there. Clinton was asked to get there, didn't make it. He's the first president to do it. It's never happened before. And he has a very, very, how would you say, on board Secretary of War that's going to do what he wants to do. And so whatever the truth embargo guys are thinking about doing, I wouldn't advise it. They're not in a good position at all. They don't have to give out heavy duty stuff. They just have to give out something that gives the president a little extra platform to stand on. And so if he doesn't act, this is out. Another head of state could step in and he loses the legacy. It's gone. Never get it back. So it will be basically a critical moment. If anything is in those files, particularly the videos that it takes it to another level, he needs to act. And all he has to do is confirm, we do have non-human tech. We do have non-human bodies. Doesn't matter where they're from, right? They're not us, and that's disclosure. Capital D, formal confirmation. That ends the truth embargo, and we're in the post-disclosure world. I am thinking it could happen at any moment. And if you give me 2 hours, I'll back it up with more stuff. We don't have that time. But I'll tell you, if I can get those 400 articles up, it'll give me a few days, read those, and then read the 500 behind them, and you will literally see it unfolding through the media, which includes embedded videos of members of Congress speaking out, making demands, and on and on and on. I mean, it's an avalanche of what you would say engagement of the issue, unprecedented. So that's my message. All right. Now, a couple of things. If disclosure takes place, I'm going to immediately open the largest Zoom call I can do. I may add some money and build it, and announce that through my email list and so forth, and invite people to drop in. Just drop in, say hello, hang out for a while, talk to some other people, and celebrate the end of the post-disclosure world together. That's one thing. All right. But the other thing is this, a very important point to get across, is that not one of the reasons we're where we are is that many more organizations is formed. They include high-level people, well-known people, degrees, high-level academics, high-level military, people with clearances, on and on and on, just piling up. And they're great. They're creating organizations. Not surprising. The organizations that are going to be aggressive in the post-disclosure world. Danny Sheehan has created one, the New Paradigm Institute, and he raised enough money to put together really the most comprehensive ground effort on a disclosure ground effort. All right, Citizens for Disclosure. God knows how many chapters they're going to have soon. They'll be in all 50 states. Something I could not do. This requires money. It requires a lot. And he's created that to get disclosure. Great. I'm glad he did. All right. There is a Canadians for Disclosure. I just spoke to a few of them right now, and they've been trying to get the issue out for a while. What's my message? My message is this. You won. Right? And we're glad that you exist. We don't want you to shut down when the president confirms. You need to immediately transition to Citizens for Post-Disclosure, Canadians for Post-Disclosure, UK for Post-Disclosure, because the political need post-disclosure for that kind of ground action will be 10 times more needed and valuable than pre-disclosure. Why? Because this paradigm shift, this opportunity for a global view change, a worldview change rather, unprecedented in human history, has got to be converted into action, reform, change of state, views, and so forth, to start reorienting the world away from where it's at, which is headed for hell in a handbasket, which is another way of saying nuclear war. And so, to the extent that those that have wanted disclosure, know this issue, are now organized post-disclosure and going to their members of Congress and doing all the things that a ground movement like that would do, they're going to start influencing them and saying what we want. This is what we want to see happen in the post-disclosure world. I'm sure that the major corporations have their idea what should happen. The military has its idea, right? And various other factions have their idea how it should be. And many of these have great sums of money. In fact, in general, everybody has great sums of money instead of the just general population. But they can mass together in organizations. And one of those, I hope, will be the Citizens for Post-Disclosure World or Post-Disclosure Policy. Because you can't be Citizens for Disclosure. Disclosure will be over. Got it done. Moving on. And of course, that's where I'm going to go and do what I can do in the post-disclosure world. How can I play a role? I don't have multiple PhDs. I don't have lots of money. I don't have any Nobel Prize nominations or any of that good stuff. I'm just a crazy activist who knows some stuff and is a good communicator. And the principal task that I'm going to try to do, particularly if funding comes in, is about making sure that all of the individuals, living or dead, that have pursued this truth since 1947 at least, are not simply shoved aside, ignored by the quote post-disclosure, how would you say, leaders and so forth. It's easy to do, right? Yeah, it's a great job. Thank you so much. But we'll take it from here, right? I'm sure you've got a second job or something that, a lot of money put aside, big 401k. No, it is imperative. And this is doable. This couldn't have been done back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. No way. But in the modern era, in the 21st century, oh yeah, we have the means to ensure that a major portion of the population of this planet learns who Alan Hynek was, right? And Keogh was, and Dolan was, and I could go on and on and on. And all the ones that are on my in memoriam page, about 100, right, that contributed to this, but certainly the major players. So they are recognized, and future generations can expect the same treatment if they're willing to devote their life to getting social justice and change, right? And not just be thrown aside. We'll take it from here. We'll take it from here. You're going to be hearing it. You're going to be getting versions of it. And we just can't let that happen. And so I'm going to devote most of my time and resources because I don't have a lot of time left. I no time to go get that PhD and maybe become a researcher for the Pentagon. I don't think so. But I can definitely do that through conferences and promotions and other things. So that's kind of what I'll be doing. What will you be doing? All right. So I'm inviting people to accept the fact that it's about to go down. Prepare for that. Think about what you will do afterwards, right? What kind of organizations will you form? How would you transcend the organization or transition the organization you're in now, right? What will MUFON do? I mean, we could go on and on and on. But how much will there be participation by the world's people, the general citizens of the world? There are about over 8 billion in a extraordinary new era, or maybe all things are possible. Are they going to be forced to sit back, or are they just going to sit back on their own? I know they have lives to lead and so forth. It's not something you just devote yourself to, but there's many ways to support change and progress without actually becoming a leader or devoting most or all of your time to it, simply by acknowledging it, supporting it in whatever way makes sense. 8 billion people doing that is going to ensure that the post-disclosure world ultimately becomes the world that we want, and not the world that the people that kept this thing embargoed for 80 years want. And that's my message today.
No, excellent, Steve. We're going to bring Danny Sheehan on, who I'm sure you are familiar with. You work closely with. Hey, Danny. Part of the post-disclosure world is what people have mentioned already, the ontological shock that Tara, you want to just mention that? Because that's really a part of the big adjustment to this new realities that we're talking about. So talk about it briefly, and then Danny and Steve can respond.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alan. And Danny and Steve, just really wonderful to hear your remarks and to be here at the end of UAPCon 2 to kind of tie it all together. So we've talked today about unhooking ourselves from preconceived notions and non-dual thinking and spiritual expansion, right? This community is the community that does that with meditation and prayer and spirituality. And so we're able to kind of see this larger picture. So Steve, I really appreciated your endeavors here that you've expressed to honor the legacy of the people that have come before us, like our friend Paul's father, J. Allen Hynek. And I think that what we need to do is, continue to do that, continue to honor the people that came before us, meditate, expand our consciousness, because there is going to be this, we'll take it from here, control of the narrative, right? There was a control of the narrative prior to all of this work being done. There's going to be an attempt to control the narrative throughout, right? And so it's our responsibility as community leaders here to keep our foundation in these spiritual practices, so that we can remain as unbiased as we can be, and also as grounded as we can be in the fear of everything that's really happening here. So regarding the ontological shock piece, we're fighting an uphill battle. It's not like we're starting from zero and then we just have to accept a new fact. We've been programmed, and there have been psyops, and we've been made to believe, right, that these experiences are weird or fringe, etc. So when we're thinking about kind of deprogramming our own minds and therefore helping to foster the deprogramming of the collective, we have our work cut out for us. And so again, honoring the legacy
that's where Danny's work in a New Paradigm Institute, and of course Steve's organization called New Paradigm Group. So let's talk to Danny. The New Paradigm Institute is exactly the issue we face in the post-disclosure world, isn't it, Danny?
That is exactly right, and that's why while the Citizens for Disclosure is a sub program of the New Paradigm Institute, the institute is the New Paradigm Institute. The point is that human beings are inclined to cling to a sinking ship unless they can see some other place to swim to. That they'll just hold on and go down with the ship, and going down with the ship is represented by.
Oops, we lost him.
That's right.
You just almost went down with the ship there, Danny.
Yes, they're going down with the ship. Okay, and there's this big sucking sound of the ship going down, and the people are afraid to let go of it. And the military is perfectly happy with that kind of a response on the part of the people, of just freezing in the face of this onological event that has taken place. And so what we're trying to do is say, look, they have to have a light or an island to swim to, so that they'll let go of this, and they've got to have another place to go to. And that's what the New Paradigm Institute is in the process of doing. We have a 350-page document now that is addressing all 15 of the cabinet level positions in the government, all 8 of the major federal agencies. We're attempting to elucidate what the principles, policies, and programs are that would be necessary to amend the institutions, to be able to absorb this information, and to deal with the consciousness challenge that's going to be occurring to the regular people. Now, obviously, one of the major set of institutions are the religious institutions. They're the spiritual institutions that have kind of locked down on positions like 3,000, 2,000 years ago. And they've the Catholic Church, for example, has formulated those things into doctrines that may have been at least conceivably appropriate when 99.9% of all the people were completely illiterate, and never read anything or never heard anything about what went on more than 50 miles away from where they were born. And so that those efforts at that time may have been adequate for the moment. But the problem is they've ossified, and they've concretized, and they're now mistaking the map for the road, and so that what we need to do is loosen up those institutions right away, and try to get them mobilized. That's why in our efforts at the Jesuit headquarters, we went to the heads of all 54 of the major religious denominations in the United States back in 1977. And tried to get them to put together a task force to come to grips with the reality of the UFO phenomenon and what it really represented. They were not inclined to do so at the time because they were still too ossified, But the fact of the matter is, the Roman Catholic Church, of all the unlikely candidates, it was Benedict the 16th. Who used to be Karl Ratzinger, the head of the Committee on the Doctrine of the Faith. He's the one that gathered together a whole series of biologists and astrobiologists and physicists, et cetera, at Castle Gandolfo back in 2009, and ordered the issuing of a very important statement. It was issued by Father Jose Gabriel Funes, who was the director of the Pontifical Observatory at that time. And on November 10th or 11th of 2009, he issued the following statement, and gives you an idea of how they were planning to come to grips with this. What he said was that Now, in light of the discovery of more and more of these new exoplanets, it has now become clear that much sooner than had previously been predicted, we're going to discover life elsewhere in the universe. And therefore, the time has arrived for the beginning of an important conversation among the laity to address the profound philosophical and theological questions that are going to be posed to our human family by the discovery of life elsewhere in the universe. Now, because I had been general counsel for the United States Jesuit headquarters in the office that was dealing with public policy earlier, I contacted Father Funes immediately and went to see him face to face. And we sat down in a meeting. And within 2 minutes at the beginning of this meeting, he said to me, "Listen, Danny," he said, when we're talking about the discovery of life elsewhere in the universe, we're not talking about just the discovery of some single cell life form under some frozen sea, on some distant moon orbiting some distant star in a far off galaxy. So we're talking about another highly intelligent, highly technologically developed, but categorically non-human species right here in our Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so that this is the Roman Catholic Church at its highest levels starting to try to respond to this. Now, they're going to be behind the power curve. They're going to be holding on to the institutional structures over long, as institutions always do. And in our military, for example, we now have the...
Hold on one second, because I just want to get Steve to talk about why he calls, and we'll get back to the military, because that's really key to all this. So, Steve, you call your organization Paradigm Research Group, and so the paradigm is key to what you're doing, because the old paradigm of fighting for disclosure is suddenly, lifted, and the paradigm is sort of what Danny's talking about. How do your individual and collective paradigm evolve once you get that? It's not like you just hang up your badge and say good night.
No, that's what I was talking about. I'm making plans. Right, I have a nonprofit. If one of those billionaires out there almost every block out in California, dropped a few $100,000 on me, boy, I'd rock and roll. So it depends. But be clear, Danny and I are almost on the same page in almost every respect, operating in somewhat different ways. One comment, or referring to something we said earlier, one person's ontological shock is another person's reason to party. And I happen to believe that the ontological shock and all this disruption has been exaggerated from the beginning, certainly internally behind the scenes. Why? Because it serves the truth embargo. Right? So I don't trust it. I think we're going to be just fine. In fact, we could have less shock. Why? Because right now we're under a lot of shock. All right. As gas goes up, right, as a war is starting to spiral out of control in the Mideast, and that's just not the only one. And the use of nukes is being talked about, over coffee in pubs in 3 or 4 nations. I'm in shock, right? And I was watching just wanted to watch the White House Correspondents' dinner to see what Trump is going to have to say. And the next thing I know, people are running around. So
Steve came back to Washington.
There'll be less shock.
I said, Steve, you came back to Washington just as that event unfolded. But wait, so Tara, just comment before we get back to Danny and the military upgrade.
Well, it's a good point, Steve, right? I mean, there's a ceiling to how much shock we can just actually process. But what I think is that the ontological shock might not just have to do with the existence of an intelligent life, but the potential motives of those ETs as expressed by the people who are controlling the narrative, right? So there's going to be fear there regarding that narrative. Potentially there already is. And so I think that there are different layers of disclosure, right? The capital D disclosure, that's just one aspect. And then there's a lot that that Linda, for instance, mentioned at the beginning of the conference that would be quite shocking to many people. So I agree. I think there's only so much shock we can take, but once that seal is broken, that ETs are real, people are going to want to ask those follow-up questions. What are they here for? What do they want? Etc.
And that's where the military will actually be shocked that people are not freaking out. Danny, back to the military if you want to add that.
Well, they've got a plan that is quite different than just having the president, come into the Oval Office and announce that they've discovered life elsewhere in the universe. That what they're doing right now is they're moving into place in a full battle plan. That they've seized UFOs, they've reverse engineered some of the technology, they've designed fighter spacecraft, that can take off without rockets, just take off on a regular landing strip and fly into orbit and engage in combat there. They've got a whole base set up out at Peterson Air Force Base out in Colorado, training space fighters, to actually engage in this. They've now, just as of May 1st, just so you'll know, the way they're engaged in the disclosure, the Defense Department has now authorized the release of a document on May 1st. Just here we are at May 3rd, just 2 days ago on Friday, they released a document that shows that Arrow, the all-domain anomaly resolution office that was ostensibly created by Congress simply to allow whistleblowers to have a place to come and communicate information that they've got about this kind of clandestine program going on. The fact of the matter is, it is now the Secretariat, the Central Combat Coordinating Center, for a new thing they're calling the Space Tiger Team. That they've actually established this now, and it's being run by the All Domain Disclosure Group. Arrow is not what it was meant to be by Congress. They've now been, when they set it up inside the Defense Department and the intelligence agencies, they've dominated the whole thing to make it a combat center. That I suggest to you get a copy of the Freedom of Information Act case 24-F-1205, just so you'll know, and it's a document, a one-page document that actually sets forth. Let me find it here for you, just so you'll see it. Here,
are you aware of this, Steve? Are you aware of what Danny's talking about, Steve?
Here it is.
I'm aware. I have a take on it. That's
here's the document. Here's the document right here. And what this is an action. It's an action document from the military command structure of the United States military. It's recommending that they set up a process for a space-based UAP detection support for other domains. And they're listing who the other domains are, and they are the U.S. Space Force, the command center, their military operations, preparing for a mitigation and response to the UFO phenomenon. Okay, and this is a warrior group that they're moving this into place behind the scenes, and they're leaking out documents like this that most people can't even understand what they're saying. But those of us here at the New Paradigm Institute and the Paradigm Research Group, et cetera, we're looking at these documents, and we can tell what's happening here is that what they're doing is not only are they preparing to mount a military response to the UFOs, but that they're in fact leaking out the documents as a form of disclosure, okay, rather than the president coming out and announcing it. And they're in the Congress are the frogs being, boiled in the pot as the pot's getting hotter and hotter. And every single time that they disclose one of these public documents, and the Congress doesn't rise up and revolt against them and take and seize control over the disclosure process, it's being cited as acquiescence on the part of the Congress, and therefore them basically agreeing with the program that the military is initiating without any oversight or authorization from Congress. This is just the same kind of action as Donald Trump launching a military attack against Iran without any authorization from Congress whatsoever. The national security state is running completely out of control, and that they're trying to get control over this entire UFO issue, and they're doing so secretly behind the scenes. So what I'm saying is that Stephen and I and others, some others, have been devoted to trying to get our Congress to stand up and confront this. Not all of the more esoteric dimensions of this, of having to get them to adopt the spiritual insight that the avatars have been trying to communicate to us for millennia, but they've got to come to grips with stopping the United States military in the highly militarized intelligence agencies from engaging the UFO community, militarily.
Yeah, you
This
and
is
Steve are in there talking to congressmen. How come nothing's being done? Well, we don't have to get into the war, but
because they've acquiesced for so long that they're afraid of the national security state. The national
what's
security state, all of a sudden, millions of dollars will show up in their congressional campaign against them. Like they did with Church, Frank Church, who chaired the Church committee that was allegedly investigating UFO or CIA abuses. All of a sudden, the very next campaign he had, after winning three senatorial elections in a row by like 75% of the vote, he was ushered right out of office because millions of dollars showed up into
but
his
that's not
campaign.
an answer to the question. The answer is, what are we going to do about it, Danny?
What we're going to do about it is have the people who are in Citizens for Disclosure get the information so that we can take over our government structures, because we have to have our government structures, both domestically and internationally, our human structures of governance, adjust to this major reality. And the people have to lead the way on this. We cannot sit back and allow for the government, as it's presently constituted and presently populated by the members of Congress, to continue to allow this to go on behind our backs. We've got to step forward,
We
and
also
we
need
have
a
to do it from
real,
a point of consciousness.
we need a political leader who knows about it, who's willing to take charge and do like the Church committee. We need someone to stand up and say that, right?
And they've got to get a person in charge of the House Oversight Committee, who is going to have the courage to start issuing subpoenas to these people and bringing them before an open hearing and revealing to the country what's going on behind our back. And the Congress has to be willing to do this. And I'm saying is that the erratic conduct of Donald Trump, individually, about whether he's going to, actually deliver the order. That Hegseth is asserting that he hasn't even received any order as such to go and put together these documents. That Trump has said, I'm going to do so in the future sometime. And then everybody's covering it as this. He's actually given them the order, and it's getting ready to happen almost any day right now. I say anybody who believes anything that Donald Trump says ought to have their head examined. The bottom line is that what we've got to do is we've got to deal with the disclosure step at the same exact time that we're preparing the new paradigm. So we've got to be able to come up with concrete proposals and structures, policies and programs that need to adjust the present institutions to absorb this information in a very practical way. And the religious institutions have to be the ones that lead, because this is a spiritual undertaking. It's not just a political undertaking.
Go ahead, Tara. Jump in.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Danny, that this is a spiritual undertaking. So what I'm sitting here thinking through all of this is that, there is a multifaceted truth. And without getting that information through the channels that we have available, right, through the New Paradigm Institute, et cetera, we're left not knowing where to turn. We're left not knowing, for instance, if the abduction phenomena is really something that is highly traumatic, malevolent, and has all of these negative effects and needs an intervention of some sort. Or, for instance, maybe there's a genetic upgrade system happening. I mean, we have no idea, right? We have wild theories as to kind of what's going on. And so without that truth, we can't, from a clinical perspective, we can't make a diagnosis. And if we don't have a diagnosis, we don't have a protocol, right?
So the first thing to truth is to acknowledge, well, we got something here. That's where Steve Bassett comes in, hey, there's something here. Steve's never seen a UFO, but he's passionate that it exists, and he knows that it's going to make a difference in the world. So we need, bottom line, and we need everything else we've been talking about today. It's such an intricate, many moving parts sort of situation. Yes, there's experiencers, there's symbolic realities, there's a raising consciousness, there's animal mutilation. There's so much to this that we need to coordinate the moving parts. Steve, how are you going to do that?
Well, first of all, I'll take the $10 million I get from Elon Musk and start a think tank, probably right here in the press building, and we'll hire about 20 top people. Look, let me say this. I have always been more generous with respect to the government and what's possible and not possible than Danny, and I think the reason for that is Danny's incredibly long and outstanding career. He has looked into quite a few rooms of horror, within the state, and seen things that you just can't forget. I haven't had that, had to suffer through that. So little more optimistic. Now, as far as the situation on the documents, again, I read all these newspaper articles, and I've read quite a few, hundreds and hundreds over the last couple of weeks. And there's quite a bit of evidence that, in fact, he did make that order to Hegseth, and Hegseth is in the process of doing something. Not only that, but several members of Congress have been talking to press about the fact that, yeah, and they want to get it done, right? Where is it? Get it done, get it done. So they're putting pressure. And these are people in the president's party. So I'm much more optimistic that something is going to break. And will or it won't. All right. But the government has had the luxury for 80 years of doing whatever the hell they want to do. Create a space force, do this, go there. I don't know, set up a base in Jupiter with the cover that there's nothing out there. There's no tech, there's no bodies. They've had it easy. That's now almost over. And it's not just almost over in 1969. We had elected that to have happened then. I would have accepted truth embargo ending in 1980. It is happening now. And so any government that wants to do something these days has got to do it and face off with a planet of 8 billion people. 95% of them have computers and probably a cell phone, even the Aborigines. And they have the ability to talk to each other, analyze, research, what have you. This is not like any world we've ever seen. This is not the world that existed when Truman decided, we really don't want to get this out right now. Let's not talk about it. Or 50s or 60s or 70s. Something happened starting around 1995. And now we got AI, right? Unless they take that away from us, you can use AI to go find out if, I don't know, some secretary to the Secretary of State was thrown out of high school for being a jerk, whatever. And so their ability to play these games is about to really be diminished. Now, if we move quickly, as along the lines I said, Danny, of course, will do that, so that we're marshaling people to start paying attention and start thinking policy. What are the laws we should pass? What should we change? It could work out. It could work out. I'm trying to be optimistic here. You can't. You don't want to get too optimistic. You want to keep your eye open for shenanigans. But again, we've never had a better opportunity now to keep track of shenanigans. What Danny had to go through 30 years ago to get to the bottom of some awful stuff, now you can probably get to the bottom of it in about 2 days, right? And it could be a teenager working out of his basement. This is a new era. Now, if they haven't figured that out, well, they're in for a rough time. Right. But we also need to recognize we have this power, so we use it.
Mm-hmm. So, Danny, how can we support you? Go ahead, Danny. Go ahead.
Okay. The bottom line is that we need to have every single person that's within our voice range here of reaching everybody is become a member of Citizens for Disclosure, and to spend the time meeting with each other in their local areas. We're in 48 of the states now. We'll have all 50 of them covered basically by the end of May. And the bottom line is that then we're going to be organizing in all 435 congressional districts. And the people, we're going to be educating people, giving them information. We've set up this huge technology at the New Paradigm Institute for getting information out to the people. We're going to be talking with Dan Farah this coming week about him allowing us to show his video for free to people, that he'll get over this trauma of our having started showing it to people for free because he wasn't going to make enough money. So, but he promised that, once he made back his actually out-of-pocket costs, including his promo costs, that he might consider letting us show it to people for free. And this is a very major wake-up call, this particular 90-minute documentary, The Age of Disclosure. So we're going to get that out to the people and get people together to do just exactly what the Catholic Church called upon them to do back in 2009, and that's gather together as lay people and start discussing the profound philosophical and theological questions that are posed to us by this discovery. We've got to get this activity going on the part of our citizenry. Okay, this is exactly what we have to do. And we have to mobilize to take back control, or get control for the first time, actually, of our governing structures. This has been a long struggle on the part of our human family to overcome this elite that always rises into positions of power, whether it's in Rome or Greece or anywhere. You know, there's a struggle going on of the people to rise up. What we have to do is demonstrate the willingness to spend the time and energy learning about this phenomenon, okay, and learning about these spiritual messages that have been communicated to us for thousands of years. And that the people need to spend more attention, sitting down, meditating, changing their diet, you know, stop overstimulating themselves with all of these other stimuli, and get into a higher and higher state of consciousness. This is our secret resource. This is our secret resource. We can take on this national security state. They don't know how to deal with this phenomenon if we will only do it. They constantly depend upon the lack of commitment on the part of the people to do this work. This is what we have to do, but it has to be engined by spiritual insight. The spiritual insight that all of these other phenomena that are going on around the UFO experience, that is a lot more than the nuts and bolts, as people have said, of these craft coming to our planet, inhabited by these pilots that are coming and going here, and the bases that they've set up. That's all true, but that there's an encounter with this level of reality that raises the consciousness of our human family, that it happens, okay? But we've got to prepare for this, and we've got to also, at the New Paradigm Institute, the other task that we're about is putting together these concrete, detailed programs that have principles, policies, and specific programs of how to get this to happen, and that we're working on that right now. We're going to have to go through institutionalizing a whole series of much more progressive changes in all of our institutions to prepare them for getting ready to absorb this larger new paradigm worldview that has to be brought into place. And that's the work that we're all doing. That's why we all got here together on a Sunday afternoon, to be able to share the information with the 300, 400 people that are listening here live, but it'll go out to thousands of other people.
Yes.
And this is what we have to. This is an actual spiritual awakening that has to be taking place. And people will say, well, it looks like a political movement. Oh, it looks like a spiritual movement. It's both. It's spiritual politics is what we're talking about.
It is.
The UFO phenomenon presents the absolute ideal window through which to go into this building. They've got the front doors locked. Okay, they've locked and barred the front doors. We have to go in through the window. We have to come in through the window of the house and get into the house and say, this is our house. This is our house. Belongs to the whole human family. This news and information has to be shared. And we have to help facilitate making this a positive experience that people have, an enlightening experience, not one filled with fear. And we have to deal with the national security state that is going to be trying to spin this story into them being a threat.
We are with you, Danny. We are on your side. Someone from Australia wants to know, how do you get involved in other countries in Australia and around the world?
We're doing that as well. That's how the Canadians for Disclosure got started. Through the Citizens for Disclosure. We've been in communication with people in the UK. We've been in communication with people in other countries. We have to get their legislators operational right now to deal with their national security state people.
It's a planetary uprising. It's not the U.S. It's a planetary human situation.
It's a human uprising. Literally, it's an uprising. It's a rising up into a higher level of consciousness and rising up to take control of the instrumentalities that we have put together to govern. This is what has to happen right now. And this is the issue. This is the issue through which the spiritual awakening of our people can happen.
Thank you so much, Steve,
Danny.
Any final words? Steve.
Me?
Any words from you?
Yeah, look, all all those spiritual people or those that are about to take the spiritual path, I want you to sign up with Danny and support that. I'll just deal with the seculars. Come to me and take all the help you can get, and I'll do my best while you finally figure out whether you're going to, make the transition or not. I will cover all the bases. All I can say, folks, is you heard it here. If Trump were to say something in the next 3 days or 4 days, remember me. And remember, I will immediately set up a Zoom call so as many people can just come on in and we can celebrate together throughout the night, because I won't be going to bed, that we've just entered a new era, perhaps the most important era of all time, which is pretty cool.
Which is the post-disclosure world.
Pretty cool. We're lucky to be born. This incarnation that we're in this time, the 4 generations that are incarnated here now have the opportunity, because 1,000 years from now, people will look back at this moment and judge what it is that we do. We have to both at the same time open up a positive relationship with this extraterrestrial civilization, but at the same time, as Reed points out, we have to be careful. We can't just throw ourselves at the mercy of this extraterrestrial civilization. We have to maintain our own human agency, even to make some mistakes. But we can't make the mistake of blowing ourselves up and destroying our planet. That's not a mistake that we can allow them to make. That can't happen here.
Well, Danny, your work is cut out for you. Steve, it's the whole world is waiting for this. And we support you, Danny. Whatever you want, our organization here, UAP, to do to help, do whatever we can. And everyone listening to get behind the Paradigm Institute, Paradigm Research Group. Where do we go? What's your website, Danny? It's
newparadigminstitute.org. And you'll see there a place to sign up to be a member of the Citizens for Disclosure. It's completely free. We'll provide all the evidence and information to you for free. We're going to have access to all of the other, the UAPpedia, the websites that Steve has gotten. He's collected all this additional information. Dolan is working on all this. All of us have to work together to get this thing to happen. And that's why we're here today, to try to mobilize the people that are listening to go talk to your friends and neighbors and get on board this thing while there is still time.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
right,
you,
Danny.
Danny. We really love everything you're standing for. You and Sarah Nelson are an incredible team, and everybody you have, your kids working, everyone in your organization that you've been working for 40 years since you discovered the UFOs with the Carter administration. It's been
That's right.
Anyway,
that is right.
Danny's been at this longer than probably most people watching were born. So anyway, so is
Don't forget Dr. Tara now. She hasn't given her closing remarks.
Well, we're going to do a little wrap up, me and Dr. Tara here. We're doing
Oh, I see. Okay, fine. You have her all to yourself. Fine,
Tara, it's been a long day, hasn't it? But it's what's your final takeaway from all this, Tara?
I have a few. For those listening who might not understand this intersection between spirituality and ETs, they seem like really, disparate concepts. What I'll say is that when we are untethered from beliefs and programming, what we can do is what Darren was talking about earlier, which is access information directly from the field. And when we are able to do that, these experiences, these odd experiences that are actually not odd at all, right? They're features, not bugs. They happen. We experience interdimensional beings, angels, UFOs. These things do happen, and we're at a point, as Steve was saying, in history where we can connect with one another. We can use AI. We can share our stories, and we can triangulate what's happening, what our experiences are. And so, when Danny was talking about kind of going in through the window because the doors are locked. Well, the way that we can do that, as Danny was saying, is through spirituality, is through clearing one's mind and raising one's consciousness. And throughout the day today, we heard from Linda Moulton Howe, who is, of course, a legendary reporter. She was talking about the facts that she learned, and then the experiencers discussed their experiences, their personal facts. And Richard talked about personal disclosure, which I just love as a term. Personal disclosure is really something that needs to be coined and discussed from here on out. Right. And then we heard from our documentarians on how to tell that story, how to use these facts and experiences and convey that to a larger audience. And then, of course, we heard from Danny on the more political constitutional law front, and Steve on the advocacy front. And taking all of this together, we can each take away what type of disclosure we feel that we need to embody and contribute. And we can do this as a collective. This is something that needs to be done as a collective, and as a grounded collective. And we can help ground one another. There have been times, speaking from personal experience, where I've felt afraid to be involved in this topic, right? There's a lot of fear that is circulating around in the current news cycle. Linda alluded to it earlier. And I think that what we need to do is come together, support one another through the fear that we might feel, the ontological shock that may happen in different waves as disclosure unfolds and as we move into this post-disclosure world. And remember that we have these amazing resources: Steve's organization, Danny's organization, the New Paradigm Institute, Darren's podcast, Exo Academia, his podcast, and of course, UAPedia, who sponsored this amazing event today. And it's really something to see so many high caliber people with such great experience and knowledge and the ability to communicate that come together on a pretty lengthy Sunday to volunteer their time to pitch into this community effort. These are not competing organizations. There's not somebody that kind of wants more airtime than the other. We're all here. We're all contributing, and this is exactly the way. This is the way to do it. And I couldn't be happier and prouder to be part of this organization. And thank you so much.
Well, I agree, Tara, with everything you said. And for me, this feeds me. The information everyone said here over the last 6 hours, it's been almost 6 hours now. And I feel more excited about this phenomena and the intelligent people that are working in this field. You know, these are people willing to look at a multiple of perspectives and share their conscious awareness with the public. This is the kind of intelligence that we need on all levels. I mean, the experiencers, for one, coming forward, and researchers and journalists. This is a group effort, and it shows us how intricate this phenomenon is that we're dealing with, and what it's going to take from all walks of society, all levels of our culture, to deal with an integration process of this next level of civilization into the human consciousness. That's really what we're going. You know, we went from hunters and gatherers to agriculturists to industrialists to digital, but now something unknown, and I think probably the most exciting part of who we are as human beings, finally realizing we're not alone in the universe, that they've been waiting for us to grow up, and that there's a great and positive future, I think, awaiting us, welcoming into a kind of galactic, what J.J. Hurtak calls Galactus Universalis, you know, Homo Universalis.
Homo Universalis.
Yes, the citizens of the universe. And it sounds like science fiction, but we're talking about that. We're about to go score the touchdown, Steve.
That's right.
And we're going to celebrate with Steve and throw that ball around. But no, I'm going to watch this again. And I think everyone watching should share this with people who are really just waking up to the fact that this is a phenomenon, because everything we covered here presents a groundwork understanding of where the situation is now and where we're going to. So it's been my pleasure and honor to help facilitate this with you, Tara, and all our experts. these are the all-stars of our team right there.
That's right. That's right.
Steve Bassett, Annie Sheehan, Linda Moulton Howe, everyone who's talked here today, they've given their hard-earned mental energy to understanding us and emotional, and we're about to enter a new era. I really feel something else is going to happen for all of us. So
well, thank you both. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Thanks, everybody, for putting this thing together and giving everybody the opportunity to share this information. Terrific.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yes,
Exciting.
exciting. It's exciting. Yep, it is. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to get to participate in this.
It's our privilege to have you both and everyone. And thank you to Eduardo, who's been manning behind the scenes, Tim Spenny, right. Brian, who's you know, just a great resource. Richard Monk. Who else is there with us behind?
Shelley Reed, who actually just got her own show on the Shift Network. She's a sound healer extraordinaire. She's been manning our green room. And to everybody who's
Martha Mace is there. It takes a team, you know, to score a touchdown. You know that. So we're
there you go. Terrific gang. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Alan Steinfeld. You can find me at newrealities.com and my YouTube channel, New Realities, youtube.newrealities/newrealities. So
good job. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, gang. Terrific.
You too, Danny. Until the next UAPCon.
Thanks everyone for watching.